Hello and welcome, everybody, to episode 124 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known throughout the many lands that make up our fine existence, world and or earth. This is Look Out, Sir. My name is Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I introduce my good friend Phil. How you doing, Philip?
Hello, one and all. I'm good, thank you.
I'm glad to hear that, pal. What a wonderful time it is to be in the world of Warhammer 40,000, right? Because this week, Phil, my goodness, we're talking about quite an exciting topic, I would assume. At least exciting for me, anyways.
Krieg thing?
No, Phil. No, I'm afraid not a Krieg thing. Although last time we talked about a Krieg thing, you weren't overly thrilled with the Krieg, were you, from the outset? You were like, I don't like this Project Krieg because I'm an elitist and I want my special Ford World models to be just for me and me alone.
100% spot on. Yeah.
Yes, as it happens, exactly what I said.
I worked hard to buy my Forge World models, and I just want to be able to play with said Forge World models with rules. That's all I wanted from Games Workshop. I didn't want a sort of weird uncanny valley version of Krieg, which sort of look like Krieg but sort of don't at the same time. That was my issue with them.
They were too wombly.
Yeah, there's just something a bit weird about them.
Or not wombly enough.
Maybe more wombles would be welcome.
I can't quite get over just how wombly the Krieg appear in, digital media. There was a guy who put out a video recently. Did you see it, Phil? Did you see it? The Krieg video where they are marching in regiments and then it is unveiled that it's a big, company or army and they're all getting into ships.
Yes. The off to Vrax. I can't remember the actual title of it, but it's the Vrax series that one guy's been doing for a while, and he sort of released presume that's the first episode of it.
It is the first episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very wombly.
Well, that's kind of just what they look like, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, and that's not me being mean about it, because Games Workshop's own expensive CG animation also came across quite wombly.
Yes, that's true. Well, I mean, interestingly, not a slight tangent, on the same topic, I've actually started reading the Krieg novel, Dead Men Walking, which I'd never read before because it was out of print for many years. And then I finally bought it last year when it was, for that brief second that it was available to purchase, because it literally was a few hours and then it was out of print again and still is out of print. So I finally picked up, started to read it.
And is there any Womble-based revelations in there? Is one of them called Uncle Bulgaria?
No, there was just a very brief reference at the very beginning where it talks about how the commissar that leads them, who's off planet, basically, he's not a Kriegsman himself, has basically said, I've never seen them without their masks on. Which, goes to attest their wombliness, I guess.
Exactly. Or they're predators underneath there with the old kind of snarly... yeah, that's it. Ones that the guy says in Predator 2, or no, even Arnie does, and they would really face you're one ugly words that, would perfectly round that out. Anyway, we're not talking about that. Although we are talking about a Xenos-y alien thing in the form of Craftworlds today. So the Aeldari book came out, but we're not going to talk about all of the Aeldari because it's taken us long enough just to cover the Craftworlds bit, as you'll notice by the runtime of this episode. So we're just doing Craftworlds now, and then next episode we'll talk about Harlequins and or Ynnari. But before we get into that, what are we going to do first, Phil?
Well, it's that time of the episode where we do a 5-star review.
Yeah.
Well, howdy, partner. These boys keep joshing us about with all their chitter-chatter about little plastic figurines. They've asked me to do this jingle for them. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. But anyway, now it's time for that 5-star review. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the show. And let's all pray that it doesn't go on as long as it did last week. Yeehaw!
Phil, this week's 5-star review comes from where?
Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
Way back on form, Phil. He's number one. Is that
Just
even a song?
gotta-
I try. The problem is, Phil, I don't know any of the football kind of chants off the top of my head. Is there a football chant that would describe you as being superior or on a winning streak?
I'm not a football person. If it isn't obvious enough,
I mean, neither of us are, Phil. Neither
No.
of us are. We've got no football chants in our. But although weirdly, I feel as a British, more specifically Englishman, there is a certain kind of DNA to the whole thing, right? Like I think I can very, very easily and quickly get involved in those kind of chants. It wouldn't take me too long to grasp the rhythmics and ultimately get involved, I'd imagine.
would you not rather do a barbershop quartet though?
I mean, given that under the context of this whole situation, I suppose I would be in a crowd of football fans or just, human beings singing along together for some reason. A quartet might be complicated by virtue of the fact there'd be a lot of us. But obviously, if we could, carry the tune between
Just
the hundreds
gotta
of us in attendance,
harmonise. That's all.
it's quite difficult though, isn't it? When you ever been to like one of those gigs where the performing artist gets you to try and like sing along, and they're like, "All I need you to do is go la 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 la," and then like the whole crowd sort of sounds like because obviously everyone's off.
I always feel that is them being very lazy. It's like I came here and paid to hear you sing, not to hear everyone else butcher your song.
Yeah, but that's part of the joy of it, though, isn't it? It's
Apparently, but not for me.
that's part of the participation, though, Phil. You don't just go to just sit there on a lawn chair or whatever it is with these guys,
That's
singing
exactly
their
what
hearts
I
out to you.
do.
You there holding a rifle while they have to sort of...
Going, I demand that you sing. If
Exactly. Would you like to get involved in this segment? No, I've paid you. Although that was clearly a shotgun noise, not a rifle. But anyway, it's fine. The point is, Phil, well done. You guessed that this is Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. Well done, you. Na 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 na. Well done, Phil. I assume that's got to be a football chant, isn't it? They got na na na.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
They've got to. We're going to get copyright struck for that for sure. Anyway, this 5-star review comes by way of Print Guru 101. And it reads, "A cure for the modern insomniac, 5 stars." Interesting, because myself and Phil kind of talked about using this podcast to fall asleep to in the outro without me even actually knowing that I was going to, call out this this 5-star review.
Pretend it's a reference, a callback.
Or
as we've now called them, a call forward.
Well, that's what's occurred. Anyway, A Cure for the Modern Insomniac, 5 stars. I have terrible insomnia. I also enjoy Warhammer 40k. What better combination is there than when a podcast both entertains me and the host's dulcet tones gently send me back to another fitful slumber? There we are. 5 stars indeed. An excellent podcast. So there you go, Phil. We are sending Print Guru 101 to sleep every night. He's falling asleep, listening to you and I, gently soothing him to sleep. Or her. They didn't specify.
I mean, good for you.
Are you going
to be of help?
Are you going to potentially... I'll tell you what, rather than saying thank you, Phil, to Print Guru 101, would you perchance participate in singing him a lullaby?
No, I don't. But I will say, Print Guru 101. Wake up now. No sleep for you. No.
You're not going to go with Rockabye Print Guru 101. Da, 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 da. I don't know how to sort of recover it from that bit, because obviously there was a point where you're supposed to come in with the... What other lullabies are there beyond that Rockabye one? I've got nothing left in my brain now at that point.
Bar Black Sheep. Surely that's a lullaby.
Bar Black Sheep. Have you any wool? God, I've not sung that in forever. Or, not that I just sung it then, but, just even was aware of it.
It's the lack of children, I imagine, is the reason why. Because otherwise you wouldn't really have much of a reason otherwise to say it.
No, that's true. It's been a long time since I've had to think about these things, Phil. It's all flooding back to me. You said thanks, didn't you, to Pringuru?
I did in a roundabout way of telling him to wake up. But honestly, thank you very much for your review, even if it's counterintuitive to a lot of the other reviewers who actually drive to work while listening to us. Hopefully, they don't fall asleep while listening to us. That would be very bad.
Exactly. That would not be a fantastic recipe for success, as it were. Anyway, there we go. Thank you very much, Print Guru 101. If you would like to be like Print Guru 101 and leave us a 5-star review, maybe consider doing that. I mean, we're getting to the point where we are starting to run a bit dry on those at the moment. I know we've only got like 3 months of them left, maybe 4 at push. So, if you want to hear yourself being shouted out on the pod in July, get on board. Now's the time.
You've got to plan in advance.
Absolutely. I tell you what, man, it's quite humbling and lovely, the amount of wonderful people who've left us 5-star reviews and those people who've left us 1-star reviews. Thanks for that as well. I mean, obviously, not overly kind of you, but I suppose
I would
nice
say, obviously, don't do that.
No, don't do that. But, just interaction's nice, though, isn't it? We don't all have to agree. Not everyone has to like everything.
Well, no, exactly. What you should do is just leave us a sarcastic 5-star review so we read it out, which is, that's happened a couple of times.
That has happened a couple of times, absolutely. I'm on board with those. As long as I get the metrics, I don't mind. Although there's that one review where the guy was very hurtful about you, Phil. He said that there was the one that whines all the time about stuff. It had to be you. Couldn't have been me.
I mean, I don't want to say anything, but yes, let's pretend it was me.
Yeah, absolutely. No, let's say for certain it definitely was you.
I mean, after that Krieg episode, it was definitely me.
Exactly. That's definitely how it was. Anyway, look, there you go. That's that. This is this. Patreon's a thing. Consider doing that. We don't do advertising and things like that because of our lovely patrons, and it's super awesome that people choose to support us. And if you would like to the same, we promise that at some point we will show more appreciation to those that do. And you could be amongst that.
We are doing community questions this week. Well, we're gathering the community questions this week for the next episode because it's a double header of Eldar. So by all means, you can go to our Instagram, our Facebook, and our Patreon and leave us our questions there, which we will answer in the next episode.
Darn straight. And then, merchandise is also available. Sorry, I just dropped a screwdriver.
Richard, where are you?
I know, terrible. Anyway, the point is there's merchandise. It's all in the description. You know how these things go. Shill. Let's get on with it. Transitional noise. Thank you very much. Hello again, everybody. In this part of the podcast, myself and Phil are going to dive into the pages of Codex Aeldari, a sacred tome, right, Phil? Something you're very excited to see come out before the Guard, I'm sure.
Always. They are my quintessential arch nemesis. If I had to pick a faction I've forever hated since a young boy, a wee lad, it will be the Eldar.
There you go. Well, isn't that as hilarious in a way that our friendship has formed, yet we are so opposed in terms of our army choices?
No, I know. It's just my luck, really.
Exactly. That's how it is, mate. Well, again, they do say opposites attract, Phil.
Indeed.
And that's how it is, We get two very different perspectives on the hobby. Me with my superior Aeldari shenanigans, and you with some trenches and guns and junk.
Exactly. I thought you were going to say you do the competitive wargaming and I do the casual narrative gaming.
No, because I don't think I'm necessarily in that competitive mindset yet. Although I have to be honest with you,
the very book in your hand is the thing that is triggering you down into the path of the competitive wargamer.
Well, potentially, although the problem I've still got with competitive wargaming in the 40k sense is there is always a kind of spammy element to it. And I've seen a number of kind of lists doing the rounds and people talking about the sort of stuff which is there good or which is good. But I don't know. It's again, it kind of goes against the kind of ideology of Craftworlds. But then I say that I was happy enough to take loads and loads of planes when that was the hotness. A couple of years back. So who knows, right? I've got very I've got very exacting, very specific, very, fundamental beliefs that I'm willing to change at any time.
So it's like me saying I'm a narrative wargamer with my Guard, with my poor Krieg, until the new Codex comes out. And obviously, Guard will be a top tier army, and I'll start tabling everyone left and right.
I mean, are you not going to take advantage of that if it comes along?
Well, I mean, let's see, because every time a Guard Codex has come out, it's never been top tier. So I will one day relish the power once I get it, no doubt.
Come on now, Phil. They were top tier at the beginning of 8th. Do you not remember all those nerfs they had to give you? Oh, those commissars. They were a little bit ridiculous.
Yes, they were so overpowered.
Yes.
Those were the glory days for that, maybe 1 or 2 months.
It was a beautiful time. Anyway, moving on to better times, the release of 9th edition Codex Aeldari. This is Codex Aeldari. It is not Codex Asuryani or Codex Harlequins or Codex Yunari, because it is all those things in one place.
It's not even Codex Craftworlds, which is what it was before.
No. Well, indeed. I think I don't know. They've obviously, moved a little bit away from Craftworlds. Maybe there's some kind of like little hobby boutique somewhere that is called Craftworld, and maybe there was a decent amount of confusion. Lots of maybe I can imagine it being one of those kind of like sewy circle knitting kind of places that sells fabric, and them getting calls from people going, "Have you got any D cannons?" And then just being very, very confused by the whole situation, because obviously a lot can be construed from a statement like, "Where's your D cannons at?"
Well, yes, indeed, yes.
Exactly. You've got to be careful with the use of the of that particular initial. Anyway, so this is Codex Aeldari. It is a beautiful tome. Obviously, I, as a long-standing Craftworld fanboy, am very excited about this release. It's actually gotten me genuinely quite a lot more reinvigorated into the 40k hobby again. I think a lot of you have noted that maybe we'd been a little bit sort of down on some of the elements of 9th edition over the course of the last few months. And I think, again, I believe that 9th edition definitely still has some problems. But I'm at least excited about a new book for an army that I'm absurdly passionate about. I genuinely feel was legitimately excited when this arrived on Saturday. I was like, oh my God, it's here. And that's even considering that I was prior to, receiving the book, which I had pre-ordered and purchased legitimately, was indulging in some leaks prior to that. So I had a pretty good idea of what was in it.
You know, it's terrible.
Well, here's a question. Seeing as I've actually already paid Games Workshop for it and they just haven't delivered it to me yet, technically I own it, right? So, at that point, it's just me backing up something that I already own.
Well, I mean, whichever hoops you want to jump through.
All right, fine. The point is, though, I'm excited about the book. And as is now tradition, we're going to talk about the cover. Now, Phil, let's get your opinions on the cover, because I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. What's your vibe with the cover of Codex Aeldari?
Very nice. It's obviously very clean. It's crisp. It's got a nice focal point in the middle of the. I don't want to say. Is it autarch?
Well, it is an autarch. Yes, yeah. Okay. The autarch is in the middle.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's not grimdark like some of the others that have been our top covers. Our Admech, our Gene Stealer cult. It's pretty up there though. It's a good, solid 7 or 8 out of 10 artwork wise, I would say.
Yeah, I think the whole image it is a bit stronger because you've got the avatar up in the corner with Banshees, Dark Reapers.
Oh yes, because there's a few. You can see the full artwork like a few pages in, can't you?
Yes.
And seeing the avatar there, you're like, oh, that's a nice little touch, hidden away, not on the cover though.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what insults me about the cover though, Phil. A little bit of a point of frustration.
Do you know what? I know what it is.
I know you do because I've probably told you, but do tell everyone.
I don't think you have told me. I've just seen it. I've seen it talked about though online by other people, and that
go on then.
The weapon loadout on the pictured illustration isn't one you can actually take.
You are absolutely correct. Yeah, so that is a non-game legal autarch. Although, do you want to know what adds to the frustration, Phil? And surely this is what people are talking about online as well. Is the fact is that Games Workshop, in their preview articles, was completely utterly expressed the fact that you would be able to take the new Autarch kit and mash it up with the old Autarch kit, thus meaning that if you own the Autarch with Wings kit and you own the new Autarch kit, you can absolutely put this model together. It all goes together perfectly. Yet, even though they promoted it on Warhammer Community, it's not something that you can do in game, which was disappointing.
Is there a build that you can make with the old kit and the new one, thereby fulfilling their promise, albeit in a very small niche way?
No.
Is it you can take the new model but just put the wings on it? With
No,
the old arms?
You couldn't put the wings on the new model because the new model wouldn't be able to facilitate the wings because the wings are quite specific in how they're put together. So you have to have the frame of the old Autarch to have the wings, but the arms and the head. In fact, no, actually not the head, weirdly, because the head's a very weirdly specific connection point. But the arms definitely can be swapped out. But here's the thing, right? Maybe that's just one of those things that the designers got around to telling the community team, but didn't get around to telling the rules writing team.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well, though, I suppose. I guess, when it comes to Games Workshop's kind of design philosophy from a kind of rules perspective now, maybe they're just looking at it going, well, we feel a little bit off about encouraging people to buy 2 kits to make one model that they want with the loadout that they want. Maybe they're just trying to get away from that. So they're like, look, it's not something you can do. But it would be nice if at some point Games Workshop was to go, oh yeah, whoops, and just facilitate it in like an FAQ.
Oh, completely. I mean, as specifically for this one, when it's in the artwork of the cover, because people will probably see this and want to replicate it. I remember back in the day, Duncan, when he was a painter, painted up a Death Watch. What are they called? The Black something or others.
The Death Watch. Oh, what, Black Shields? Black
Shields with a thunder hammer because it was cool. And it turned out that wasn't a legal option, and the community had to do a post about it explaining that he was just doing it for rule of cool, and it wasn't actually game legal. So there are previous examples going back where these sort of things have happened. I would say it would be great if you get weapon options and you can just combo them however you want. It's a bit like all the Space Marine captains at the moment have really weird specific loadouts to match the models that you can buy. But if someone does want to buy like one kit for the flamer, another kit for a gun, and another kit for a sword, let them.
Yeah, I agree. But then I suppose the question is that, if people are out there doing that, let them do it. And obviously within the space of like friendly gaming, facilitate it. I mean, at the end of the day, on the Autarch listings, every individual piece of war gear that an Autarch has access to via either of these kits is listed. Their points are included under the same listing. So it is utterly feasible that you can build that build and understand how many points it costs to field it. But in doing so, you acknowledge that even though you can technically kind of figure it out and do it, it's not, competitive legal, I suppose, or match play legal or whatever you want. But most people, if you're going to go to the extent of doing it, I mean, and I suppose, the classic cheaty Dan statement, most people won't know. Like if you just go, yeah, wings and a Reaper launcher, like, oh yeah, that checks out. I mean, that's on the model. That's how many points. Yeah, cool, whatever.
Do you know what? If you were to convert it up and paint it in the same sort of pose and color scheme as the cover, so it deliberately looks like the guy on the cover, admittedly, more people would probably know it's not legal. But I would be like, cool, yeah, go for it. Don't care.
Go nuts. Yeah. Have your fill. Anyway, there you go. But look, my perspective on the cover, it's quite nice. It's not my favorite Elder cover, but then obviously that's 2nd edition, so that's a different time.
Tough one to top.
That is a tough act to follow. The 8th edition cover was all right. I'm trying to even remember what it was now.
Wasn't it just a guy really up close in his face.
Oh yes. Because they had a 6th edition one, which was like a warlock, not a warlock, sorry, a Farseer going, "Whoa," and then they had a 7th edition one, which was a warlock going, "Whoa," and then there was an 8th edition one, which I honestly, as mad as it sounds, the amount of time I've spent with that book, it's totally left my brain what's on it.
Oh, I'm thinking of the 7th edition one then, clearly.
Well, I almost certainly they just regurgitated one of the old bits of artworks. It's either the warlock or the or the Farseer. I just don't remember which one. I think it was the warlock. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was just the old warlock artwork. But yeah, I think 4th edition's Elder cover sticks out as a strong one lately. I think that was a really cool kind of design. Also centered around an Autarch, but stepping out of a webway portal. A lot of personality in that. That was a super cool image. But this is up there. It's all right. It's good. It's not my favorite 40k 9th edition cover. Unfortunately, that still belongs to, well, not unfortunately, quite deservedly so. That still belongs to the AdMech and then the GC Cult. GSC AdMech are still my number one covers, but this is okay. It's good.
I was going to say, you mentioned Webway. The one thing I noticed in here that I actually really like, page 3 has a Webway portal.
You always like what's on page 3, Phil.
Everyone loves a page 3, yes. But yeah, it's got the actual Webway model, which has some nice new rules. And they've actually photoshopped it so you can see through the Webway into the, I guess, planets on the other side. So I thought that was a cool, like, little touch, sort of giving you a visual representation of what's going on with the webway. Indeed.
Thank goodness for that webway that there isn't a squad of infiltrators stood near it. Otherwise, they would be in serious bother. Anyway, there you go. So, look, I mean, obviously, it won't hopefully surprise anyone to understand, having listened to what I've said already. I'm very excited for this one. I think it's a pretty cool book. This is also going to be a unique Codex perspective piece for us here on Lookout Sir. Because what is quite uncharacteristic for us, I have not only read this thing relatively extensively, I have also played games with it. Can you believe it, Phil?
I can, actually. Because you're getting on that competitive bandwagon as soon as possible.
Again, would you stop brandishing me with this competitive brush? I'm more just starting to get some familiarity with the art.
Have you read the Crusade rules by any chance, Dan?
No, I haven't. Oh, okay. I haven't got around to it. You know my position on Crusade, mate. It's a hat on a hat. I won't be dealing with it.
Oh, fair enough.
Exactly.
I have to say, so, doing a bit more analysis into the book, it is weighty. It is up there with the Space Marine book, if not a bit bigger, I
think it is. I think it's beefier than the current Space Marine book. Who knows whether or not it will stack up against the upcoming next 9th edition Space Marine book, but they've got all that Horus Heresy stuff they've got to sort of shoehorn into it somehow, I imagine.
That's true. But basically, because the Codex is so big and because Dan is such a big fan, we're probably going to do this as a 2-parter. So we're probably this time going to cover the Craftworlds, and then in the next episode talk about the Ynnari and the Harlequins as a little combined extra piece, and maybe some other stuff.
Noting that, look, the Ynnari now are basically a Craftworld, right? But they're a Craftworld with extra steps. And getting into the nuances of their mechanics requires already a kind of grasp of certain aspects of the Craftworld aspect of this book, as well as just a broader understanding of things like Codex Drukari and what the Harlequins offer. So we figured for those of you listening along who maybe aren't even interested in Elder, it might make more sense that we kind of deliver information about Craftworlds, then Harlequins, then kind of wrap it all up in a Ynnari bow. Noting as well that Corsairs are in here as well, but Corsairs really aren't that much of a thing. Essentially, they're like flash kits in Orcs in so much as they're a unit. Although flash kits actually were their own Orc culture, weren't they?
Well, that was my point, is that they feel like an Orc culture, but aren't anymore because you can take them in any of the cultures. And I believe Corsairs is sort of a bit like that. I guess they're also maybe a bit more like Scions, where they don't. You can take them in any detachment or any other regiment, and they don't break those regiment rules. So you can just bolt them into whatever.
Yeah, they're 2 squads basically. There's a troops variant and an elites variant. They've got access to a gun called a shuriken rifle, which I've seen no representation of on the models that they've put out on the internet yet. So no idea what a shuriken rifle is. Hopefully when the kit comes out, we'll figure it out. Although I have to be honest with you, I'm going to say it up front. I was eagerly anticipating buying the Kill Team box set for the Corsairs, but after I've actually read the rules for Corsairs in this, I'm struggling to find a place for them in almost any army I build. I might get them down the road when they come out normally, but the idea of dropping whatever money it is to get all that stuff and Corsairs, which to be honest with you, the only thing I'd be wanting is the Corsairs. I'm just happy to wait. Corsairs can go to the back of the queue in terms of my painting desk and my requirements for my elder armies in 9th edition. I feel.
Fair enough.
That's for me personally, though. There's plenty of people out there who've been making an argument that there could be some interesting play with them, and I agree with them. It's just not the elder army I'm keen to kind of explore at this time. But soon, maybe, who knows, right?
Exactly. I'm sure we'll at least cover the rules in a bit.
Exactly. All right, let's get into it, right? So, all relatively straightforward stuff from the outset. Detachment abilities. Asuryani, which is what we call Craftworlds now, and I'm going to continue calling it Craftworlds from here on in because saying Asuryani is a bit of a mouthful. So in every other instance moving forwards, I'm just saying Craftworlds because that's what we all say because it makes more sense. But maybe I'll divert back to Asuryani now and again. I don't know. I'm going to freestyle. We'll see how it goes. But the point is that a Craftworlds detachment gains the leader of the war host ability, and Craftworld units in Craftworld detachments gain Craftworld attribute abilities. Maybe this is exposing why I need to say Asuryani. I'll go back to Asuryani. I'll do as I'm told, Games Workshop. I'm sorry. Troop units in Asuryani detachments gain objective secure, and you can only have one Autarch in an Asuryani detachment. There is an additional piece, which is the traveling players. Phil, please tell us what the traveling player says, or would you like me just to kind of paraphrase it?
No, because this is to do with Harlequins. So we're going to talk about that in the next episode.
Well,
it
does relate to like all kind of army builds. We're not going to talk about the Harlequin rules, but we're just basically you can take a patrol of Harlequins and it doesn't break your Craftworld. I mean, Phil, say words to that effect.
Do you want me to read it out, or just summarize?
Just summarize. Just a nice little sexy summary.
Oh, so you can take a patrol detachment of Harlequins.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
Good times. Yeah.
And it doesn't break your army detachment.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's pretty good, isn't it?
All right.
Basically, though, just to this is already off to a great start. Just to give us some context of why that's a thing, is obviously the early beginnings of Harlequins were that they existed within the 2nd edition Elder book, and then they moved into a kind of almost reserves section of, not the reserve section, but like the elite section of the 4th edition book. So basically, Harlequins were just kind of sprinkled in as an extra unit. And again, in like 5th, 6th, not 5th so much, but 6th and 7th, they then just basically added them in as like an allied detachment. So the aspiration has always been, at least historically, that Harlequins very rarely deploy as a full army. Often they're found, garrisoned with certain craft worlds. So it's logical that some Harlequins can turn up. It's rarer that they would be an army, although obviously with the way that Games Workshop embraces the hobby these days, they like to kind of allow players to, explore those edge case scenarios. It's like how, to use another Elder example, the Wraith Knight is incredibly rare because to find a twin with a dead twin that they can then take the Spirit Stones of and then link it to this, the whole crazy construct. They talk about it in the fluff like it's like one of the rarest things ever. And yet back in 6th edition, every army came with 3 of them by default. So, again, sometimes you can, fluff be damned, I suppose.
Well, not only does it allow, so this rule allows Harlequin players to take, or, Elder players, Craftworld players, to take Harlequins. It also allows Drukhari players to take Harlequins as well and not break their Power from Pain ability, which is interesting because you would have thought this is all wrapped up around Yunari, but it seems like that's not. It's actually a separate thing, and it's all just to do with, as you say, Harlequins are Yeah, it's sort of, well, as I say, traveling. They go between both. They're not allied to any one faction and can be seen helping out both sides of the Aeldari coin, let's say.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because the whole deal with them is that they're effectively traveling through the webway, going places, and playing out the events of the fall. So they essentially are a traveling circus that turns up in various places and puts on performances, reminding the various Eldari of the folly of being overly invested in things, which I guess was the root of their problems. Anyway, look, in terms of other rules, there's Craftworld attributes, there's relics, there's warlord traits, and there's stratagems. Ynnari, as we say, is kind of like this really unique element that we'll get into later. But we probably need to go through their abilities, which Phil, just to say, is page 142.
I'm already there.
Oh, look at you, mate. You're on point. For those reading along at home, page 142. Do you ever feel like we want to get one of those like old word and pictures things like you used to have on BBC Two when you were a kid? You know, like when you had to sort of read along with the TV show for educational purposes, and they had like a chime to tell you when to turn the page.
Oh, okay. Not one of those, the orange floaty guy.
The orange floaty guy? Oh,
Yeah.
Which one was that? What, the pen that used to float, or the...
Or didn't he? I don't think he was a pen, but he could do draw letters in the air.
Yes. Yeah. He had like
I want to say he was like an orange grenade, but yeah, he was like.
It wasn't a grenade necessarily.
No,
definitely
but
weren't putting grenades.
He
was more like an orange. I would have assumed.
I don't know. He had like, you know how a frag grenade's got like those dimply bumpy bits.
Well, you know how an orange has dimply bumpy bits.
Okay. Let's say a pineapple. More like a pineapple.
All right, a pineapple. An orange. He might have been a pineapple.
No, I don't think he was. I don't know.
What was his name? Did he have big glasses, didn't he?
Well, I'm sure there was one version that was more wizardy. Or Wiz was one, but that was from the magic shows.
They mixed it up. It was a trippy time. Anyway, the point is now we're on page 142 if you're reading along. So battle focus, Phil. What's that about? Tell me, Phil. Tell me.
So this unit is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it advances, but if it does so, then until the end of the phase, models in this unit can only make attacks with assault or pistol weapons they are equipped with. And when resolved those attacks, this unit is treated as having remained stationary. All very good.
I mean, what's nice about that is that normally only assault weapons can be fired when advancing. Normally it doesn't extend to pistols unless something's changed recently that I've missed. So the fact that they get pistols thrown in is tasty, as is obviously the fact that they count as remaining stationary.
Yeah, so basically they ignore the -1 that you normally get. So that's pretty good. Also, that is part one of a two-part thing. So in your shooting phase, after this unit has finished making its attacks, unless it fell back or advanced this turn, this unit can make a battle focus move. When it does so, roll 1d6. Each model in that unit can make a normal move of up to the distance in inches equal to the result. As if it was your movement phase, a unit can make a battle focus move, cannot embark within a transport model at the end of the turn. And until the end of that turn, such a unit is not eligible to declare a charge. Okay, that will make sense. A unit cannot make a battle focus move if it arrived as reinforcements this turn, and a unit cannot make more than one battle focus move per turn. So that sort of gets rid of some of the shenanigans around shooting and then hiding inside a transport. And then the other shenanigans, which is hiding behind a ruin, is covered in the battle focus moves through area terrain. So this is an extra stipulation. If a unit makes a battle focus move and any of its models wish to move over any part of area terrain feature, subtract 3 from the distance models in that unit can move when making a battle focus move to a minimum of 0. The penalty applies even if every part of the area terrain feature is 1 inch or less in height, but is not cumulative with any other penalties that area terrain feature may impose, i.e. difficult ground. So that actually means popping out of and into cover is now exceedingly difficult because you've got to probably roll a 5 or 6 to make it at all possible. You ideally need a 5 to ensure. I mean, obviously, if you base your model on the wall,
there's ways around it. But I think that was a really nice and very actually necessary design decision by Games Workshop to actually have the wherewithal to understand that what they've essentially developed is a really, really potentially insanely strong mechanic. So the fact now that it is only really applicable in this sort of instance anyway, 50% of the time, or potentially even 1/3 of the time, given the fact that, as we've already acknowledged, you probably want to be rolling 5s in order to make this happen efficiently, is pretty good. And also, as well, the fact that battle focus can't be triggered when you arrive from reserves, which is in line with every other Games Workshop's or 40k 9th edition stipulation around arriving from reserves and moving, is again another great thing. But I think definitely has an impact on some of the strong kind of out of the box ideas that some people had about certain synergies that we'll probably get into later. And then lastly, the fact that you can't do this with a heavy weapon is pretty meaningful as well. So the fact that Dark Reapers can't do this is, actually very, very important.
Is it? Well, surely they can, but they'd be using the penalty to. They'd still be -1 to hit because they're heavy weapons.
Yeah, they'd be -1 to hit. It's just, actually, that's an interesting thing. Actually, I might have put 1 and 1 together and made 600. Because the stipulation around assault and pistol weapons applies to assault and pistol weapons, not necessarily
if you want to advance and shoot, because
yeah.
this is only if you haven't advanced. So you've got two options. One is advance and shoot without any penalty, or if you're not doing that, you can just shoot and then do a move afterwards.
I worked it out, by the way, for Dark Reapers. They just don't have battle focus. That's why they can't do it.
Right. Okay. So they just
There
don't have
you
battle
go.
focus rule. Okay.
Yes, I was like, so why do I think Dark Reapers can't do it? Go to the data sheet. Yes, they don't have.
Well, that makes sense because it's meant to be very sort of light, agile units, sort of running around, not lugging heavy weapons.
Morgan Ra has it though. Morgan Ra.
Well, he's a beefy boy.
He is. He's a Phoenix Lord, and he gets some perks. But yeah, look, I think Battle Focus definitely from the outset had the presentation of being a very strong ability, and I don't think that it's not. In fact, I think it is very strong still because it's quite easy with the way that terrain functions in 9th edition to position yourself outside of terrain, but still gain the benefits of its obscuring qualities.
If you've just got a battlefield full of crates, which aren't area terrain but do physically block line of sight, you can just pop in and out to like one side. And to get the angles, you're not just necessarily getting the phase shifting through walls ability, which would be crazy powerful. And that was the thing that everyone instantly, because when they previewed this on the Warhammer community article, they didn't show off the moving through area terrain bit, I believe. So it just seemed instantly really great. And everyone was like, well, this can just be really open to abuse. But it's good that they thought about it to get rid of some of those most problematic tactics, let's say.
It's interesting that you point out, though, about the fact that a crate isn't counted as a piece of area terrain, which it isn't. It's an obstacle, right? Like it's a totally different, it's a thing, whatever it is. It's a something that isn't area terrain potentially. Because I would have asserted, at least when playing Elder, I'd still probably be like, yeah. No. But then I suppose because crates you can't go into, can you? You can't fade through a crate. So
that you gain the benefit of you can get some benefits from being next to it within like 3 inches, I think. So
because it's got the exposed position rule where if you're on top of it you don't get anything, but if you're beside it you get something. Anyway, I'm going to talk about the Favourite of Cain while Phil makes sure that he was right about a crate. So Favourite of Cain is basically a series of rules that apply to Phoenix Lords. They all get a 4+ invulnerable save. They can only lose a maximum of 3 wounds a phase, which makes them objectively quite survivable. And this model can never have a relic or warlord trait, which is what has been the case for Phoenix Lords for a very long time. Phoenix Lords obviously are, named characters. So giving them relics isn't really in line with anyone's expectations when it comes to a named character. But warlord traits is different. People will usually expect to be able to make them warlords and do that. But to be honest with you, every Craftworld army, even if it's including Phoenix Lords, is still going to want to take Farseers, Autarchs, things that you're going to be able to give those warlord traits and relics to. So it's not like you're going to really feel the squeeze when it comes to not being able to give your Phoenix Lord a warlord trait, unless, like me, you wrote an army list that features all 6 of them and has no space for any other HQs, bar a 40-point warlock that I managed to kind of squeeze in just to give it a warlord trait and a relic, just so as I felt like I was getting something. But then it kind of broke the theme, and I was like, man, that's not really what I wanted. But yeah, look, spoilers, Phoenix Lords are pretty strong because unlike Catan or Gaz, who has a cap on the amount of wounds they can take per phase, these guys are characters and they can still hide using the Lookout Sir rules. So it's difficult to get those wounds on them. 9 times out of 10, you're only going to be doing wounds to a Phoenix Lord when they have made a play or when they have put themselves in harm's way. And unless they're very, very unlucky or very tactically unsound, them being in harm's way is usually done after having distributed a rather large amount of damage. So, yeah, I really like Phoenix Lords. I think they've done a very good job of realising them, and this rule.
I'm surprised there's no rule stipulating whether they have to be your warlord or can't be your warlord.
They can be a warlord. They just don't get a warlord.
It's odd because sometimes they say this unit just can't be your warlord, or if it's in your army, it has to be a warlord. But here it could be. But as you say, you just don't get any of the benefits, i.e., warlord trait and relics.
Yeah.
And quickly, a armored container is an obstacle. So you were right on that front with light cover, scalable, and exposed positions.
Whee! I know a thing. Tell us about Strands of Fate, Phil. You love this rule.
It's a big one. So Strands of Fate, if every unit from your army has the Asuryani keyword and is drawn from the same craft world, excluding models with the Anaphore or unaligned keywords, then at the start of each...
Anaphore being Corsairs.
Why not just say Corsairs then? Then at the start... So is that their version of Asuryani, like in terms of like faction keywords? Okay.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. Then at the start of each battle round, you can make a Strand of Fates roll. To do so, roll 6d6. So you do that at the start of the battle round. Then you may retain a number of dice depending on the size of the battle you're playing. So if it's a combat patrol, 2 dice, incursion, 3 dice, strike force, 4 dice, and onslaught, no one cares, but it's 5. Keep these retained dice to one side as a reminder of their results, or you may note them down. Obviously, don't nudge those dice to be a different roll, which could be easily done. Each instance of the dice result allows you to manipulate a different type of roll once during this battle round, as shown below. So if it's a 1, it's an advance roll. If it's 2, it's a charge roll. 3 is psychic test. 4, hit rolls. 5, wound rolls. 6, saving throws. And do you know what I should have done, actually? I should have tested you. You should have closed your book, and I could have seen if you'd memorized this table. Have you memorized it yet?
I'm getting there. I know that I know that most of the time I'm looking for 6s and 3s.
Oh, yeah, psychic test. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And every now and again, depending on things, 2s. I want like 2s, 3s, and 6s. That's what I'm fishing for.
Fair enough. So before making a roll of any of the type shown above for a unit with the Strands of Fate ability, so the unit's got to have this ability built into it. If any of your retained dice have a result corresponding with the type of roll, as shown above, and he has not used and he's not manipulated a roll this battle round, you can manipulate that roll. If you do so, if that dice of roll involves 1d6, i.e. a hit roll, you do not roll the dice. It's just treated as being an unmodified roll of 6, like automatically, basically. If that type of roll involves more than 1d6, i.e. psychic test, or maybe, I guess, a charge. Because charge is in there. Treat one of the dice rolls as an unmodified roll of 6. Do not roll that dice. Then roll any other dice and add up the result as normal. So I guess what you have to do is you're about to roll to hit. You go, okay, I've got a 4, which is one of my hit roll dice. You declare it, it's automatically a 6. And then any other dice that you might need to do for that squad, for example, you would then roll. It's not like in some instances where you can roll it and then go, no, I'm going to change it to a 6. So you've got to declare beforehand how you're going to.
There is a potential benefit, though, to the actual way that the 40k 9th edition rules are written, in the way that you are actually supposedly just rolling one dice at a time. So you're resolving each thing. So there is technically a way that you can go about it, that you can roll the dice. And then, so say, for example, if you had to take 8 saves and you'd be like, well, I've got 1 6, so I've got 1 guaranteed save. I'm going to roll 7 dice and then see whether I needed to use that 8th dice to save it or not. Because basically you've sort of fast rolled the 7 and you go, oh wow, I only need to make 1 more save and I'm not dead. I'll use that 6 at that point, which is kind of exploiting aspects of how that whole rule
and
interacts.
I guess you could also be a bit canny, and although it would involve using a reroll, but basically you can try and do something, hope you get it. So let's say you want to do a charge roll 2 dice, and then you fail it. You go, cool, I'll do a command point reroll. Yeah, you have to re-roll both of them, but now you're sort of doubling your chances because you're naturally rolling, and then you're forcing one of them to be a 6, and then you just roll 1 other dice on top of that.
But if you declare a charge, and again, this is something they actually need to FAQ, but this is how I've been playing it, is if I've used a 2 to count as a 6 for a charge, as if I've used my number 2 dice,
and then 6, you re-roll,
and I re-roll, I re-roll.
Yeah, so I would assume you would lose
it only
both
applied
of them,
for that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So unless I happen to have 2 2s, you have to, as far as I'm aware, you re-roll both dice. Like, you don't. The strand of fate applied for when you did it the first time.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But as soon as you do command point reroll, you can't just pick up 1 dice and go, I need a 9, so I've got a 6, 3+. I make the charge, I roll a 2, and I go, oh, re-roll the 2. It doesn't work that way because charges are 2 dice. So if you're going to re-roll it, you re-roll both.
No, completely. That would be how I would read it. It would be a big game.
Yeah,
I could see people trying to argue it, but it's like, no.
I don't think people would necessarily argue it or necessarily try. I just think people might just do it on reflex. They'd be like, oh yeah, I'll re-roll, so I pick up the 1 dice. Like, you wouldn't think. I don't think people are out there going, oh yeah, I'm gaming this. I just think they might interpret it that way. But the way I've been playing it is you re-roll both dice. But it needs an FAQ because it's not. I think it is clear when you go through the steps, but it might not be clear to everybody because some people like to have things their way, myself included. But it's a fantastic rule, transformative to the army.
It's a
insanely strong.
Well, not mini. It's miracle dice, but just working in a different manner where everything is a 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier as well, though, because the maintenance of it is so much less than miracle dice. Because I've seen some people with miracle dice when they've got like 8 of the things piled up. At least with Craftworlds, I've got 4 in terms of a 2,000 point game anyway. I've got 4 every turn or every battle round, and I need to use them. And that's basically it. So it makes it super simple, doesn't it? It's brainless. If I've got a couple of frees for my psychic tests, I know that when I'm doing my psychic test, which I'm only going to do in my psychic phase, I'm like, well, I've got 2 powers. I really want this one to happen. I don't really worry too much about this one. So I'm going to roll this one. And then the 2 frees I've got for my psychic test, I'm going to use to get my double 6 to guarantee that thing going off. Noting, Phil, because I'm just going to say it now, even though it might be something we'll talk about later. Farsi is now just never perils, which is super fun, right?
That is cheeky, let's say.
But Warlocks, Spirit Seers, Corsair, whatever they're called, Psychers,
they do.
Can perils. So if you're ever going to do the double 6 thing, don't get in the habit of thinking that everything in Elder doesn't perils. Just Farsiers, because you can definitely muck that up. Anyway, let's talk about the deployment abilities. Again, it's just advancing positions and sudden assault. Sudden assault is essentially deep striking. Go up, come down within 9. Advanced position is scouting, like all the various Phobos armies you'll be familiar with. So you can deploy anywhere on the battlefield outside of 9 of a deployment zone or enemy character or enemy unit. So basically that's how that works. Advanced positions, scouting, or infiltrating as we used to call it and sudden assault is deep strike, as we used to call it, and as we still call it today. Let's be real. And then the last bit is shuriken weapons. Shuriken. The signature elder weapon. If you roll a 6 to wound, you get +2 to the AP, which basically means that if you're AP 1, you get AP 3. It's pretty straightforward.
Not too
I would
bad.
say.
Not too bad.
And that, Phil, though, without thinking about, Harlequins, without thinking about Ynnari, that's it. I mean, that is pretty straightforward when it comes to an army's, weird guff.
Well, you say that. There's still a lot of pages in between those two covering the relics.
Yes, but that's
the psychic powers.
That's relics, psychic powers, and other things. But I'm talking about in terms of army gimmicks. It's one of the easier ones we've had to digest lately.
Yes.
It's not, I make this pose, and then I go to this pose, and now I'm in this pose, but I can't go back to this pose because I'm in this pose. Oh, God. It's not that, or this psyker's worth 3 MacGuffins, and then and this one's worth 1 MacGuffin, but it's a much less painful process, and also a really strong, interesting game mechanic that has massively transformed how this army behaves. Right?
Well, you're one that's played it a few times already, so
yeah, it totally does. The fact that you know that you've got all these guarantees in the bank utterly transforms the army. It's like, well, I know I'm getting that psychic power. I know I'm making that charge. I know that guy's staying alive.
Because what's interesting is with the miracle dice, it's like you get a few to begin with, and you've kind of got to almost tailor your army in a certain way to guarantee getting more dice during the course of the game. Whereas this is 6 dice every battle round is going to be 4 dice. Sorry, in the case of 2001 game, 4 guaranteed 6s. Every single one of your turns is pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's like the equivalent of being gifted 4 CP rerolls, right? Because essentially 9 times out of 10, when you CP reroll, you're fishing for 6s in a lot of instances.
Yes.
So it's like basically being given 4 CP every turn.
I mean, that is pretty strong when you put it in that, because there's very few times when I imagine they go to waste, right? Unless you have, I don't know, you just happen to roll all 4, advance rolls, and you don't actually want to advance that turn, or all saves, but your opponent just doesn't shoot you for a turn. Not that that's ever going to happen. I guess there's a certain nuance in terms of knowing when to use those rolls and when to save them. Especially if you've got saves, you're like, oh, which order is he going to shoot stuff at, or attack in combat? Do I need to save this dice for later? And then you find out you might, you didn't need to save it. But I guess overall, every time you use it, it's going to be useful.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's I think my advice to anyone who's utilizing this mechanic is definitely don't become hoardy about it. Just use it when it feels right. Because and it may be, if you think if you're on the fence, just do it, because you never know what you're going to get from the rest of the game, or what your opponent's thinking about, or what they're baiting, or what they're trying to do. And you're never going to get it right every time. So just go with it, because you don't want to end up in that, in that RPG scenario where you finish the RPG and you've got 400.
Well, exactly. I was just going to say, I am like that with all the health potions, because I'm fighting one boss and I'm like, yeah, but there might be another boss later on where I really need them.
Yes. Yeah. Then you get to the end of the game and you go, God, this would have been a lot easier if I used those.
Exactly.
If I used those 600 elixirs I got kicking around in my inventory, or even if I just sold them. Why have I got them? That's like however many 1,000 gil I could have been spending on ultimate weapons. All right, look, Craftworlds. These are the Asuryani chapters. This is what makes up the sort of makeup of the army. What's interesting, I suppose, from the outset, obviously, if you include Ynnari, which I suppose you have to, there is 6. But if you don't include Ynnari, which, to be honest with you, you probably shouldn't, there's actually only 5 factions in Craftworlds. Not obviously discounting the far-flung Craftworlds, but yeah, out of the gate, 5 Craftworlds, the least amount of factions in any army.
Yeah, because pretty much most have always gone for 6, I would say.
Oh, actually, no. How many did Custodes have? No, even they had 6.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Anyway,
I'm sure
Yeah, they
most all
do,
have
yeah.
6. I think some like what was it? Nurgle had 7 because that was their number.
even the Grey Knights have got
Well, yes,
6.
because they're well, they never used to before. So historically, they were just
No,
1.
that's
So
true.
they've now gained 5. Whereas even with I think the guard regiments was like 6 because that's like
Maybe Chaos Knights might have less. Chaos Knights.
no,
are
I think
just...
they would come up with 6 new sort of sub factions.
Well, when the book comes out, but right now, Chaos Knights.
Oh
are
yeah,
less.
currently as it stands.
I think that's yeah. But they're iconic, Phil. They are, probably some of the most recognizable sub factions in the game outside of Space Marines, in my opinion. Now, maybe that's because of
After Imperial Guard.
Indeed, similar. I would say similar.
I mean, everyone knows what
In terms of
everyone knows
colour
what
scheme.
Kachan looks like. That's all I'm saying.
That is true. I would argue everyone knows what Ulfway looks like.
I don't, but the picture here tells
Shut
me.
up! You know what Ulfway looks like.
I thought Ulfway was the green one, but I think that's Beltown, or was it Sam? See, I don't know.
You're just winding me up at this moment in time.
No,
You're just trying
I'm
to,
not. I'm
you're
being
trying
serious.
to poke
I'm
me.
being serious.
Trying to poke the bear. I saw a picture the other day of a hairless bear. You ever seen that?
Well, I was in the same chat group, so I did see that. It's
yes, you were in that chat
said
group.
It looked like a giant Skaven Blood Bowl player.
There you go.
The big rat,
very, very much less intimidating. Well, actually, I say in photo form, much less intimidating, but probably in reality, probably more so.
Scary, I would say.
Oh, I'd say so. Yeah, absolutely. Sort of with the gangly limbs and very weird. Anyway, Ulfway, what are they about? Let me tell you. Or do you need to tell them?
I'll tell them.
You tell them, Phil.
You've got your attribute, which is Foresight of the Damned. So each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 wound roll when resolving that unit's attack. Oh, starting already. Rerolling with the wound rolls. Okay. Each time you take a psychic test for a psychic unit with this attribute, if the first psychic test taken for that unit if it is the first psychic test taken for that unit this turn, add 1 to the result. Not bad as well. Models with this attributes have a 6-up invulnerable save. Again, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for the whole army. For the whole army. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah.
For the whole, noting that a lot of things in this book already come with 5-up invuls.
Okay, fair enough. Each time a model, because there's more, each time a model with this attribute would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. On a 5-up, that wound's not lost. I mean, that's probably 2 more abilities than most armies already.
I mean, it's 2 more abilities than most Craftworlds.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot that. Okay, right. Okay, so Ulfway, top of the pack so far. So their warlord trait, Fate Reader. After you make a Strands of the Fate roll, if this warlord is on the battlefield, you can choose to retain 1 additional dice.
So you go from having 4 dice to 5 dice.
Right. So do you always roll the 6 dice and then you pick?
You always roll the 6 dice.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
That's one bit I missed when I read it. That's quite good because you've got more of a chance to. Weirdly, the lower point games gives you less dice, but more choice as to which dice you actually want. Which is actually sort of stronger, I guess. That's quite clever. Yeah, that's good. Then you've got the relic, the Ghost Helm of Al-Shazir. I think that's how it's pronounced. It's an Ulfway Psycho model only. The bearer knows 1 additional psychic power from the Ruins of Fortune discipline, and each time a psychic test is taken for the bearer, on an unmodified result of 9+, the psychic power or psychic action cannot be denied, bearing in mind that you... Oh no, that's unmodified, so your +1 doesn't take it into effect. But if you were to use a Strands of Fate roll of 6, that would also count.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Which is a very strong relic, to be fair. Not my favourite, but it's up there.
And then Discipline of the Black Guardians. So use a stratagem. So it's a 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase or the fight phase when you select an Ulfway Guardians unit to shoot or fight until the end of a phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. That's pretty good for 1 CP.
Well, considering that almost all Guardians are ballistical 3+, so yeah,
Mhm.
it's pretty
What's
meaningful.
the squad size on Guardians? Is it only up to 10?
So you can go up to 20.
Oh,
yeah,
up to
you can go
20 for 1 CP, and it's not like a 1 CP, 2 CP thing.
Well, I mean, again, selecting Off-Way Guardians extends to a great many things within this book as well. It's not just the Guardian squads; it's the support weapons, the war. No, War Walkers aren't Guardians. I felt like the Falcon or the Wave Serpent might be. Oh no! Sorry, Wind Riders. That's it. Yeah, Wind Riders are Guardians. Yeah, so it's Wind Riders, the various flavors of Guardian, and yeah, the support platforms as well, for example.
Yeah, support
And
platforms.
there's some other
yeah,
things
that's
in
pretty
there.
good.
Yeah, so you're having them on Ballistical 2+ is not without merit, I would say.
Tasty.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think genuinely a pretty strong Craftworld overall. A lot of people have said that they're the bestest, and I kind of have to agree with them, but I don't necessarily feel like they're what I'm looking for at the moment. I think the thing is that you can't ignore the 1/3 reroll to wound. That's strong. The 6-up invuln seems relatively unimpressive until you roll a bunch of jammy 6s, and noting obviously that synergizes really nicely with the fate mechanic, because occasionally you might really want to keep that fire prism alive and it's being shot with something quite serious, like like a volcano cannon, for example, which as of the time of recording this doesn't ignore invulns, although I imagine it might do sooner or later. But the point is that because you've got that 6-up invuln you baked in, you can be like, oh cool, I'll just use my fate dice and
that's true.
tank that
Yeah.
shot.
So as you say, you can combo the fate dice with when you've got the save version of the fate dice with your 6-up invuln. So you're like, cool, I'm just gonna pass a bunch. So, yeah, that's quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and then when you've got the Warlord trait, you can obviously take more fate dice. To be honest with you, and we can get into it a bit later, but I don't necessarily feel like investing more than is already there into the fate dice is necessary. I think there are other resources that are more valuable in this space. So I think, although a lot of people are definitely asserting that, taking more fate dice is the way to go, I think you get enough anyway that it sort of feels not abusive, but it feels like diminishing
you can go with
returns
abusive. That's fine. You're in a safe space.
No, because abuse is not really what I mean in this instance, although I understand where you're going with that.
Because it's
point
abusive
is
when you're on the receiving end of it.
Well, true. But all way are strong. I think the +1 to the psychic test thing is quite interesting as well.
Yeah,
they're good.
It's
They're
a smorgasbord of abilities. Like, they're not very focused. Like, they're not good at combat, good at psychic.
No.
They're kind of good at a bit of everything because you've got it.
Yeah, they're a good all rounder.
So, and they do a lot. So I think that's what
But to get the most out of them, though, you're definitely wanting to lean into obviously the psychic stuff. You're wanting to lean into more of the Guardian stuff to exploit the Black Guardian elements. Because again, once you start adding in like the Craftworld, the Aspect Warrior elements, they already come with like 5-up invulns baked into their armor, so you're not benefiting from those 6s. Although being able to shrug mortal wounds on a 5 is still pretty meaningful. So, and that's all mortal wounds. That's not just psychic mortal wounds. That's when things explode or whatever, which is pretty reasonable. So there we go. The next one is Elatok, formerly the bestest of the Craftworlds, because it used to be that they were -1 to hit, and then you could stack a bunch of extra minuses on them and get into situations where things were like as much as -5 to hit, which was super fun. As everyone
remembers. That Forge World? But was it not Wasp? No, it was Hornet.
The Hornet.
Yeah.
Yes. You loved that, didn't you?
It was great fun.
It was a great time. Good times. Anyway, in terms of their attribute, it's Fieldcraft. Each time a ranged attack is made against this unit, and the attacker is more than 12 away, they count as being in like cover. Each time a ranged attack is made against an infantry or biker unit from with this attribute that is entirely on or within a terrain feature, if the attacker is more than 12 away, then it also is dense cover as well. and you can ignore any or all modifiers to the move characteristics of infantry units with this attribute, and you can ignore any or all modifiers to advanced rolls made for such units. So the fact that obviously when you're 12 inches away and you're on a piece of terrain that you're -1 to hit and that you've got the benefits of cover in the open is all pretty meaningful. Although we've seen that many times, and it's not necessarily consistently the best in 9th edition due to the smaller board size. But being able to have your infantry not suffer from any move debuffs is pretty big. Not so big that I think it's going to trump Ulfway, but it's a nice set of attributes for what it is. I think it's going to be very situational. I don't really think Eldok now is an option that people are immediately kind of looking at and thinking, yeah, they're the one I need to take. But let's get into their Warlord trait, and we'll see how your opinions alter. Master of Ambush. In your command phase, select one Eldok infantry core unit within 9 of this Warlord until the end of the turn. If that unit is performing an action, it can still make attacks with ranged weapons without that action failing. That is obviously very good. And then at the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, if this Warlord is on the battlefield, you can select one other friendly Eldok Rangers unit on the battlefield, remove that unit from the battlefield, and set it up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 away from the enemy deployment zone and an enemy model. So again, extra shenanigans that you can pick stuff up and move it around and so on and so forth. And in terms of things that have the Eldok Rangers keyword, that does not include Shroud Runners, just if anyone was curious, because that would have been probably a little bit too silly. Shroud Runners are Shroud Runners, Rangers are Rangers, but they're all outcasts, which is a thing. You've got the Shift Shroud of Analysara, which is the relic. It is Eldok infantry model only. While the bearer is receiving the benefits of cover, which they often will be unless you're within 12 inches of him, it can't be selected as the target of a ranged attack unless it is the closest eligible target for that attack and the attacking model is within 12 inches. So again, that's actually a pretty decent relic. You can't be targeted unless you're the closest thing and you're within 12.
That seems pretty good.
Can
you
reasonable.
Put it on Morgan Ra, or no, is he a named character?
No, because he's a Phoenix Lords, but you could put it on an Altark with a Reaper.
Okay, make a little sniper character out of him.
Potentially, or give him wings, like the one on the cover, which you're not allowed to do. And then look, in terms of their stratagem, you have 1 CP, strategic ploy stratagem, Pathfinder ambush. Use a stratagem in the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. After an enemy unit has been set up on the battlefield, select one Eldok Ranger unit from your army that is either on the battlefield or in strategic reserves. So it can be in reserves or on the battlefield. If that Ranger unit is in strategic reserves, set it up anywhere on the battlefield within 18 of that enemy unit and more than 9 away from any enemy models. At the end of the phase, that Ranger unit can shoot as if it were the shooting phase. But until the end of the phase, it can only target the enemy unit that was set up on the battlefield, and only if that enemy unit is an eligible target. So there you go. Pop up and shoot. Not bad for 1 CD.
It's not too bad, yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, Rangers aren't that good that you're going to really reap the benefits, but you might get jammy with it. You take a massive 10 person unit of Rangers, you might be able to pop up and do some work. But I mean, it's a stretch.
Yeah.
But there we go. The next one, Phil, I don't mind telling you, is my favorite. So please do him justice.
So this is Bael'tan. Their attribute is Sword Wind. Each time a unit with this attribute advances or makes a battle focus move, treat a roll of 1 or 2 as a 3 instead. Not bad. Each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll when resolving that unit's attacks. Also not bad. So their Warlord trait is Natural Leader. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly Bael'tan core unit within 6 of the Warlord. Until the end of the turn, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the hits roll. Okay, it's all right. And then the relic is the Spirit Stone of Anaflan. It's a Beltan psychic model only. The bearer knows one additional psychic power from a chosen discipline, and once per psychic phase, you can reroll one psychic test taken for the bearer. Pretty good. And then lastly,
Very good.
this is a very quick one. Wrath of the Shrines, 1 CP battle tactic. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase or the fight phase when the Beltan aspect warrior unit from your army is selected to shoot or fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in this unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit, which could be good. I mean,
I love it with my. I was going to say I love it with my striking scorpion units because they already have exploding 6s, so a 6 to hit makes 2 hits. But then with this, it makes 3,
tasty.
and then you get the opportunity then to convert all of those into mortal wounds. So if you pull it off, you can either use guide to give them reroll misses, or you can use the natural leader ability, assuming you're within range of them, to give them reroll hits. And then basically, you can go fishing for 6s, which result in explodey. Plus, also, if you're using striking scorpions and you've got them on a terrain feature and you've got the surprise ambush Exarch ability, they're hitting on 2s, which is also quite good. So you can get a lot of hits, is basically where it comes in pretty ridiculously handy. The psychic relic, the Stone of Anflan, is Anaflan, is fantastic because giving you that extra psychic power is massive, because 2 psychic powers is not enough for a Farseer. So for a Farseer, you go, okay, cool, I'm going to take Guide and Doom. They're pretty essential options. But all the time you look at it and you think, wouldn't it be cool if I could just sprinkle 1 extra in? Could I get Fortune, Will of Asuryani, all these kind of abilities that actually have real meaningful in-game impacts? You get that with this item, and that is massive, because really you're not going to likely take more than 1 Farseer unless you really, really have some specific combos in mind. So being able to add an extra psychic power is massive.
How many psychic powers can they do?
They can still only cast 2, but it's having the option.
Yes,
it's like because having the option is massive. Because again, it just adds so many more layers to how you're going to approach the game. Because you can one-dimensionally build and go, cool, Doom will give you reroll to wound, Guide will give you reroll to hit, cool. But then sometimes you might not have a target that's super viable for that strategy, or sometimes you might want to use other kind of things like the other psychic powers, which we'll get into later. So I like that a lot, and that Warlord trait's really strong as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the Warlord trait's really good. The Warlord trait of the Elatok one was pretty good as well. Beltan seems like it's like it just sort of evens you out, because it sort of takes some of the negative stuff, like rolling 1 or 2 to advance roll, making a 3 instead, giving you like an extra reroll on a hit roll. Sort of just feels like it's making you slightly more consistent and getting rid of some of those bad rolls, basically, which is quite good.
No, I like Beltan a lot. Nice. The next of the Craftworlds is Ayanden.
See, I could have told you these were yellow and blue. I think I could have remembered that.
There you go. He knows because they're iconic, Phil. Iconic.
These ones are, yeah.
All right, there we go. Told. These are the Ghost Warriors, basically. So Ayanden had a bit of an unfortunate run-in with some Tyranids, and then a lot of them died, and now they spend their times, being Ghost Warriors. So their ability is Stoic Endurance. Each time a combat attrition test is taken, add 1 to the combat attrition test. So basically, you can't fail on 2s if you're under half strength with combat attrition. But it's not ignoring all modifiers, so it's not as good as the Krieg, Phil. Not as good as the Krieg.
Isn't that something?
There you go. But there's a second part, of course, which I'm sure your Krieg ways would have appreciated, which is each time attack is allocated to model with this attribute, if that unit has an armor penetration characteristic of -1 or -2, worsen the armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1, e.g. -2 becomes -1.
That's very good.
It can be very good. It would have been nice if they just ignored -1s and -2s, like some things in the game do. But
Well, I think most ignore I don't know. Do many ignore -2? I think they do this more where they just reduce it down by 1 because it's effectively ignore -1 and -2 becomes -1.
Yeah.
which is all right.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. So there you go. That's their attributes. Warlord traits is each time this warlord would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 5+. That wound is not lost, which is fine. Again, it depends obviously on who your warlord is and what you're wanting them to do. So yeah, that's fine. I think there's better ones, better utility ones. I'm not super keen on, for the Elder anyway, a warlord trait that just sort of benefits that one model, but it's all right. Then you've got the relic, the Tronome of Eandon. It's Eandon models only. In your command phase, select one friendly Eandon spirit host unit within 9 of the bearer. Until the start of your next command phase, add 1 to the attack's characteristics models in that unit. And if that unit is a Wraithguard unit, it gains battle focus, which is pretty meaningful. I can't remember if Wraithguard have assault weapons, though, because that would be the sort of hilarious thing that they'd get wrong. No, they do. They have assault weapons. So there you go. So you can advance and fire those. Need bother. And then their the stratagem is a 1 CP strategic ploy stratagem. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase or fight phase. Select 1 Eandon Spirit Seer model for your army and 1 friendly Eandon Spirit Host unit. Until the end of the phase, that Spirit Host unit is considered to be within range of the Spirit Seer model's Spirit Mark ability. And if you were in any way curious what Spirit Mark does, I'm so curious. I need to know. Essentially, it's re-rolling 1s to wound. That's what it is.
Pretty good.
It's all right. I'm not sure it's like 1 CP good compared to some of the other ones we've seen. I mean, giving a 20-man unit of Guardians +1 to it is quite a lot better than giving a Wraith Construct or rather Spirit Spirit Host unit re-roll 1s to wound. But hey, it's not nothing. So there you go. Last one on the list, Phil. The Sam hand.
Same hand. This is the jet bike one.
Yeah, see, iconic.
Sort of. Yeah. So the attribute is Wild Host. You can reroll the charge rolls made for units with this attribute, and units with this attribute are eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which they fell back.
Strong.
Nice and simple.
Strong.
The Warlord trait is Wild Rider Chieftain. Add 1 to the Warlord's attack characteristics. Plus, this Warlord is eligible to form a heroic intervention if it is within 6 inches horizontally, 5 inches vertically of the enemy unit, instead of 3 inches horizontally. Each time this Warlord makes a heroic intervention, it can move up to 6 instead of 3, still using the normal rules for heroic intervention. That's pretty good.
Yeah, strong.
Then the relic is Talisman of Tionchar, Samhan model only. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack, if the bearer made a charge, move, or heroically intervene this turn, add 1 to the strength and damage characteristic of that attack, and improve the arm penetration characteristic by 1. I mean, that seems pretty good, assuming the Samhan model can be nice and close combating.
It's entirely plausible, Phil.
Then the last one, Warriors of the Raging Winds. This feels very White Scars in name. 1 CP battle tactic. Use a stratagem at the start of the charge phase. Select 1 Samhan biker unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, it can declare a charge, even if it advances this turn. What was it? Hello, Shining Spears, I'm guessing.
Yeah, very much so. I think the thing that's crazy about this is that the Samhan advance and charge rule used to be 1 CP, and it was pretty ridiculous because you'd be like, okay, cool, I'm going to advance and charge. Noting that they've still got battle focus most of the time, so you can advance, shoot a bunch of guns, and then charge off the back of it, which is pretty hilarious. But it used to be that if you were doing this, because I did this a lot with Samhan, because I used to run Samhan quite a lot in 8th edition, you then used to have to keep 2 CP back because you wanted to be able to fall back and charge afterwards, because the spears would lose a lot of their potency when they were being attacked. But now that's just their attribute, just in there. So, all right, cool. Don't need to spend that anymore.
True. How can they advance and charge, or is that baked into the Shining Spears datasheet?
No, that's the stratagem you just said.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I was being confused with the fallback and charging, but
Yeah.
And this is okay, right?
Yeah. So the stratagem you just read, that's how they advance and charge.
Okay, it would be handy if I actually used my brain. Yeah, brilliant.
But it used to be like really CP intensive to keep them being really bothersome.
Now it isn't. Basically,
Assuming
has gone off with a stick, prodded everyone to go make them better again.
I'll tell you what the difference is, though, and why these guys aren't necessarily as abusive as they were in 8th edition. Because the build in 8th edition was, you take a massive unit of Shining Spears, they were unbelievably durable because you could give them a 2-up invuln, which was dumb because you basically stack them with a 2-up invuln. You gave them 5-up, feel no pain, and then you double move them with two advances and they charged. So basically they moved 44 inches and then charged, which was like, yeah, that's a bit dumb.
I mean, I still think they can do something in terms of like that, in terms of their movement.
They can, but if they do so, they cannot shoot or charge. So the ability to double move now states that you can't charge or shoot.
Oh, right. Okay, that's good. But don't they have like a pretty far-flung move anyway? Like move.
Yeah, 22. Yeah. Well, with the advance, it's 22. 16 normal.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's enough.
They might have boosted it to 18, actually.
I mean, that is enough for most turn 1 charges, for example.
Yeah, no, it's 16. So you can move 22 and charge. I like Samhan because I like Samhan. I've always enjoyed them, but I think on balance with the way that I'm kind of running armies at the moment, Beltan are the one that I'm leaning towards the most. I think Ulfway are clearly very strong. But the only reason why I always used to enjoy taking Ulfway was because I used to really enjoy adding Eldred Ulfran because he was such an auto-include in certain army builds. But Eldred Ulfran, though very, very strong now, doesn't feel as strong as he was before, at least not for the points differential. A regular Farseer is 90 points. Eldred Ulfran is 145. And for that 55 points of extra, I don't necessarily feel like you really reap the full benefit of that. We're definitely in a situation now where you would probably think about taking 2 Farseers on foot before putting Eldred Ulfran in. Although Eldrad is still really good because he's Eldrad and he's got a bunch of really crazy fun rules. But I think, the Ulfway conversation has become a little bit more interesting to me. I think I flip-flop between Samhan and Beltan at the moment in terms of the sort of army builds that I'm working on at the moment.
It feels a bit of a shame that Corsairs isn't its own Craftworld to make it its own army, and instead all you get is 2 Craftworld units within a wider. Because the thing is, they're not meant to be really in a Craftworld; they're meant to be separate.
Agreed.
So maybe one day, maybe they flesh out the range and they will become like a mini sub faction within a faction. Like,
but they come into their own in Kill Team, though, right? That's the thing. In Kill Team, they're their own, faction with their own stuff, and that's really where they belong. Corsairs, at least for the most part, don't massively make sense as an army. They make even less sense than Drukhari.
Do they? This is skipping ahead. Do they gain the attributes of the Craftworlds?
To the best of my understanding, no. I'm just going to quickly double check
because I guess they only get them. You've got to be.
We've got to be Asuryani.
Asuryani, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're not Asuryani. They're whatever we said. The Corsairs word. Also, they've got like weird stipulations baked into their data sheet where you can't take them as the as the dedicated requirements for building a detachment unless your army only consists of them. But yeah, no, they've got Aeldari, Anarath.
No, they are Asuryani though.
Yeah, but they've not got Craftworlds as a bracketed thing.
Oh yes, it's got to be.
So they can't be assigned a Craftworld, therefore they don't gain the attributes.
Okay, that's a shame. Because if I was to build an Elder army, if I was to go down the rabbit hole, I think my main one would be Corsairs. I would Corsairs, which tying in would probably lead me to more Sam Han sort of style. So lots of bikes and flyers with Corsair units. Not that would probably really work based on how Corsairs currently work. But I think otherwise it would be Sam Han, lots of bikes, lots of flyers, or Eandon for lots of the dreadnoughts and walkers, basically.
Yeah. I think, again, though, I think Eandon are a really weird one now, because I think even then, like, now it doesn't necessarily feel massively like it's worth it for, like, the Wraith constructs. Like, you're still better off going...
You could just take any of them, yeah.
You're still better off going Ulfway or Biltan if you're going to do Wraiths. Like, Wraiths is... in fact, in all honesty, on average, I'd say Wraiths are probably better as Ulfway. So, yeah. Or Beltan. I think, you know, and depending on what type of Wraith you're bringing, maybe Sam Han is better as well. It's like, I think the bottom two are Iandon and Eltok, and then the other three are there as options. But I think most people would default between Beltan and Ulfway. I think that's what the majority of players are going to be focusing on, because they are objectively the strongest ones.
Or would people take a far-flung Craftworld?
Potentially. Why don't we talk about that? So, as has become relatively standard with codexes today, not content with only allowing you to take the various fixed factions, you can also attempt to make your own. This being, in the Elder form, a far-flung Craftworld. So essentially the way this works is you've got 2 pages of attributes. Yeah, 2 pages of attributes. And you pick 2 of them. Unless, of course, one of the ones you picked tells you can't take another. Which I guess will mean that you pick 1. So just to say from the outset, as is seemingly how Games Workshop likes to attempt to do things now, they have essentially made it plausible for you to be able to take a far-flung Craftworld that is based on one of the 5 Craftworlds that we've already spoken about. But if you do that, essentially you gain access to all the attributes, but you do not gain, and Warlord trait as well, to be fair. So you get the attributes, the Warlord trait, but you do not gain access to the stratagems or the relics, basically, because those are specific to those Craftworlds. So if you have painted your Craftworlds in, much like I have, a pink color scheme, for example, or as I am doing, if you want to be technical, you should realistically, rather than saying it's a Beltan army, say that it's a far-flung Craftworld in the footsteps of the ancients, and thus say that it is Beltan, but doesn't have access to the Beltan stratagems or relics. Although,
I think you'll find you can actually take the stratagems, just not the relics.
Is it just not the relics?
Yeah, so there's a bit at the bottom that says when using such stratagems, replace all instances of Craftworld with the keyword on that stratagem with the Craftworld. Yeah, I read.
Well done, you. Well, in which case, fine.
I went to the school of Read Good.
Well, I wish I had. Unfortunately, my brain had other ideas, mate. Why must you bring that up constantly, Phil? Why must you smash me up? My mushy brain. Anyway, the point is that, fine, it's like basically being a Craftworld, but you just don't get access to relics.
Which thematically makes perfect sense, because they're locked away on the Craftworld, not to be used by anyone else.
Exactly. Although I like to just sort of suggest that, they decided to go with a different color armor this time. Because, once upon a time, there was no real kind of consistency to these things. They might just have decided this might have been the...
So, I mean, we've not talked about it too. Maybe we'll talk about it more in your in the outro. But your army, so you've gone for a custom pink Craftworld.
Yes.
Do you feel like, because originally going custom was ultimately like the best option, right? Because you could pick any Craftworld.
Correct.
It could be a successor chapter in theory. But now, do you feel like you've actually done yourself a disservice, because technically, you're not allowed to take the relics of one of those Craftworlds?
Yeah, obviously that is true in the technical sense, but I think most people are relatively comfortable with the fact that you can be whatever Craftworld you want to be, but it depends on how people want to interpret it, right? At the end of the day, if someone turns around to me and says, well, you know, you didn't paint this army green and white, then you can't be Beltan.
As per the rules of Warhammer World events, usually.
But as we've established on
some
many
stipulation.
occasions here, Phil, those rules typically only apply to Space Marines. I lost you for a second. Did you respond to me saying that those rules normally only apply to Space Marines?
No, your screen went dead, so I missed out.
No. Whose signal is mucking up here? Is it me or you?
It's probably mine, to be fair. I'm in the shed. Yeah.
Anyway, what I said was, Phil, those rules, as you know, only apply to Space Marines.
Quite often. I mean, I guess you could always do the argument. This is a very tenuous stretch as well, but you know, you're a power gamer, so you might as well embrace it. That your pink camo scheme is, you know, they're Beltan in a pink camo scheme.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they're on a pink world, fluorescent world, and they're you know, they're in disguise.
Yeah, somewhat let down by the way that I've painted their bases, but sure, yeah, let's go with that. What was I going to say? But I suppose here's the thing, though, right? To counter your point, yeah, okay, fine. I might not be able to gain access to certain relics if I'm playing it that way, but at least by doing them this color scheme, I can now take them as anything. Whereas if I painted them Elf way, I couldn't take them as anything else according to Warhammer World. Although, again,
yes,
I definitely can, because it only counts for Space Marines.
You power gamer.
It's not a power gaming thing. It's just the truth. No one cares.
Anyway.
No one cares as long as it's not Space Marines.
Well, if I was at Warhammer World event and I happened to play against you and you were trying some shenanigans on me, I will be reporting you to, I can't remember their names.
The TOs.
One of the TOs.
Yes, the judges.
Yes. No,
this
isn't Beltan.
This isn't Beltan. Well, fair enough. If you want to be that guy, then by all means be that guy.
But then you'll be like, your tanks that have Krieg written on the side are being run as a custom chapter. What are you on about? And I'll be like, I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah. Well, you know, here's what it is.
Shall we pick a couple of the far-flung craft worlds? Yeah,
we probably should, mate. Why don't you go first?
I'm going to go for the Hail of Doom. I really wish it was Whale of Doom, but Hail of Doom. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack with a shuriken weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target and is treated as an unmodified wound roll of 6. That's, I presume, for some comboing later around wound rolls.
Yes, yeah. So that's when the additional -2 for shurikens come into effect. So the fact that you carry over 6 means that you're going to be your -3, for example, which is pretty meaningful. The two that everyone used to take when they were tryharding was expert crafters and masterful shots. So I'm going to talk about two of them in a oneer because they used to be the sexy combo that everyone used to take. So expert crafters is each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can re-roll 1 wound roll when resolving that unit's attack. Used to be wound roll and hit roll, or hit roll and wound roll. Now it's just wound roll, which is in line with one ability that Ulfway have access to. And then masterful shots used to be that you used to ignore all variables of cover because it just ignored the benefits of cover, whereas now it just specifically ignores light cover. Although I think they actually clarified in one of the FAQs for the old masterful shots that it only applied to light cover anyway. But the point is that, yeah, those combinations are broadly the same. It's just that you've lost your to hit reroll, which was often quite an important thing. But that was like the sexy combo of old. So just wanted to address those two together, given that they were, a thing. Pick another, Phil.
Well, I'm going for Wrath of the Dead because it sounds pretty cool. So Wraith Construct units, excluding aircraft units. Are there any Wraith Constructs that are aircraft?
Hemlocks.
Oh. Do they not have people in them then?
They have a spirit seer in it, but it's a Wraith construct. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, as you know, with this attribute, they're eligible to perform heroic interventions as if it were a character unit, which I quite like, which I guess would combo with Savage Blades, which is each time a model with this attribute makes a melee attack, if the model made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn, improve the arm penetration characteristic of the attack by 1.
Well, there you go. There you go. I will go with. We'll go with superior shurikens, I suppose. They add 3 to the range of shuriken weapons, which again is pretty meaningful. Noting that they have already universally increased the range of shuriken weapons because it's 9th edition. So who needs to worry about range? The point is there's a bunch of good stuff in here that you can mix it up with. I think on average, you're probably not necessarily seeing combinations that are as strong as Ulfway or Bael'Tarn. But, I mean, there are some arguments that some strong elements in here. I imagine that if there's going to be some kind of really, really janky combination, that it will probably be found in here. I'm just not, at this moment in time, certain what that is.
I mean, mobile fighters is actually pretty good.
Oh, is that the disembarking one?
Yeah, so when you disembark from a transport, add 1 to the attack's wound rolls, which is niche, I guess, but you very powerful like turn 1, turn 2, especially when everyone's, I imagine. I was thinking of Tower for a second, but actually the classic Elder Transports is pretty good and has always been on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So you could do a build around that, I could see.
Yeah, the Wave Serpent and the Falcon are definitely very solid staples of the army. So it's easy to assert that abilities that benefit those are always going to be appreciated. All right, we're going to get into stratagems now. Now, we're going to have to tread slightly carefully with stratagems here, Phil, because as we've stated before, we're not going to try and talk about Harlequins or Ynnari-themed things. Typically speaking, there's actually nothing in here that is typically Ynnari only. Most of the time, it's Ynnari, Harlequins, and Asuryani. So, there are maybe 1 or 2 instances that might only apply to Ynnari, but there are plenty of instances that only apply to Harlequins. And there are loads of pages of it. This is 4 pages of stratagems, Phil. 4 pages.
Jez is going to be happy.
Exactly. Sorry, did I say 4? Good. When I said 4, I meant to say 1, 2, 3,
6,
4, 5, 6 pages of stratagems, Phil.
Cool, blimey.
Cool, blimey, governor. So we're just going to go through it in the way we normally do. We're going to go to the colours and we're going to pick 2 from each colour, noting that we're going to do our best not to call out anything that is Harlequin or Ynnari specific based on where we're at this moment in time. Phil, come on then. Pick a blue.
I'm gonna start from the top. The Great Enemy, 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when an Asuryani, Harlequins, or Ynnari unit from your army is selected to fight until the end of that phase. Each time the model in that unit makes a melee attack that targets a Slanesh unit, you can reroll the hit roll and wound roll, which, considering it's not rerolls or 1, is all of them. Yeah. That is very strong. It is Vengeance for Cadia, effectively, but specific for Slanesh.
Yeah, it's strong in the rare instances that you find yourself up against something that is Slanesh. But when you do have something Slanesh, very, very good. Very, very good indeed. Interesting that it's specifically designated towards the fight phase, but again, I suppose it makes sense because ultimately you're going to be well angry when you're punching those demons in the face, which is fair enough. So there's actually a lot of really good stratagems in the blue. Lightning fast reflexes has changed to lightning fast reactions. It has gone down to 1 CP, and that's essentially -1 to be hit. That's a pretty common and favored staple of the army. Certainly an ability that you're going to use a lot. Blade Storm's an interesting one because it has impacts on shuriken weapons. But the one I want to talk about is Avengers of Asuryani, which is a 2 CP stratagem. and you use this stratagem once at the end of your shooting phase, use it at the end of your shooting phase. It's 2 CP. Select one Dire Avengers unit from your army that is below its starting strength. That unit can shoot again, which is pretty meaningful. So again, there's a lot of unit sort of specific abilities that they've thrown into the mix here, and the fact that they've got kind of aspect warrior specific ones is really cool, and the fact that Dire Avengers have the ability to shoot twice is great, on the understanding obviously that you've lost a model somewhere along the way, which again can add some interesting nuances to it. So it's not really a stratagem you might be using a hideous amount of the time, because it's not as easy as with, say, like Primaris Marines that shoot twice because stratagems. But yeah, it's interesting. I like the fact they've added layers to it, but it's quite a fun one. We're going to move on, Phil, into the Goldie Brownie section that we always make weird little sort of gross jokes about, but we won't do today because we're a mature bunch, aren't we?
We are indeed.
The epic deed.
With that, I'm going for the Avatar Resurgent.
Oh my god,
2 CP.
Very good.
It's use a stratagem in your fight phase when an avatar of K model from your army that has not already been selected to fight this phase is destroyed. Do not remove the model from play. Add 2 to the attack model's characteristics, attack characteristics, and it can fight after the attacking model has finished making attacks. After resolving the destroyed model's attacks, it is then removed. So it's quite cool that it's fight on death, but it gains 2 extra attacks, which is kind of new as a concept, I think.
The thing that I don't like about it, even though it's not usually very applicable though, but the thing I don't like about it doesn't clarify what profile I'm using, because an avatar has a degrading profile.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, here's the thing. Normally, and I think they clarified it maybe in an FAQ, you fight on the lowest profile.
Oh, fine.
Which is maybe why it's adding the 2 to the attacks.
Yeah, because the attacks is one of the characteristics that diminishes.
Degrades.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, it's movement, ballistic skill, and number of attacks that degrade. So you go from 7 attacks to 5 attacks. But obviously, with this, you go back up to 7 again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you are effectively fighting on your top profile because your weapon skill doesn't degrade.
Yes.
And hence the name, Avatar Resurgent. So it does make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
The Phoenix Reborn is going to be the stratagem I talk about, which is similar to what we've just discussed here, but a little bit more silly in some regards. So it's 1 CP to kick it off. Use this stratagem when a Phoenix Lord model from your army is destroyed. You can choose to roll 1d6 at the end of that phase. So it's specifically at the end of the phase, instead of using any rules that are triggered when that model is destroyed. If you do, then on a 4+, set that model back up on the battlefield as close as possible to where they were when destroyed, and not within engagement range of any enemy models, with D3 wounds remaining. This stratagem cannot be used to set the same model back up more than once per battle. So 1 CP and a 4+ roll, you've got that Phoenix Lord back again, ready to try again.
That's not bad. It's pretty good.
Pretty strong, to be fair. It can really be a thorn in people's side because essentially, admittedly, obviously, you need that 4+ roll and you can't re-roll that roll, and there's no way that you can manipulate it with fate dice. So it is just a straight roll. But yeah, it's
but if you're rocking all the Phoenix Lords, then you get to do it once on each of them.
Yes.
So, it's going to work some of the time.
Exactly. If you've got all 6 of them, 3 of them will get up. So says the maths. Moving on to the Redsville. This is the usual suite of things where basically you can take more Warlord traits and more relics and things. Seer Council is one that isn't pretty normal. And then, is it Champions? No, they use the stratagem. Yeah, Mustering, use the stratagem. Mustering. Usually before about relics. Oh no, Relics of Shrine. So really, it seems like Seer Council's the only thing massively interesting to talk about, unless I'm misrepresenting these abilities.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So I'll just quickly read Seer Council because I can at least sort of add some context to it. So Seer Councils used to be specific units that did specific things. Now they are essentially still specific units, but in order to gain any sort of benefits from them, you pay this 1 CP. So you use this stratagem before the battle. When you're mustering your army, select one Farseer model from your army, select one Warlock unit from your army that contains 2 or more models. While that Farseer model is within 6 of that Warlock's unit, add 1 to psychic test taken for the Farseer models. While the Farseer models are within 3 of that Warlock unit, they cannot be targeted. So basically, you gain they become bodyguards, essentially, which is, strong, to say the least. So you can have, for 1 CP, you're adding 1 to psychic tests, which is great, and you are acting as a bodyguard, which is also great. So there you go. So that's something that you do when building up your army, but it's pretty essential to add to your army to give those warlocks the bodyguard options. So yeah, very good, I would say. So there we go. Let's move on to the Greensfield, the strategic ploy stratagems.
Ooh, I'm going to go for, is a big one, Eldritch Storm for 3 CP. Use this stratagem in your command phase if a Farseer model from your army is on the battlefield. Select 1 point on the battlefield within 24 inches of the Farseer model from your army and place a marker on that point. Ooh, I do love a marker. In your next psychic phase, Farseer models from your army that are within 24 inches of that marker can perform the following psychic action. Empower Storm. It's a warp charge value of 5. Any number of Farseer models from your army can attempt to perform this psychic action. At the start of your next shooting phase, roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 inches of the center of the marker you placed, subtracting 2 if that unit being rolled for is an infantry character unit. On a 2+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and on an additional 1 mortal wound for each time the Emperor Storm psychic action was successfully completed this turn. That marker is then removed, and you can only use this stratagem once. Oh, okay. So the psychic action is just a thing that goes off, and it just adds to the tallying of how powerful the sort of explosion is.
You can, in a standard game of 40k, you can get it. Again, this is not likely to happen, and even if it does happen, it's never likely to hit a target. So I would never suggest to anyone that you build a strategy around this. But it is plausible that you could get 7 Psykers into an Alpha army. Or 7 Farseers. 3.
So that would be, 7 extra mortal wounds, assuming they... here's the thing, can they all do the same psychic action?
Yes, this one specifically.
Any number of models can do it, yeah, okay. Right.
So you can have Eldred Ulfran, that's 1 data sheet. You can have the Farseer, that's another data sheet. And then you can have the Farseer Skyrunner, so you can have 7 Farseers in an army.
But then they're not doing any other psychic powers.
Well, there's also there is one stratagem. One of them can do additional psychic powers in action. That's one, but that's just one of them. That's one. Of
course there is. Of course, Jez had to do that, didn't he?
But that being said, I mean, I think you'd be pretty bonkers to lean into that as a build. But then, hey, if it went off,
well, exactly. There won't be much of an army left.
Exactly. If you could find some kind of situation where that is applicable, like that would be pretty hilarious. If you could go, hey, 7 plus D3 mortal wounds on everything within 6. Have fun with that. And if you got I don't know, obviously if you connected with 4 units somehow using that, I mean, that'd be pretty meaningful, wouldn't it? That'd be nearly 40 mortal wounds done in a turn. But yeah, a lot of resources that need to go into that, and then obviously a lot of points. I think the free Sky Runners will cost you 360. The free Farseers, regular Farseers would be 270. So 270 plus the free. Yeah, it's gonna get pricey basically. The one I'm going to talk about is Forewarned. Not Forewarned, sorry. Forewarned. Silly me. Phantasm. Phantasm is easily one of the best stratagems that these guys have always had access to. It's so easy to kind of build into it as a competitive strategy. And for anyone out there listening to this podcast that doesn't play Elder or Craftworld specifically, you will want to be aware of Phantasm, because it is a trick that most Elder players will pull on you every chance they get, which
Oh, indeed.
yeah, which is basically 2 CP, redeploy 3 units. It's incredibly strong, especially when you note the amount of things in the Elder army now that can just be deployed in no man's land using the various infiltrate abilities they've got access to.
Yeah.
So,
but also you do it at the start of the first battle round, so you know who's going first as well.
correct,
which
yeah.
is key.
Yeah, it's massive. Honestly, it's a huge power, and only seeks to further amplify why I believe Striking Scorpions to be so good in this book, because again, Striking Scorpions are a fantastic unit that you can use to apply meaningful pressure, and the fact that you will know whether you're going first or not means a lot. And again, you can put yourself in a situation where you're like basically set up in front of your opponent and then just hurl yourself at them, which is quite cool. Phil's now looking to see that Striking Scorpions can infiltrate, I assume.
No, I was actually looking to see if they've got new models or not.
No,
The
sadly
Howling
not.
Banshees that have.
Yeah, well, they updated the Dark Reapers and Shining Spears for this latest release. So those are the 2 new Aspect Warriors kits that they've done.
Yeah, because I wondered how good they would make the kits that they haven't updated, if they would sort of deliberately not make them as good, or just make them good for when they do get plastic kits.
Yeah, I mean, inevitably that plastic kit's got to be coming around the corner, right? Because they can't not release them at some point. It's just going to be a weird sort of series of isolated releases, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it loads before. Probably this time next year, you'll get your next batch of Elder stuff to keep you happy.
Yeah. Although in the immediate sense, I have finally broken out the 10 Striking Scorpion model, old metal ones from the 4th edition Codex release that I've had for years. I've just started paint stripping them again, and I'm gonna begin dealing with them anew. All right, War Gear stratagems, mate. Go on. The Greys.
Are we gonna do? Yeah, so this is War Gear stratagems. I'm going to do Resonator Shard. I have no idea what this is. Use a stratagem. Sorry, it's 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a unit from your army that contains a model equipped with a D cannon, Doomweaver or Shadow Weaver is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made by a model in that unit equipped with a D cannon, Doomweaver or Shadow Weaver that targets an enemy unit within 12 inches of any friendly Resonator Shard unit, you can reroll the hit roll. What's a Resonator Shard, Dan?
So, Resonator Shard is a keyword.
Is it like an upgrade that you can put on things?
I believe so. So I'm just checking the specific wording on Resonator Shard. So it's not War Gear upgrade for the actual support weapon batteries. It might be something linked to.
Is it the new Guardian shield thing?
No, it's definitely not that. I was curious whether it was linked to any of the Wraithguard units, or maybe like a Spirit Seer potentially. I don't actually know, mate, what the Resonator Shard is.
Well, I'm sure we'll come up.
You've managed to pick the one thing where I'm like, oh, that's never come up yet. I'm not sure what a Resonator Shard unit is, because it's not a unit; it's a specific keyword, right? There's no Resonator Shard unit, though.
Yes, it's a keyword. Yeah.
I'm looking. I mean, it's going to be like a War Gear upgrade thing, isn't it? Like, you're going to be like, oh, you add the Resonator Shard keyword to your. I
mean, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
So the actual Night Spinner, which is armed with the Doomweaver, that has no mention of a Resonator Shard, nor does the support platform. So I'm curious what that actually is, mate. You've stumbled across something that has flummoxed me. Well done.
Glad to be of service.
Well, exactly. What the heck is a Resonator Shard? No, it's not Path of Command. It's not the Farseer. It's not these guys. All right, well, we're just going to have to chalk that up to something that we need to figure out between now and who knows when. Well done, Bill.
Okay, brilliant.
Discovering the secrets. All right, no worries. I'm going to talk about wire weaver grenades. These are for the Shroud Runner unit. Use the stratagem at the start of your opponent's movement or charge phase. Select one enemy unit, excluding units that can fly, within 12 of a Shroud Runners unit from your army, and roll 1d3. That enemy unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the result, to a maximum of 1 mortal wound per model in that enemy unit. Obviously, though, you're only rolling 1d3, so I mean, it'd have to be pretty significant. But I suppose if it's a one-person unit, it only takes 1 mortal wound, which I guess is quite important. Until the end of the phase, subtract the result from that enemy unit's move characteristic. That's big, so basically you're reducing their move to a minimum of 0. And until the end of the phase, your opponent must subtract the results from their charge roll as well. So you can basically reduce charge rolls by d3, as well as doing mortal wounds to that unit that are attempting to do so. But you can only use this stratagem once per turn, like every stratagem, I suppose, because how often are you going to be in a situation? Well, I suppose you could not do it to someone's movement. You could do it to someone's movement, and then you could do it to their charge. So this is only something you could do to either or. But it's a massively powerful and useful stratagem. So
sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good indeed. So there's that. You managed to find a resonator shard anywhere?
Absolutely nowhere.
Well, it's got to be somewhere. Someone out there knows what the deal is with the resonator shard is. I've just realised, Phil, as well. I kind of knew this going into this, but the next page is all the Harlequin stuff. There you go. This is basically the Harlequin stratagem, so we can get to that another time.
Okay, brilliant. That makes sense.
So there we go. There's stratagems. Should we pick? Should we go random? One more each. One more each, Phil.
What, on the war gear ones?
Yeah. Well, no, just anything. Complete random madness, whatever you want. Because I was convinced that there was too many stratagems, so I sort of dialed back because I was like, "Oh, we still got another 2 pages of this." But yeah, we kind of got that bamboozled. So
okay, let's do. I mean, everyone's talked about it before. Linked fire.
Oh, I've heard that's good.
The strategic ploy stratagem for 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your shooting phase. Select 1 fire prison model from your army. Then select 1 or 2 other friendly fire prison models within 12 inches and visible to that model. And so at the end of that phase, each time the first fire prison model you selected shoots using the focused lance profile on its prism cannon, which I guess we'll get into in a minute, that model makes 2 additional attacks for that weapon using the weapon's focused lance profile for each other fire prism model you selected. Then invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against any attacks made by that model with that weapon, or the classic ignore invuln saves. Until the end of that phase, each other fire prism model you selected cannot make any attacks with its prism cannon. So
use the strategy at the start of shooting phase. Select 1 fire prism model from your army, then select 1 or 2 other friendly fire prism models in 12 and visible to the model. At the end of phase, each time the first fire prism model you select shoots using the focused lance profile. Yeah, fine. That model makes 2 additional attacks with the weapon. Yeah.
So the focused lance profile is 60-inch range, heavy 2. So basically what you're doing is not shooting with the others, but those 2 shots that you would have done actually just come from this second with this other fire prism, which is really clever when you think about it in terms of line of sight, because you could have those 3 fire prisms sort of dotted all over. They might not have line of sight. Wait, they actually need to be...
They need to be within 12 and have line of sight now.
When it says to that model, is it talking about the target, though, or the other fire prism model?
The other fire prism model.
Yeah, so what I mean is you could have 3 fire prisms. Only one of them actually needs line of sight on the target.
Correct, right? Yeah, but the other 2 need to be within 12 and have line of sight to that fire prism.
Yeah, which is a lot easier to do than trying to have all 3 fire prisms in like one section of the board that has line of sight onto one target, because now you can just spread them out. Doesn't matter where that knight is or where that vehicle is.
It's
as
not
long
as good
you
as it
have line
used
of
to be,
sight.
because it used to be that you could draw. So basically, if you could draw line of sight to the prism, the distance was irrelevant. Whereas now you have to be within 12. So it's a lot more difficult to utilize it consistently.
True, because of a 12-inch distance.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty good because you can effectively like hide 2 out of line
Oh
of sight.
yeah, of course.
But
Of
they're still
course.
shooting.
Yeah,
of
but it
course.
used to be that you could have one on the far left, one on the far right, one in the middle, and then be like, oh, this middle one will get the line of sight this turn, and then you'd move accordingly with the other 2 because the ranges weren't so relevant. Whereas now you have to be a bit more bundled together. The big improvement to this, though, and a lot of people were doing this wrong with fire prisms, by the way, certainly in this edition, I've seen it being done quite a few times. The old fire prism link fire rule was that you declared which one was the main one that the shots were going through, and you would resolve the shots for the linked prisms. So basically, the prisms that are linking into it, you would resolve those shots, but the main one wouldn't shoot until the end of the shooting phase. So it wouldn't shoot until the end of the shooting phase. And the way the fire and fade stratagem used to work is that you would do the shot and then you would have to shoot. And then once you finished shooting, you could move. But the way it used to work was as if obviously the 2 prisms that you linked with had killed the thing that you were shooting at, you could be left with a prism out in the open that could be shot because the combo is that you linked and then you fire and faded. But now, at least in 9th edition, because they clarified that you had to shoot before you, if it stipulates you shoot then move, you need to have shot something.
Yeah.
But now with link fire, it literally just happens at once. You just go, cool, I've now got 6 shots because there's 3 fire prisms linked into one.
Yeah,
which is a big improvement.
And it's so strength 14 minus 5 AP, 3d3 damage each, and then obviously ignore invulns
when linked,
which is pretty good.
It's very, very, very good. Let's be real about it. It's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, it's up there alongside the Tau Railgun, Hammerhead. Probably, maybe not as good, but it's not too shabby either. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. Forewarned is the last of the stratagems I wanted to talk about. It's 2 CP. It's a class favorite of mine. Use the stratagem at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. Select 1 Craftworld unit from your army. There's been 12 of a friendly Craftworld Farseer model. That Craftworld unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but its models can only target a single eligible enemy unit that was set up as reinforcements this turn, and that is within 18 of their unit when doing so. So this is a bit of a nerf, because it used to be that range wasn't a factor. You used to just have to be within range of the Farseer and satisfy that stipulation, and then you could just shoot the board or whatever came down from wherever. Whereas now it's basically an 18-inch Auspex scan with a Farseer caveat. But what's really good about that versus Auspex scan for Marines and various other armies that have access to similar kind of abilities typically only work on infantry models, or maybe some dreadnoughts, maybe in some instances, not many. In fact, I don't think any. Whereas this is any Craftworld unit. So you could have like a Wraith Knight with loads of guns, and something could come down and you go, cool, I'm just going to shoot you with these 2 star cannons and this sun cannon, because you satisfy the criteria and I've got loads of guns. So yeah, it can be pretty meaningful with the way that it's shaped out. Exarch powers, Phil. This is the army's extra bit. So much like how when you've got a chaplain, you make it a thing that's a better version of a chaplain, Master of Sanctity or whatever it's called. This is that, but in Exarch form. Exarchs are unit upgrade leaders. So these are your sergeants. The whole idea of an Exarch is the idea of the Craftworlds is that the Craftworlds exist on this logic of the path. And the idea is that you do a little bit of this, but you don't do it long enough that you become obsessed with it, because that's what leads to Slanesh. So you discipline, and it's all about discipline and looking after yourself and not getting too obsessed with something. Exarchs have essentially abandoned that philosophy in favor of just becoming dedicated to their craft. So effectively, a striking scorpion exarch is a individual who's become obsessed with being a striking scorpion and has dived so far into it that they've become an exarch. Thus,
But surely that's naughty.
It is,
surely
but it's perceived that it serves the sort of the greater purpose of the whole thing. I wasn't going to say greater good, but that's the Tau ideology, isn't it? But yeah, so basically, exarchs are like warrior gods, right? Like, they're not like supposed to just be like any old squad sergeant. It's not like the extra brave man who happened to pick up a power sword. These guys are pretty meaningful. So that's really exemplified within these exarch powers. I'll just go through the blurb. If your army is Battleforged and includes any Asuryani detachment, then when you are mustering your army, you can upgrade aspect warrior unit from your army that contains an exarch model by giving them 1 exarch power chosen from those presented here. To do so, select 1 aspect warrior unit that contains a model that has the word exarch in their profile, and select 1 of the appropriate exarch power upgrades listed on page 106 to 109. That unit gains the ability listed under exarch powers. You can also select the Crimson Hunter. The reason why you can select the Crimson Hunter, why it's called out specifically, is it used to be you had 2 data sheets for Crimson Hunters, Crimson Hunter Exarchs. Now it's all just Crimson Hunters. But if you want it to become an Exarch, you now give it this upgrade, which is quite cool. And then it gets access to a bunch of abilities, which are listed adjacently. Each time you upgrade a unit to have Exarch powers, its power rating is increased by 1. If you are playing a match play game or a game that uses points limits, then the points values increase the amount shown in the table to the sides. Make a note in your army roster. If a unit has an Exarch power, its Exarch model will also gain bonuses to its characteristics as follows. Add 1 to the model's wound characteristics. And then if it is a Crimson Hunter, Dark Reaper, Swooping Hawk, or Fire Dragon, you improve the ballistic skill by 1. And if it is a Striking Scorpion, Howling Banshee, Shining Spear, or Warp Spider, you add 1 to the attack characteristics. And then there's a bunch of stuff about armies and crusades. Now, what's interesting, Phil, and I wanted to kind of pose this question because, again, it feels like something that might need FAQing, but I think has been interpreted correctly by the broader community, right? Say, for example, I buy a Shining Spear unit. The Shining Spear unit comes with an Exarch, and the Exarch has Weapon Skill 3+, which has already been stated should be increased to 2+, and it comes with 3 wounds, which, again, if you upgrade it, stated goes to to 4 wounds. So there was part of me at certain points who was curious whether those upgrades had already been denoted in the data sheet, because a regular Exarch for, say, Swooping Hawks, for example, has 2 wounds. So it's already got 1 more wound than a standard Hawk, which only has 1 wound. So I was like, oh, well, clearly that wound is intended to be in there. But then I noted that those weapon skill or attack bonuses are not denoted, or rather ballistic skill attack bonuses are not denoted on the profile. And there's nothing in this rule set suggesting that they would be. So I am of the assertion that when you do these upgrades, you still add those profile benefits. So essentially your Exarch goes from 2 wounds to 3 wounds, or 3 wounds to 4 wounds in the case of Shining Spears, or 12 wounds to 13 wounds if it's a Crimson Hunter. And then their weapon skill, for example, is improved accordingly, which is pretty meaningful, it's fair to say. I can see you looking just to sort of verify my thinking.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So, for example, Dark Reapers have an Exarch within them because that is, as you say, a squad leader. But it does specifically say here, when you upgrade one with an Exarch power, it then gains these extra abilities. So, by default, they do have an extra wound anyway, but giving them an Exarch power gives them an extra wound. So actually, that makes them pretty durable. So
very durable.
2 wounds to 3 instead of what is normally 1. like a sergeant in a Space Marine squad doesn't have an extra wound; it just has an extra attack.
Yeah,
usually,
and plus
so
leadership typically.
yeah, exactly. Well, here they don't get a leadership bonus;
No, that's
they
true.
just get the wounds bonus, which is pretty cool. I think
Yeah,
it's quite handy.
yeah. I mean, what's crazy about that though is some of these abilities that you gain access to and the things that they give you is just like wowzers. There's some very, very strong options in the Exile.
Well, I mean, Jez wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly. Come on now, Jez. Sort it out, mate. Sort it out. Or rather, you have. Well done. Thank you. Look, there's a lot of Exile powers to get into here. And I don't think anyone's going to massively appreciate us going through every single one of them. I'm going to call out some that I think are really interesting and ones that I've been using. So don't be surprised to hear about striking scorpions again. But I guess we can kind of go through it and sort of look at it. So,
I mean, this is 4.5 pages of upgrades.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
Yes.
Like normally on this sort of thing, you'd get 2 pages tops.
Yeah. Look, I think the thing that's really interesting here is that, it's not just the fact that you get those baked in abilities, such as the +1 wound, the +1 attack, or the +1 to your ballistic skill, but it's the extra stuff that it brings in. Broadly speaking, look, when you're looking at this and you're thinking about this for your own needs, the thing I often try and prioritize are things which benefit the whole unit, not just the Exarch. Giving the Exarch a buff is cool, but it's usually quite good to try and add extra abilities to the whole unit rather than just focusing on the Exarch. Although there are some instances where it's quite good, but again, there's certain instances where there's a certain double-edged sword to it. Striking scorpions are interesting. I'll get into those because there's an interesting point I've got in there. So crushing blow is basically any hit auto wounds, which is crazy because on profile, a striking scorpion Exarch, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just checking now. Yeah, it has 4 attacks. When you make it into this type of Exarch, it gets 5 attacks. And then when you give it a biting blade, it has 7 attacks. And that's 7 attacks, which would otherwise be at like strength 6 or strength 5. But now it's just auto wounding. And the biting blade has now become damage 2, -2. But where it's interesting, right, you auto wound against anything that's not Titanic, which is massive. But
that's a lot of stuff still.
It's true, but you lose the opportunity to use your Manda Blasters to generate mortal wounds because basically Manda Blasters now go off on wound rolls. So if you rolled a 6 on a wound, you would do a mortal wound in addition. Is it addition or does the combat sequence end? I'm pretty sure it's in addition, but I'll just check. Manda Blasters, each time the bearer makes a melee attack against anything that isn't a vehicle.
In addition to normal damage.
Yeah, so in addition. So yeah, so it's so by using crushing blow, you don't potentially get mortal wounds. And then Scorpion Sting's really interesting because it's insanely expensive. It's 30-point upgrade. And it just gives the Exarch Manda Blasters on 5+. So basically you're generating mortal wounds on a 5+ roll rather than a 6 roll. Now, obviously that could be done in relation to, or pointed in relation to the fact that that the guy's got 7 attacks. But I know for a fact that that ability used to be the whole unit was getting mortal wounds on 5s, which, to be honest with you, 30 points seems like way too little for that ability, but oddly feels like too much for just the Exarch. But then obviously still noting that you're still going to get mortal wounds out of the rest of the unit. I mean, I've been finding with the Striking Scorpion Exarch with these upgrades that they more or less do everything on their own. I mean, at one point I was like going, oh yeah, I need 10-man units of Striking Scorpions. At the moment, I'm just like, 5-man because the Exarch does it all for me. Like the Exarch's basically a captain.
Yeah, I mean, 15 points for crushing blows is beyond cheap, especially, and I was just thinking, the Scorpion Claw, which is, I guess, the weapon you would be using, because it's effectively a little crab claw, power fist, isn't a power fist because it doesn't have -1 to hit.
Yeah.
So your weapon skills...
You'll use Biting Blade, mate, because Biting Blade gives you 2 additional attacks.
Wait, how does it? Biting Blade. Oh, well, it's 2 AP instead of -3.
Same
which
damage,
is the
though.
only, but same as you say,
And
yeah, same
it's not
damage.
as strong.
Well, the strength doesn't make a difference
Well, in this
because you're
instance,
also
yeah.
wounded.
But
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying, yeah, you'd probably just rather have more attacks than worry about the because the benefit of the claw is that it's
yeah,
higher strength, so more likely to wound.
true. Oh, and yeah, so he doesn't get +1 weapon skill, but he does get +1 attack when he becomes an XR.
Yeah, so 7
when
attacks
he
with the
gains the
fighting
XR
blade.
power. Okay, yeah.
So when
The
I
fact it's
played
not -1 to
Richie,
hit.
my striking scorpion X-Hug charged into a unit of 5 intercessors and killed them all. Just on his
Nice.
own. Just went, blah, they're all dead.
Yeah, here's the thing. Just hitting and then auto wounding,
Yeah,
like not hitting on 5s or 6s,
yeah,
just any hit,
yeah.
that's busted. That's
Yeah.
busted.
Agreed.
For 15 points as well. That's just.
Oh, by the way, Phil, do you want to hear the other fun thing? If I roll any 6s to hit, that counts as 2 hits.
Is that an inbuilt thing for the
Scorpions, yeah, the sustained attack.
How does that? But those don't auto wound.
No, they do because they hit.
Oh right, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so if you guide them, you can re-roll your hits and stuff. So you can go fishing for like 6s with them if you wanted.
Oh jeez.
You can do a lot of wounds with this guy. Like you can literally just be like, "There's 10 hits, there's 10 wounds, -2."
You said you weren't a competitive.
I'm not, mate, I'm just telling you that this is in there. That's what I'm saying. I mean, admittedly, you can't do it to
okay.
Imperial Knights, but you can run up to things like
Tanks, your Lehman Russes.
yeah, Lehman Russes. They'll love you. They're like, although you get 4-up saves against it, so not.
Well, that's why you might go for the claw instead.
Yeah, but then I'll get less attack span. Well, you want the more volume. That's what you want.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
What
Oh,
else-
and then
what else have
obviously
you
you
seen?
put your Beltane strat on it as well, so then those 6s become free hits.
Yeah.
So it's...
Yeah, I guess going for the extra hits that you can then fish to gain more hits makes more sense than just going for the better AP.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because, like, yeah, you can get a ridiculous volume out of that Striking Scorpion, and -2 is not insignificant, right?
No, true.
So, anyway, Striking Scorpions, I think, are pretty good, as I've made clear. Is there any of these that you particularly want to talk about, Phil?
Oh, do you know what? I'm a big fan of warp spiders.
Ooh, old school.
Oh, well, that's because I'm, back in the day, my arch nemesis had warp spiders. And I've always had, even though they're right pain in the arse, and we're talking 2nd edition here. Yeah, so I always thought they were cool.
They are cool, to be fair.
So let's see. Let's not do all of them. Let's do surprise assault. So if this unit was set up preparing a sudden assault and contains a warp spider XR model, when this unit is set up on the battlefield for the first time, until the end of a turn, each time a model in that unit is selected to shoot, it makes 1 additional attack with each death spinner it's equipped with. That's 50 points. And then Web of Deceit, once per battle. If this unit contains a Warp Spider XR model, instead of making a battle-focused move, you can remove the unit from the battlefield and set it up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from the enemy model. That is the old school Warp Spider rule that I remember from 2nd edition, and that's also 15 points.
Yeah, so the Warp Spider's Death Spinner is a 12-inch range, assault D6, strength 6, -2, blast weapon, right? So very, very anti-horde. Because again, against orcs, you're going to be winning them on freeze. -2 is going to shred any armor that they've got, assuming they're not mega knobs or whatever. And then damage 1 is obviously perfect for that, along with blast. The only negative with regards to coming in from surprise assault or sudden assault, is the fact that you will have arrived from a sort of deep strike scenario, so you're not going to be able to utilize their warp jump generator when it comes to doing the additional move or battle focus for that matter. So you will still be kind of out in the open. But the fact that you're adding 1 is still pretty good. I mean, spiders for the most part are actually a very, very meaningful unit still. I think the way they operate is pretty mad. But again, I think there's some better options than spiders, but I do like them. I mean, again, they historically were an absolutely. I mean, they've been a powerhouse unit in the Elder Army consistently over the editions. I think my genuine problem with spiders now is just the model is just too old to want to get behind ever again.
Yes, because there's a lot of bits to it.
It's just I mean, it's a gorgeous old retro mini, but it's a bit too retro now. And one day when they do a new kit for the spiders, I'll dive in. I'll get excited about them again. But it's just like picking up another unit of them at this point is like, yeah, you're all right. But yeah, they are pretty fun for what they are. Banshees are good as well, though, right? I mean, like here's the thing, right? Some of the times I read some of these rules and noting that I still don't think Craftworlds are necessarily as powerful as Drakari or as powerful as Harlequins for certain. But sometimes you read some of these rules and you're like, why? And Banshees are one of those examples, right? Because Banshees not only stop you from overwatching them, they make you fight last, which is pretty hilarious. But they've got power swords, right? And power swords are strength +1. So they're strength 3 natively. So they become strength 4 with the power swords. And you think like, oh, that's a pretty meaningful buff for the Banshees because they've got the +1 strength of the power swords. So they're going to be wounding most things on 4s. As in most kind of infantry targets on 4s. But Games Workshop, in their infinite wisdom, never satisfied with just being like, oh yeah, that's all right. They've given them whirling death. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, never model unit, if that model's unit made a charge move this turn, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. It's like, what? Why did that need to go in there? It's like, I am strength 4, but now I'm wounding Space Marines on freeze. Yay! Oh, and I can advance and charge. And when I do so, I'm -1 to be hit.
Yeah, they've got tons of bonuses, but like, so their X-Arc abilities, one of them's Piercing Strike, add 1 to the damage characteristic of each attack.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's super strong. Well, another one's give them a 4-up invuln save in melee attacks. And then the last one, each time they finish a charge move, you can select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of this unit. Howling Banshee, X-Arc, and moderate and roll 1d6. On a 2+, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound until the end of the turn. Subtract 1 from combat attrition test taken for that model. It's only 10 points. Feels a bit rubbish, that one. That's Nerve Shredding Shriek. Piercing Strikes, though, for 15 points to get +1 damage is crazy good.
Well, especially
here's a question, though. Can you upgrade an X-Arc multiple times, or can you only do it once?
So I believe as it is written currently, you can upgrade multiple times, but that's clearly not how it's intended to work.
Oh, right. No, it does say, make a note on your army roster each time you upgrade a unit to have an X-Arc power. Unless otherwise stated, each unit can only have 1 X-Arc power. Okay, yeah, because that would seem a bit busted.
That would be crazy. I mean, that's the thing. That's not what, for clarity's sake, that's not what I've been doing up to this point. I just assumed they mucked it up. But yeah, like that, yeah, that would have been silly. So thank God that isn't the case. But yeah, but this is the thing, right? Like, because with what you were saying with the piercing strike, for example, when adding 1 to the damage, you can give a Howling Banshee X-Arc the mirror swords, which basically gives it 10 attacks, and that's 10 attacks at strength 4 +1 to wound -3 was 1 damage, now 2. It's like, good lord, it's like crazy.
How does it get to 10? Oh, because it doubles the number of you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1 with this weapon.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you've got 5 attacks because you're the X-Arc with the upgrade.
Yeah.
Wow. Look, I think the main takeaway from this is that there's a lot of flavor that you can add. Like Dark Reapers, for example. Dark Reapers, you can have an X-Arc power that prevents your unit from suffering the penalties of moving and shooting heavy weapons. So they can just basically be walking.
Cool.
That's very cool, yeah. And that's a relatively cheap upgrade at 15 points. Fire Dragons, you can increase the range of their fusion guns So they go from range 12 to 16, which again is really decent. They've also got stuff like where they can like auto wound and that kind of stuff, but really like adding the range. Like I said, things that kind of give the units a little bit of extra fluff is or an extra flavor is really quite interesting. I feel like Hawks had something pretty mad in them. Rapidly point. While the unit contains 3 exiles, this unit is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it fell back. I mean, that's pretty decent. Or maybe it's just something that's just natively baked into what the Hawks have. But look, I think what's really great about this is it really gets across how ridiculously powerful Exarchs are supposed to be. Because Exarchs, as I say, they're like warrior gods. They're like properly amazing characters that are supposed to be incredible. And I think this does a really beautiful job of communicating that in game. But it also ultimately supports the option now that you're going to want to actually think about bringing more aspect warriors, which is fantastic because it just means that you're going to, you know, dive more into that aspect of the army, which is up until now and since probably, you know, 6th edition or maybe 7th edition had some love for the aspect warriors. But the point is like, yeah, it's really cool that we've got a load of really awesome reasons to want to take aspect warriors again, which is fantastic for the army. It's good overall, I'd say.
Oh yeah, that is good.
So, as is the way, we won't go through match play rules because that's not how we do it. Much in the way that we don't go through Crusade rules. So they've got a bunch of specific secondaries that they can do. Being completely honest, they're mostly underwhelming. You're probably still going to just stick to the generic ones that are available to you, unless you really build into certain things. But yeah, next on the list of things to talk about appears to be relics, unless I've missed psychic powers somewhere.
No, that's afterwards.
That is afterwards, yeah.
Because
So
there is a lot of psychic powers.
there is, yeah. Well, fortuitively, there's 3 different disciplines for just the Craftworlders. But let's just smash through some relics quick. Relics now, just so you know, are both relics and also Exarch relics. So essentially, you've got a series of relics that are specifically for different Aspect Warrior Exarchs. And then you've got specific relics for Craftworlds. And obviously, you've got specific relics for Harlequins as well, because clearly you would. So look, just in the interest of time, we're going to pick one of the relics each, and then we're going to pick one of the Exarch relics each to try and keep this moving forwards. If you've played Elder in the past, you're not going to be surprised by the relic selection. It's pretty similar to what it's always been. But Phil, tell us about relics, mate. Which one do you want to talk about?
Ooh, I'm having a little look. I'm going to go for Sunstorm. That one seems quite interesting.
That is actually a new relic. Well picked.
Oh, it's Asuryani biker model only. The bearer has a move characteristic of 20 inches.
So that's up from 16, so yeah.
Not bad. And the bearer has the objective secured ability.
It's pretty amazing, to be fair, because that now means your move with an advance is 26 and you've got OBSEC. So the amount of like weird shenanigans you can do to kind of like pressurize, major objectives early game or late game.
Because I think originally when we saw stuff like this, because we didn't know the rules properly, we would look at it and go, but if it only counts as one model, it doesn't make much difference. But actually, if you have objective secured on this and a squad of jet bikes, you just count the number of models, not the number of objective secured models, which actually makes having just one thing with OBSEC really powerful, so long as you've got lots of other things that don't have OBSEC, and it's like a numbers game, basically, at that point. So yeah, that one actually is pretty good.
But even then, even if you just want to run up and take something off someone that they think is a guaranteed objective, but you've got 26 inches of movement and are basically able to just go yoink off of like a random dreadnought or something that's chilling on an objective. It's just like, nah, it's mine now. Unless No, yeah. I'm trying to think of that one, but yeah. Phoenix Gem is one I'm going to talk about. Phoenix Gem's a very popular Craftworld upgrade. Used to be that it made your character explode, and if it did mortal wounds, you got back up to life. But now it's really straightforward. Basically, when you're destroyed, roll 1d6 on a 2+. You keep the model off to one side. At the end of the current phase, set the bearer back up as close as possible to its previous position and not within engaged range of any enemy models, with D3 wounds remaining. So it's a much cleaner system now. I kind of miss the fact that it doesn't explode anymore, but that was often a bit of a double-edged sword because some of the times you didn't really want the thing to explode because it hit everything.
Yes, if it's doing stuff to your own guys too, that's not great.
Yeah, it was quite indiscriminate before, whereas now it's very, specific in its purpose. A character will get back up on a 2+. So that's that. And then we move over to the Aspect Warrior specific relics. Do you have anyone in particular you were interested in shouting out?
I was going to do, on the theme of the bike still, I was going to do Kane's Lance, which is the Shining Spear Exarch model only. Each time the bearer finishes a charge move, select one enemy unit within engagement range of the bearer and roll dice. On a 4+, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. That unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units in your army have done so. Ooh, that's quite good. Quite good.
Yeah,
50,
it depends.
50 chance.
Yeah, it really depends on it really depends on what kind of synergies you're going to have with that charge, because ultimately, you need this is useful when you're charging into something that could swing back and cause you some serious damage. So you need to use it in synergy with a few other things. If this is just one unit of Shining Spears running in, it's never really going to feel the benefit because you charge them. That's it. But I suppose it does also, even in those situations, free up the ability that if you did do multiple charges, but not into the same enemy unit, you do know that on that 4+ roll, you can be like, cool, I don't need to worry about them interrupting with that one, so I can focus on this first. And so I suppose it does add some tactical flair to things. But yeah, it's an okay one, I think. I'm going to go with the Phoenix Plum, because a Phoenix Plum sounds interesting. It's for Swooping Hawk Exarch models only. The bearer has a 4+ invulnerable save, so one better than its regular 5+ invuln. And each time a model in this bearer models in this bearer's unit would lose a wound, rolling 6 on a 5+, that wound is not lost. So 5+ feel no pain on the whole unit of Swooping Hawks. That is a really meaningful upgrade to Swooping Hawks.
Yeah, but you've got to take it on him, though. So you've got to take all the hits on him to get the feel no pain.
No.
Because each time... Oh, no,
models
you're right.
In the bearer's unit, yeah.
Oh, okay, geez, yeah, that's really good. I thought
it's
it was
very
him
strong.
only. Yeah.
Yeah. And bear in mind, right, Swooping Hawks are such a dumb unit now anyway, because they basically... So what they do is they can be sort of redeployed, then they go back up, and then you put them somewhere else on the board. So they're not going back into reserve; they just stay on the board. You can just constantly bounce them about in terms of where they are. So having the 5+, shrug, as people like to call it, is actually pretty cool because it gives you just a little bit extra survivability. So yeah, Skyleap in the shooting phase, instead of making a battle focused move. You can remove the unit from the battlefield and set it up again anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 away from enemy models. So effectively, you can, use their 14-inch movement and their battle focus to add. Well, you're not going to use battle focus for that because you're going to want them to go back up. But you're going to use their 14-inch move, their 24-inch gun range, and it's pretty. They're interesting. The Hawks, I quite like the Hawks. I have to be honest. I think there's some options there. But again, the models are tired. Not quite as bad as the Warp Spiders, but a close second.
Yeah, you got to hope that all of those come out sometime soon.
You gotta. So there you go. There's an interesting selection of those. We've got warlord traits and then psychic disciplines to go for, and then we're going to get into some data sheets and wrap this whole thing up, I imagine. So warlord traits. We're going to read them all, Phil. We'll read them all. It's the easiest way of smashing through it. So ambush of blades. That's the first one. In your command phase, select one friendly Craftworld core or Craftworld character unit within 9 of this warlord until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1. That's a lot better than what it used to be. A lot better than what it used to be. It used to be an aura, I believe, that used to give +1 AP on 6s to hit, I think, weirdly, or 6s to wound. So the fact that now it's just, pick a unit, they get +1 to their AP. So, if you did that to striking scorpions, you could be adding an additional minus. You'd be -2.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Or banshees -4. That's not insignificant.
Tasty. Number 2, Walker of Many Paths. Once per turn, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, or 1 damage roll made for this warlord. It's okay. Lots of free rerolls.
Good for an alt-arc that you're leaning into sort of a specific kind of like damagey kind of, punchy build, I suppose. Being able to reroll 1 hit and roll 1 wound roll. And the damage roll as well, to be fair. So it's the whole gambit, basically. So once per turn you can reroll. Oh, so
you can just reroll 1 of them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do all of them. Oh, well. Even then, the damage roll is worth keeping in your back pocket if you've got a dragon fusion gun thingy. Falcon Swiftness, you add 2 to the move characteristic of your warlord. This warlord can ignore the effects of difficult terrain, or difficult ground, sorry. And then when it comes to making battle-focused moves, don't roll a dice, it just moves 6. So
that's pretty good.
Very good. Very, very... It's enough layers of stuff that it starts to get good.
Yeah. Next one's Fate's Messenger. Once per turn, when a saving throw made for this warlord is failed, you can change the damage characteristic of that attack to 0, and that's once per turn. So you get to every single turn,
and you choose when it happens.
Yeah, that's really good.
Because the Helix Adept of for the infiltrators.
Yeah, it's the first one.
This is when you want. So you can't just soften them up with a few bolter rounds and then shoot them with a las cannon. You just hold out for that las cannon shot and be like, yeah, sure, do whatever. 0.
Yeah, you basically save it for the thing that you reckon's probably going to kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, remembering that you've got, potentially a few fate dice stowed away and other things, you can make yourself a very difficult to kill warlord. Mark of the Incomparable Hunter. Add 1 to the strength characteristic of that attack. So, each time this warlord makes a ranged attack, you add 1 to the strength characteristic, and an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. So there you go. I mean, can and is actually quite interesting, I suppose, because again, with things like an alt-arc with Reaper launchers, you can increase the strength of it up to like 9 or whatever, and then inflict a mortal wound in addition. So, yeah, no bad thing.
Not bad. The last one is Seer of the Shifting Vector. While this warlord is on the battlefield, each time you or your opponent spends any command points to use on a stratagem, you can roll 1d6 for each command point spent, which is key. On a 6, you gain 1 command point. That's actually really good because it allows you to roll multiple times for each stratagem, and it's not just you doing it, it's you or your opponent. So you can get quite a few CP back. What's interesting here is it says you gain 1 command point. It's not refunded, which is how it sometimes used to be. Because, normally there's a maximum of 1 per turn.
Yeah.
So is this, even though you could, if someone spent a 3 CP stratagem, gain, if you rolled very well, 3 CP, you actually can only gain 1 max.
I would interpret it that way. I think most players
chances.
Yeah, I think most players would interpret it that way as well. I think people would probably find it a bit hard to swallow if you went, "Oh, well done, free CP, yay!" for
Yeah,
me."
I
Like,
assume
it's
that
like-
is how it's meant to work, but it obviously doesn't say that here because I think it's like a weird match play rule. So it's like,
yeah,
it takes precedence then. Cool. They're not
it's a
bad.
good selection. There, it's an all right selection there for sure. Yeah, definitely a good lot to choose between. Psychic powers. That's the next thing on the list. We got the runes of battle, Phil. So the runes of battle are specifically taken by some of the lesser psychers, warlocks, spirit seers, hemlocks. Those are the things that can access runes of battle. Runes of battle are unique because they're two abilities baked into one. So there's like a yin and a yang to them. So, for example, conceal, reveal. Conceal is obviously about hiding yourself, and reveal is about revealing your enemies. So they basically have that kind of almost positive, negative, although it's all positive when it's from your perspective, because any negatives are not being done to you, they're being passed on to your opponent. But there's quite a lot to get into, so we'll try and keep it pretty succinct. Conceal, reveal. Conceal, select one friendly core unit within 18 of the psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. That unit receives the benefits of light cover. And reveal, the enemy does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. So that's actually quite meaningful because you gain light cover, but you can take away the benefits of cover to your opponent. Noting that a benefit of cover doesn't include things like obscuring or breachable, but it does include things like dense, light, heavy, for example. So, yeah, it's pretty decent.
Pretty strong. Are we gonna read them all out? Because
It sort of feels ridiculous to read them all out, doesn't it? I mean,
It
let's
does.
maybe there's
let's
so
pick
many
a
of them to go
few.
for. There's like
Yeah.
there's like how many of them to go? There's 18 of these things. So let's just
Yes.
well, in which case, if I was going to pick one that was good, I'd say Embolden Horrify has definitely been improved. So why don't you read that one, Phil?
Okay, sure thing. So Embolden Horrify has a warp charge value of 7.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention that before.
Embolden. Oh, so the what was it? Conceal, reveal, warp charge value of 6. Embolden is a blessing. Select one friendly Craftworld Aeldari core or Craftworld Aeldari character unit within 18 of the psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, add 2 to the unit's leadership characteristic. And at the start of the fight phase, if that unit is within engagement range of enemy fighters, it can fight first that phase. Okay, that is pretty cool. Then you've got Horrify, which is a malediction. Select one enemy unit within 18 inches of the psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Subtract 2 from the leadership characteristic of that unit. At the start of the fight phase, if that unit is within engagement range of any units from your army, that unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units from your army have done so. Okay, that's also a good one. There's a bit of a weird question. Why is every single psychic power 2 psychic powers in one?
Well, because that's
Is
just
it-
the way it's always been.
Is it because of Jez?
Yeah, it's just the way they've done it. Like the historical way that these were utilized was that you pick either or, but it's actually really interesting now because where is the actual specifics on this? So when Psycho manifests psychic power, runes of battle, runes of fate, runes of fortune disciplines, replace all instances. So there's no specific statements anymore saying that it's either or.
No, because it is just so in bold / horrify is one psychic power because it says if manifested, select one of the following effects. So it's effectively one power.
Yes,
so,
that's the words I was looking for. Select one of the following effects.
Yeah,
so it's either or though.
So basically, if you get to take 2 powers, you're effectively getting access to 4 powers.
Yes,
which I guess you could argue is suitable because they're meant to be dead good at psychic powers.
Yeah.
But it is just kind of crazy. Like
it's the way they've always been, though.
Options they've got. Oh, it's bloody Elder, isn't it?
I know how much you're just unhappy about it.
Well,
you've been dealing with it for how long, and yet you're still like, whoa.
Right. Well, no, it's just like every time an Elder Codex comes out, it can't help itself but just be really good.
But this is what it's always been, mate. This isn't like
I know.
This isn't the
no, I know. It's just weird that I've only just ever clocked that because I've always gone, protect and jink or whatever. Like, yeah, okay, cool, jink. You're right, all my stuff. Okay, thanks. But I've never really clocked that actually you're getting just on Ruins of Battle, you're effectively getting 12 psychic powers for the price of 6.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
which is crazy good.
I mean, Protect Jinx an interesting one to call out now, though, because it now only alters your save characteristics. So basically, either improves your save characteristic by 1 or reduces it by 1. So no longer does it affect your dice roll, which is what it used to do. So it used to affect your saving throw. Now it's your characteristic.
So that means it doesn't work on invuln save.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which is good.
Yeah, and Quicken Restrain, as I think I was talking about with Shining Spears a while ago, if you do quicken a unit, you're not eligible to shoot or declare charges with it. You just use it.
Oh, this is the double move one, right?
Yeah. Although, and this was a point, and the reason why I wanted to mention it, the one thing you still can do, though, after you've done it.
A battle, what was it called? Battle focus move?
Psychic powers is basically what you can still do. So you can have a Farseer Skyrunner, and then you can basically bomb it up and then keep it within 18, double move it. So move it again. So it can move 22, keep it within 18 of these warlocks, move it again. And then using some of the other psychic powers, do quite a considerable amount of mortal wounds on the other end.
That's where you do that storm one to do all the psychic actions.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe. Although, but that's a stratagem. But because Executioner is pretty reasonable. Because again, so this is Runes of Fate. This is the next thing. So Executioner it's a warp charge 7 if manifested. Select an enemy unit excluding character units with a wound characteristic of 9 or less. With 18 of the Psyker, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If any enemy models are destroyed as a result of these mortal wounds, that enemy unit suffers an additional D3 mortal wounds. If the result of the psychic test is 10 or more, you can target within 24. Execution is something that I suppose you can do at sort of range, but then obviously Smite is not. So you could potentially do Executioner, then Smite, and have that guy hoof up and potentially clear out some backline kind of chaff units relatively painlessly. Guide Doom Fortune, I feel like everyone knows, right? Guide reroll hits, Doom reroll wounds, Fortune, you get a 5-up shrug. Or feel no pain. The thing that's uniquely new and interesting about Guide and Doom now is it only works on core units. So only your core units are going to benefit from the effects of Guide and Doom. So Wraith Knights, Wraith Lords, War Walkers, Fire Prisms, Falcons, all these things are now not re-rolling wounds. It's only core units that are re-rolling hits and wounds. Which is a big change to how those psychic powers work, and a necessary one.
Yeah, that's true. Quick question. So you've got Ruins of Battle, Ruins of Fate, Ruins of Fortune. Does every psychic have access to all 3 disciplines, or is one specific for warlocks?
Yeah, so Ruins of Battle is warlocks. Warlocks, Spirit Seers, Hemlocks. Farseers have Runes of Fate and Runes of Fortune.
All right.
And then but then also I think Runes of Fortune can still now also go on some variant of Warlock potentially.
All right. Okay.
But it used to be that the Runes of Fortune, as they call it now, used to be something that you used to be able to swap your Smite out for, whereas now it's just another discipline. But it's a broadly weak discipline because it's a discipline that you used to gain access to in exchange of your Smite abilities, basically. The warlocks just have Runes of Battle, so Runes of Fortune is it's just an extra thing. Will of Asuryani is the standout psychic power to me.
Well, that was the one I was going to pick. So
please talk about it.
I'll read it out. It's a blessing, a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one friendly Craftworld Aeldari core or character unit within 18 inches of this psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, the unit gains the objective secured ability. Nice. Plus, each time a morale test is taken for that unit, it is automatically passed. If that's not enough. Plus, if that unit is performing an action, it can still make attacks with ranged weapons without that action failing. And if that unit, if the result of the psychic test was 8 or more, you can select one friendly Asuryani core or Craftworlds character unit within 24 inches of the cycle instead. So instead of 18 inches. So basically you extend the range of the psychic ability. So giving it OBSEC is good enough in itself for that psychic power. You don't need the other 2 bits, but that makes it even better.
Yeah, it's super good. It's super good. Like the ability to shoot and still do actions. I suppose the only thing that's weird about it is it depends on what these actions are and when you declare them and so on. Because but the fact is that like most of the time you're going to declare the action in the movement phase, and then you're going to do this to them in the psychic phase, and then they can shoot without the action failing, which is. Yeah, it's very good. And then OBSEC is a bit silly. And the fact you can do it on characters again. So obviously we were talking about that jet bike that gives you OBSEC, but now you can just do it for a psychic power. Just be like, oh, the avatar is now OBSEC. Have fun with that. It's a bit silly.
Yeah, that is a bit.
Yeah, because the avatar, if it wasn't immediately obvious, I believe he's a character.
You sure must be.
Yeah, he's a Craftworld character. So yeah, you can make an OBSEC avatar.
Nice.
And just be like, there you go. There's an avatar. Have fun with that in your OBSEC fun. Runes of Fortune, we'll just go through it super quick. We'll just pick one each. What do you want, Phil? You go first, pal.
I like to ponder my orb, so I'm going for Crushing Orb.
Yeah.
A warp charge value of 6 if manifested.
Like the Goblin King from Labyrinth with your...
I guess so, yeah. Spinning
David Bowie.
Yeah. Select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the psychic and roll 3d6, adding 2 to each result if the enemy unit is a vehicle or monster, if it contains 6 or more models. For each 4+, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. I mean, it's okay. As you say, it's a light smite.
And that used to be like the trick of it. It was like, because it used to replace smite. So it used to be like, oh, okay, cool, I get it. Like that's an interesting one.
I mean, it's almost a guaranteed 3 mortal wounds against vehicles or monsters or a big squad. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, so I'm just checking the wording on runes of fortune stuff. Sorry. So yeah, and then so you did question. Focus Will has a warp charge value of 6 if manifested. Select one friendly Craftworld Aeldari Psychic unit within 24 till the start of your next phase. Add 2 to psychic tests and deny the witch test taken for this unit. I mean, again, adding 2 is pretty flipping reasonable. But again, you're going to be using that as a kind of supporting psychic function, which is weird because, again, as I've kind of asserted, and I'm just checking again. So Warlocks, this unit can attempt to manifest anyway. It knows Smite, 1 psychic power from Runes of Battle Discipline. Yeah, so it literally, like, you'd want like a Warlock to do this on a Farseer, be like, hey, have +2, but it won't. You need a Farseer to do it on another Farseer, which is just like, okay, cool. Which I suppose creates an argument
That's
that maybe
odd, but how many can they manifest? 2.
2, yeah.
So I mean, he could do it on himself, right? Just to just say select one friendly psychic.
Yeah, you can
so it could be on himself, just
it.
to make the other power go off more accurate. But as you say, it's better that it goes on another one, so 2 of its powers go off. Plus, you could also use it as a stratagem to cast an extra power. There's was it a relic? I think that allows you to do an extra power as well. So you could.
Oh yeah, that was the Beltan one that I was talking about. It doesn't allow you to do an extra power, but it allows you to have an extra power. So you could have.
Oh, okay. True.
So you still only cast 2, but you get to reroll one of those casts, and you have access to more power. I mean, in all honesty, I think most people, depending on how they build things out, are going to probably depending on what you want, you're going to go Doom or Guide, depending on what you really need in your list. Typically, I would probably keep Guide on the shelf only because of the fact that I'm looking at that Beltan Warlord trait where I'm just giving rerolls to hit anyway. So I'm probably looking at Doom, Fortune, maybe Guide, I suppose, if I wanted to give another unit reroll hits. But basically, it's Doom, Guide, Fortune, and then Will of Asuryani or whatever it's called, because the ability to gain OBSEC Fearless and the actions is just too much to pass down, right? So I think genuinely, when I look at the rules for this, I don't understand what they were going for with the Runes of Fate. Runes of Fortune. I just sort of look at it and think, like, I understood it within the context of what it used to be, a thing that replaced Smite. Like, if I could replace Smite for one of these abilities, I'd probably do it. But the fact that as of right now, it's just another discipline that's just bad.
Yeah, if there was a unit that could only get access to this discipline, as you said, it would make sense. But if you get access to Runes of Fate and Runes of Fortune, you just always go Runes of Fate, unless there's like a really unique build you're trying to do.
Spirit Seers can take Fortune, so Spirit Seers get Runes of Battle. But again, the Spirit Seer gets access to Runes of Battle. All the Runes of Battle are better than this, so you're probably just going to be like, yeah, I'll just go Runes of Battle, mate. Like,
well, I mean, if one of those is cheap and you want to use him to hang out with a Farseer to buff him, yeah. I guess that makes sense. But as you say, you might just want more access to Runes of Battle while you're at it.
Yeah. Oh, well, there we go. Hang on.
I think that's all the extra rules.
That is all of that covered off. We want to do some data sheets, mate, as is customary.
We do
talk through some data sheets, things that we like. Can I start by talking about my favorite unit in the entire codex?
Is it Striking Scorpions by any chance?
No, it's Shroud Runners.
Oh, wait, those ones that you didn't like the concepts of or the look?
No, but they are the best unit in the army. In my humble opinion. Like, they are dumb, but they are... Shock horror, Games Workshop have released a new model kit, and it's good. I know. Like, wow. Who would have thought? 35 points a model. Movement 16. Weapon skill 3. Ballistic skill 2. Like, all right, fair enough. Strength 3, toughness 4, 3 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 4+ save. Groovy, right? Happy days. Armed with a Ranger long rifle, which range 36, heavy 1, strength 4, -1 damage. And if you roll a 6 to wound, you're going to do a mortal wound in addition to your damage. Also armed with a scatter laser. A scatter laser is just an incredible horde killer or, screen killer. Like, it just shoots so many shots. So a unit of 3 of these guys is blasting out 18 shots at ballistic skill 2 with a strength 6 gun with a range 36. It's pretty meaningful. And they've also got shuriken pistols just in case they find themselves in a fight. Where they really come into their own, though, is that when they advance, they auto advance 6 because they're a jet bike unit. They've got battle focus. They've got strands of fate. They've got the Shroud Runner cloak, so essentially they get to utilize cover as if they were infantry, but they also add an additional 1 to their saving throw. So if you get them on a ruin, their armor save goes up to 2+, which again is quite hilarious for a bike unit because normally bike units don't benefit from cover. Not only does this unit benefit from cover, it gets +1 to its save in addition to the benefits of light cover, for example. So that's pretty mad. Target acquisition synergizes with our outcast units, such as your rangers. So you basically remove cover saves or more specifically, the benefits of cover. So that's removed. And then Swift Scouts, which is essentially a pre-game move, which is a normal move, which, as I've established, is 16 inches. So these guys at the start of the game just go, cool, 16 inches. So in terms of like using them in any game, if you know you're going first, because this is when you're going to make this pre-game move, you're moving forward 16 inches, and then in your turn 1, this little 105-point unit can just go up and touch things. So if I was playing Phil, I'd just be like, hey, Phil, have a unit of Shroud Runners coming up and touching all your Lehman Russes turn 1. And Phil would obviously be like, oh, good. That's a turn of shooting I don't get with, say, 2 or 3 Lehman Russes.
Exactly. Thanks, Jez.
Yeah. So I genuinely think the Shroud Runners are... I think pound for pound, in my opinion, they are I think you should always at least have one unit of 3 in an army to be kind of... Because they're just so flexible and so janky. They're a good unit. So there you go. Shroud Runners. They're my number 1 pick. Do you want to talk about anything in particular, Phil?
Yes. I want to talk about Corsairs because
Oh, which version of Corsairs?
well, here's the thing. I don't understand why there's 2 data sheets rather than just one. Is it because they've given you all the special weapon guys in one of them and a generic squad of the other? I don't know. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's exactly the difference, mate. So in the Corsair Void Reavers, you basically get some Void Reavers, and then you get a sergeant model, basically. And you can do some interesting things with their loadouts, but that's about the extent of it. Whereas with the Void Scarred, that's where you start to add in all the specialists and all the really interesting flavor.
Confusing. Why isn't it just one squad with?
Well, I guess the reason why they did it this way was because they wanted to at least sort of make the token gesture to people who love Corsairs to be able to maybe field an army of them.
Well, here's the thing. So I just realised that one of them, the Void Reavers, is a troops choice, whereas the Void Scarred is an elite's choice.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So I genuinely think there's some interesting play within the Void Scarred because of their access to the Soul Weaver. I think the Soul Weaver is an actual interesting thing because it potentially could perform a number of psychic actions or contribute to the psychic shenanigans of the army. So in terms of psychic powers, it knows Smite and one of the runes of fate or runes of fortune discipline, which basically means it's a Farseer. So it's another thing in your army that could have a Farseer power. So guide, doom, everything that we've kind of talked about already.
Okay, yeah, that's quite cool.
Yeah, so that's interesting, and that's only 76 points for that 6-person unit because it's 12 points per model. And it's 17 points to add the Soul Weaver.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, because you got the Void Scarred, so you can have 4 to 9 of those. Movement 7, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, strength, toughness 3, 1 wound, 3 attacks, leadership 7, 4+, save. You can then have one, or you have to have one Void Scarred Felarch.
Let's go with that. Yeah, Felarch.
He's got the pretty much same stat line, +1 attack, +1 leadership. You can have 0.
Got a lot of attacks as well, to their credit.
Yeah, like 3 attacks base. The regular Void Reavers have just 2 attacks. So that makes, I guess that's why they're the elite version. You can have a Shade Runner. You can have one of those. They've got weapon skill 2+. That's their only. Oh, and 4 attacks.
They're the knife lad from they're the knifey one.
Okay, yeah, the Soul Weaver, you can have one of them. You get +1 leadership, and then you can have one Way Seeker, which again +1 leadership.
Yeah, the Way Seeker is that one with all the spirit stones, I believe, that's like going, spirit stones, look.
Oh, the one in the picture.
The one in the picture. Or maybe that's the Soul Weaver.
Yeah, hard.
Well, I thought the Soul Weaver was the one with the helmet. One of them's a Way Seeker, one of them's Soul Weaver, whatever. But yeah. In fact, I'll say it here. When a Soul Weaver is equipped with a shuriken pistol, Aeldari power sword. Yes, yeah. So that's the one with all the powers, with all the stones. And then so it's the Way Seeker. Sorry, yeah. So the Way Seeker is the one with the witch stuff. So the Way Seeker is the one with the
helmet.
Yeah, not the Soul Weaver. Sorry, my apologies. So yeah, the Way Seeker is the Psyker. The Soul Weaver is the Soul Stone fella.
Can we just talk about how the witch staff, melee weapon, strength user, -1 AP, D3 damage, but each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 2+ is always successful.
Yeah, that's standard Farseer warlock weapons. They've been like that. Mate, they've been like that since 4th edition.
God, Jez, come on now. Jez, what are you doing?
In fact, they've been that way since 3rd edition, actually. I think the Witchblade and all associated weapons have been that.
Bonkers. Right, okay.
Mate, it's been the wrong.
I mean, this is why Aeldari have always been my arch nemesis. Like, cool, because they've got all this stuff. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah, but they've had it for a long time.
Nonsense,
You
yeah.
know, that's not new.
I know, and it's like they've already got all this stuff that's already really crazy good. Let's give them some new stuff on top in the new codex.
To be fair, though, the witch staff, I don't believe in prior editions, or at least in, again, I can't remember exactly, but I think the witch staff always winning on 2s is a new thing. It used to be singing spears and witch blades. Used to be winning on 2s, but now obviously the witch staff is added in. So there you go. Look, I think, genuinely though, for 76 points, and also they've all got power swords as well, right? For flipping 12 points a model, they come with a power sword.
What I find a bit odd, because this almost harkbacks to 2nd edition, where every Xenos race like Orcs and Eldar just had, effectively, for the most part, like Imperium weapons with, as you say, an Eldar power sword. And here, it's still called that. It's just called an Aeldari power sword. I'm surprised I haven't just given it a unique sword name rather than still a power sword. Even though that's ultimately what it is. Because all the Orc stuff went from bolters to shooters and stuff, even though that's ultimately what it is and stuff.
Well, it's changed quite a lot since. Initially, that
stat lines have changed, but originally, what they just had bolters and missile launchers and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I genuinely think there is some interesting options for the Corsairs. I just think the thing is like, it really depends how much you want to lean into certain things with them. I think genuinely the opportunity to use like Farseer abilities is pretty reasonable. So maybe there's an argument that that's something that you could try and explore. Noting that you obviously have to still have 5 models to then add the Wayseeker in. So the Wayseeker comes in as a 6th model, which is why I'm saying it's 76 points. So yeah, 76 or 77? 12. No, 77 points. Yeah, 77. Whatever the case, it's somewhere around that points mark. But yeah, they're not bad. And as I keep saying, they've got this thing called they've got this weapon called a shuriken rifle. Seen no pictures of it yet. No idea what a shuriken rifle is.
So this is on the standard Void Reavers.
Shuriken... Well, they get it in the Void Scarred as well. I just think they kept the profile on the Reavers.
Okay, yeah. So that's what range 24, rapid fire, strength 4, -1 damage with shuriken. Okay.
But I've just not seen a picture of the weapon anywhere. Unless maybe it's in this codex somewhere, and I'm just being blind.
It might be. It might be one of those things where it's in one of the alternate builds that we've just not seen yet, so it will appear in the kits.
Yeah. Going for a different tack for my second choice, noting that this will be my last choice because this is how we do things. It's just we go through things. I'm gonna. What? So much. Well, you'll get a choice as well. My last choice, your last choice. Phil.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm not saying you don't have a say in this. Well, unless you want to do 3 each.
I'm happy to do 3. Yeah.
All right, fine. Let's do 3 each. Flipping it. Come on now, calm down.
I put it this way. I'm giving you the good grace now to do a double episode and talk more about your day sheets, because I'm going to cash this in when it comes to the Guard Codex.
We've done so much more Guard content over the years than Aeldari.
You know what? It's what fans want every time. They're like, give us more Krieg. Come on.
Yeah, it's fortuitive, isn't it? Exactly. It's not like you're the one who is the barometer for what the fans want, apparently. Anyway, Wraithguard I want to talk about, because look, I think Wraithguard, or more specifically Wraith Blades, had a lot of kind of focus. Wraithguard's really weird still, and I don't really understand what they're doing with them. And I'm most befuddled by their weapon upgrade. But let's just get into it real quick, right? Movement 5, so they are now real slow. They used to be a bit quicker than this. Now they're quite slow. They're weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, strength 5, which is good, toughness 6, which as it was, 3 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3+ save. They come with Wraith Cannons as standard, which are range 18, assault 1, strength 10, -4, D3+3 damage. And if you roll a 6 when rolling to wound, you inflict 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. So D3+3 with a potential additional mortal wound. You can give everyone a D-Siphon. If you do that, you change to assault D6, strength 10, -4, 1 damage, and blast. And then the whole mortal wounds on 6s to apply. Now, the thing to know about D-Sives, they used to be flamers, so they used to automatically hit, which used to kind of, soften the blow. But now they're blast, which I suppose means they get more shots when shooting into units, which is, I suppose, not a bad thing. They've got Strands of Fate, which is obviously all the fate stuff. They've got Wraith Bone Form, so they basically subtract 1 from all damage, which we've established is pretty meaningful. But now here comes a funny statement, which is War Construct. Models in this unit can make attacks with ranged weapons, even while their unit is within engagement range of enemy units. But each model can only make such attacks against enemy units that they are within engagement range of. In such circumstances, model in that unit can target an enemy unit even if other friendly units are within engagement range of the same enemy unit. Now.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we learned this
blast.
when we were talking about Tau, and obviously a kind member corrected us that the blast rule specifically states you can't shoot while within engagement range, which this doesn't overwrite. So the only way to build a squad with this in mind, well, here's the thing. This still works on your Wraith cannons, right? And I guess
of course
this is what the build is really for. And if you were going to have D-Sives, you thought you were going to get locked in combat, you would want a couple of Wraith cannons to try and shoot yourself out of first, because you can still target. So I was thinking that you could do what you can do with Big Guns Never Tire and target your other guns.
No, that's specifically,
you can't based on the wording.
Yeah. So here's the thing: you've got these D-Sives, right? They go from, they're the same strength, same AP. They used to auto hit. Right? Like they used to auto hit. I'm gonna say that a couple more times.
Right.
And now they're blast, right?
So crazy good.
Well, they were good, but they were bad before. Actually, no one really was taking them before because damage 1. It's like it's such a weird mishmash, right? It's like, okay, cool. If I'm shooting a unit of orcs, fine. There are definitely going to be circumstances where I can murk a unit of orcs with this, because I could be like, cool, you're a 30-man unit. I've got 5 D-Sives. I'm within 12 inches, so I'm getting a sweet 30 shots. Basically killing on 2s because I'm double your strength, right? But obviously I'm hitting on 3s, winning on 2s. They've got cores, so you can do some reroll shenanigans with them. But it's just a fact that it's like, yeah, okay, cool. In those instances, when you got the perfect target, it can be pretty reasonable. But it's a lot of points for the benefit. And the thing is, 1 damage. I mean, it couldn't.
But here's the thing. So it's assault 6, 1 damage.
D6.
Sorry, assault D6. 1 damage. Blast though, so against certain units you'll max it out to 6 shots. So that alone, maximum damage you can do is 6. And then the assault 1 Wraith Cannon is D3 plus 3. Maximum damage you can do 6. So it's comparable. However, they both have the same thing: an unmodified wound roll of 6 influx, 1 mortal wound. So the maximum damage a D-Sive can do is 12, and the maximum Wraith Cannon damage can do is 7.
Yes.
So actually, the D-Sive technically can do more damage than the
Here's
Wraith
the thing,
Cannon.
right? But obviously, yeah. But then they've specifically got a rule that the D-Sive can't benefit from, which is a bit dumb. And then the thing is,
yeah,
that
I
makes
get
me
that.
laugh, is, right, a standard Wraith Guard comes with a Wraith Cannon, and it's 40 points. How much is a D-Sive upgrade?
Oh, I don't know.
It's 5 points per model, so it's an extra 5 points per model.
So you complain it's more expensive? Because his thing,
it's more expensive, and it's rubbish. It's literally like, no, and it's 12-inch range. It's like, oh my god, I've got to literally get right next to you, and then, yeah, sure. If I'm if I'm in an advantageous situation, and I go, hey, look, at long last, that 20-man Necron unit's in front of me. Brilliant. I can obliterate 20 Necrons with that squad. Great. But most of the time, you're going to find that it's not going to have those targets available, and then it's just going to be useless.
Yeah,
It's like
I
it's
mean,
225 points of circumstance.
because if you take a squad of Wraith cannons, even if you take 5, that's effectively like 5 super las cannons
Yes.
on a very like durable platform, albeit slow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. The D-Scythe version isn't bad, but as you say, it's a very horde killer. Here's the thing: I can imagine they gave it a war construct rule, and maybe at that point the D-Scythe still auto hit, but then someone was like, "Yeah, but now they can just shoot into combat, and they auto hit in combat." At which point that's really busted, right? So they've gone, well, we'll take that away, but we give it blast instead.
It
But
just
then
would have been nice.
the handicap is with blast you can't shoot into combat.
Yeah, it would have just been nice if they just gave it D6 shots. Just go, there you go, D6 shots, and then it can do it when it's in combat, and then it would have been viable. But yeah, I think that's.
I
the thing
mean, it
with
is
Red Gun.
D6 shots. So you mean so you would rather it lose blast?
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
Oh, interesting. Because
I would,
ultimately,
because
that's more than. I mean,
based on its ability, based on war construct, I would rather they got rid of blast because I would rather be able to continue to flame people in combat.
even if you're not auto hitting.
Even if I'm not, I'd take it, man. Like
No.
the extra shots are worth it because, yeah,
You've
it's
just
worth
got to
it.
learn to screen like a guard player. That's what you
Well,
gotta do.
indeed, or just not take Wraith Guard with D-Sides.
I mean, surely there's plenty of abilities where you can fall back and still shoot, right, via stratagems or psychic shenanigans.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, again, it's yeah.
And
The
it's
point
still
is,
cool.
yeah, exactly. All right. I mean, I appreciate it's not the worst, but I'm just saying that to me was a bit of a misstep on them. I was just like, man, it's not the best.
Okay, interesting.
I was talking about it because I think they're one of the least impressive units I've read in this book thus far. And I've read this book a couple times already, so yeah, I landed on them and went, yeah, they're a bit rubbish. At least the D-Side variant, I can still see viability in the Wraith Cannon version. Although I've got another unit that I want to talk about towards the end. The next one I'll talk about, which I'm disappointed in also. But please talk about whatever you want.
Well, I think we should talk about the big boy himself, the Avatar of Cain.
Caleb Encher Kane, Avatar, crazy lad.
So he's 10-inch move, weapon
which
skill.
is mad, by the way.
That's quite big. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength 7, toughness 8, 14 wounds, 7 attacks, leadership 10, 2+ save. He degrades, his movement goes down from 10, 9, 8, ballistic skill 2, 3, 4, and attacks 7, 6, 5. But as we mentioned, there's a stratagem which allows you to fight on death at your 7 attacks. He's equipped with the Wailing Doom, and you can only include one of him in your army. So the Wailing Doom has a shooting profile, which is 12 inches, assault 1, strength 12, -4, d6 +2 damage. Each time the attack is made with this weapon, if it's scored a hit, draw a straight line between the closest point of the bearer's base or hull and that of the closest model in the target unit. Make one wound roll against the target unit and each other unit that the line passes over. So, yeah, it's 12-inch range, but you could potentially maybe hit, 2 units, maybe 3 if you're crazy lucky. So that's not bad. And then you've got a melee option, which has 2 separate profiles: piercing strike, sweeping blow. Piercing strike is ×2 strength. So that's what, 14?
Yep.
-5, d6 +2, and then sweeping blow, strength user, so 7, -2 AP, 2 damage, and you can make 2 hit rolls instead of 1 each time you attack with that. So
14 attacks.
Again, 14 attacks. Tasty. You got battle focus, you got strands of fate. The avatar of the bloody handed god. This model can never have a relic or a warlord trait. That's interesting because I guess he's not technically a named character, but you can only take one of him. So, and this rule basically makes him a named character, but in all but name, basically.
Yeah, well, it's just to do with the way that the whole avatar works.
Yes, the lore
basically.
of it, yeah. So there are multiples, but you can only have one in your army. The molten form, so it's got 4 up invuln save, and each time the attack is allocated, the model halve the damage characteristic of the attack rounding up. That's pretty good. Kane the Awakened. So he's got an aura ability while a friendly Asuryani core unit within 12 of the model. Each time a combat attrition test is taken, you can ignore any or all modifiers. That's not bad.
Krieg.
Basically Krieg. The Bloody Handed aura, while a friendly Asuryani core unit is within 6, you can reroll the charge rolls for that unit. Good for your striking scorpions.
Andy.
Good to hang out with them. Burning Demise. When this model is destroyed, roll a d6. On a 6, it explodes. d6 inches and d3 mortal wounds. Other things to note, it's got the monster and the demon keyword.
Yeah, which is, again, pretty significant. Should you be playing up against Grey Knights, for example, because they have all sorts of extra shenanigans to cause your head a bit of a headache. Although, to be honest with you, they probably won't, because they have to rotate into that specific demon build, and they're probably not going to do that for one model. Although maybe, because the avatar can be interesting. I think I ran the avatar in a game with Joe the other day at 1,000 points. Joe, who's doing much better, for those who are following on with our random Joe health updates. He's on the mend. Good lad. I think at 1,000 points, the avatar is absurd. I think in those kind of games,
1,000 points
in an 1,000 point game, he becomes absurd.
I thought you were saying he was 1,000 points.
No.
He's not that good. Even I can tell that.
Yeah. No, but in 1,000 points, so he's 270 points, and in a 1,000 point game, he's just super valuable because he's so difficult to get rid of.
Yes, yeah. I think, because of his molten form ability, it will keep him alive.
But I still stand by the idea that I think there's a lot of stuff out there that really doesn't care about molten form, and it's particularly things like Grey Knights, things that do loads of mortal wounds. It's things like Death Watch, who will come down and cause you a hard time. I think, bizarrely, with the avatar of Kane, I genuinely think that the best version of an avatar of Kane is Ulfway, because you get the 5-up mortal wound baked in
to help keep him alive. Yeah, because this thing, the molten form halves the damage characteristic of that attack, which won't include mortal wounds.
Correct.
Yeah, so I can see mortal wounds would be the way to kill him.
Yeah, so an Ulfway avatar is actually probably the strongest avatar because of the fact that it's got the 5-ups, or rather the ability to absorb that damage on the 5-up. Although that being said, Samhan, for the stratagem to be able to advance and charge could be pretty interesting, because obviously you get that side of things, and the fact that also a Samhan one could fall back and charge as well. So once it's actually in there. But the problem is with the avatar, and I say this like it's a problem, it's not a problem. But the problem is with the avatar is really, if it's charged something, it's probably dead. There's very little that it charges into that stands up to it.
Well, I mean, so what is it? 7 attacks, but also, you're wounding most things on 2s, 3s at a push. If you're doing the piercing strike, 7 attacks, wounding it on 2s. Vehicles like Lehman Russ is on 3s, AP -5, so most things won't get a save, and then D6 +2 damage. Yeah, you got to roll pretty poorly.
Yeah,
especially when your weapon skills are 2+.
Yes,
but yeah, pretty poorly to not kill that. I mean, you could bounce on something that's got an invuln save in combat. That's the thing.
I swear people were talking about, and again, I don't know where this is coming from, and it's not something I've been aware of, but I swear people I talk to keep going, oh yeah, and it ignores invuns. So there must have been I don't know if that was like a Warhammer community article that was talking about that, or if there's like a stratagem that we missed.
I mean, I could imagine there being a stratagem, or unless there's like a psychic power. I mean, it's not core.
No.
But yeah, maybe there is that would make it really good, I think. Maybe people were just mistaken.
I think that's potentially the case, yeah. I think because I think there was like in the Warhammer community article, I think it came up against Be'lakor, and it managed to beat Be'lakor according to Warhammer community articles. But I look at it, I think, well, actually, no. I feel like Be'lakor would have it. I don't quite understand what Bellacor's issue would be.
Maybe it just went first, and I mean, because it's doing a crazy number of attacks on the charge. Bellicor isn't he -1 to hit, -1 to wounds?
Yeah, and you can't re-roll against him either.
But you can't gain. He's got no damage cap on him, or does he? I can't remember now.
He does, I think, because I think if I remember correctly, we always hypothesize the only thing that kills Bellicor in a turn is Bellicor.
Yes.
But anyway, whatever the case, whatever the propaganda is on that one, maybe there is a thing that we're missing, and someone out there is going, no, it's really obvious, it's there. But yeah, I'm missing it at this moment in time. Like I said, I read this book a couple of times and I've not seen it, so I'm either consistently missing it or it's actually not really a thing. But I have heard people talking about him ignoring invuns.
All right. Well, let's see what the internet has to say.
Well, indeed, we'll find out in due course. If that is the case, then great, even better. No, I mean, look, I think my general vibe on the Avatar of Khaine is that he's a great model to chuck into fun games, and I know that sounds insane because he is a stupidly strong-looking creature. But I think in the competitive space, I just think he's a little lacking in the competitive space. But I think just because he's a massive target, and at 2,000 points you can kill him relatively easily, I don't think it'll take you a turn or more than a turn to kill an Avatar with your average competitive build.
I guess, yeah, in theory, most armies should have enough firepower if they were able to get like a line of sight on it with all of their units, or their free fire prisms. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I'm not sure about the Avatar in terms of its viability in 2,000 point games, but I do like it in smaller point games. I think that's really where it comes into its own.
I'm not surprised. I was just going to quickly say we did find where the resonator shard exists.
Oh yeah, we randomly found that, didn't we?
We did, yes. We had to read the flavor text to give us a hint. It's basically the Rangers.
What was the resonator shard though, Phil? What were you on about? Oh, that was the thing with the Doom Weaver.
It was for D weapons.
It was for support
weapon
platforms.
Upgrades.
Basically, it was for stuff that fires out of line of sight, basically. Or things that shoot without needing to concern themselves with line of sight.
Pretty much, I think it was. Let me just flip to the page. It was. Oh wait, no, that's the Harlequin stuff. Yeah, if you got a D cannon or on a Doom Weaver or Shadow Weaver as well. Yeah. You can reroll the hit roll if you're within 12 inches of a resonator shard unit, which is the Rangers. Why they just didn't say Rangers, I don't know. But obviously it's maybe the resonator shard is a thing that gives them that ability, so it's being flavorful.
There you go. Anyway, last data sheet for me. The other unit that unfortunately has disappointed me, Phil. Because everyone knows I like Striking Scorpions. I talked about that a bunch throughout this one. They're that and the Shroud Runners, yeah. Top shelf.
Is it the Dire Avengers?
No.
Or was it the Fire Dragons?
No.
Oh.
It's the Hemlock, Phil.
Oh, your old favourite.
I really, really, really wanted the Hemlock to be good. I desperately wanted it to be good.
I mean, how many of them have you got?
3? Yeah, 3.
Okay. Just
3. But I wanted it to be good because I've always loved the Hemlock conceptually. I've used them since they first were introduced in the 6th edition Codex. I've been a massive fan of the Hemlock. It's just not good. That's the it's 210 points, right? So its movement is 20 to 60. It's got a weapon skill of 6+, ballistic skill of 3+, which degrades. Strength 6, toughness 6, 12 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. It's equipped with 2 heavy D-scythes, and heavy D-scythes are now range 18, heavy D6, strength 12, -4, 2 damage, blast. So again, not bad. You could potentially get 12 shots off of it, which is pretty reasonable. And to be fair, the heavy D-scythe going up from D3 to D6 is pretty good. But again, just to say, It's a blast weapon now. It's not a flamer. It used to be that you could auto hit with this stuff.
Thank God.
Well, indeed. But
it was
look,
so problematic before.
it was pretty cool. The Mind Shock Pod is exactly the same as it was before. It's a 12-inch aura that subtracts 2 from your opponent's leadership characteristic.
Mm-hmm.
Again, good, but not really accounting for modern gameplay mechanics, right? Like, you think like -2 leadership is like, that's all right. I would honestly have preferred the Mind Shock Pod to have been you always count as being beneath half strength, or beneath half strength for battle shock tests or something that's more current edition. -2 leadership is, it's all right. It might result in you being able to kill 1 model, maybe 2, but I think if it was something like you always count as like below half strength, I think it might have been a bit more meaningful. So that's all of its gear. It's supersonic, which is flyer talk. What's interesting is it only pivots once now, which is the same for the Crimson Hunter as well. Pivots, moves, that's it. So no longer have you got the wings of Cain, so you're not pivoting, move, pivoting. You just pivot, move, like any other flyer, except the AdMech flyer that now still pivots, moves, or whatever. So that's a big change. It's got Wraithbone form, so it is -1 damage, which is actually quite nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hard to hit, so -1 and airborne, and then explodes. And then this model can attempt to manifest 1 psychic power in the psychic phase and attempt to deny 1 psychic power in the psychic phase. And there's smite and 1 psychic power from runes of battle discipline. When this model attempts to manifest psychic powers, you can only select the power's second effect. So basically what they're clarifying there is, and again, this is something you might miss out on, it only has access to the negative.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
Yeah,
that's
it's always been the way that they've been, right? I think the thing that sort of upsets me about the Hemlock is just the fact that it's exactly the same as it used to be, with a bunch of reductions in certain functionality. So it's that thing where it's like,
they haven't made it better, but
they haven't made it better. They've made it worse.
Well, yeah, but I think that was because, well, in no small part to your own fault, because you were one of the people running lots of them, part of the Elderfly spam, which maybe gave the developers pause for thought to make sure that wasn't going to happen this time. So they deliberately toned it down.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. The fact that it was an assault weapon that auto hit was dumb, because you literally used to be like
move advance.
Yeah, and the pivot gave you such insane mobility. Like, I think
what was the range of it before on the guns?
It was 12 before, so it's
so it's now 18 inches, so it's gone up.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's one of those things where damage 2 isn't as impressive as it used to be, and the fact that, like, again, they've given it some stuff, but it's just not. The 210 points is a lot for what it is.
I mean, put it this way, that's a similar price for like a Lehman Russ tank commander that's like kitted out with everything. But this has arguably more firepower and utility and mobility, and with the -1 damage, potentially more defense. I mean, it's not as tough and it's not got as good a save. But it's got some cool stuff to it.
The -1 damage is pretty reasonable, right? But I think the thing is, because I suppose obviously a lot of like strength 6 stuff is damage 2, so great, like you're going to mitigate some of that. But like obviously this thing just hates things like just lots and lots of little small arm fire is going to pick it up eventually, because it's not got an invuln, it's not got.
But that's what always happens with sort of vehicles of this kind. But like heavy bolters. Which is what you'd normally chuck at it, because that's strength 5.
Yeah,
this is toughness 6, and you're -1 damage. So anything like that actually is really good against.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd have to shoot it with tons of like las cannons. Sorry, las guns and bolters.
Yeah,
to really like chip away at it with small arms fire.
I think this is the thing, though. I think like it's not that I don't understand that it's got some things going for it. I was just a bit sort of like it's just a series of kind of like, oh, okay, you've taken that and you're taking that and they're taking that, and I'm like, because I was really hyped about breaking out hemlocks again, and I didn't necessarily want it to be super ridiculously strong. I just wanted it to be something more kind of current. It's just exactly the same thing.
The downside that it doesn't hit means it's going to suffer from when it degrades. However, the blast, I think, makes it quite a good like elite killer. So if things like Terminators or anything with high strength and like a good save, because that's where the 2 damage kind of really kicks in. The only downside is, will they be in squads of 11 to maximize blast? Probably not. But if they were, or because even when you get minimum 3 for your instead of D6, that's still not too bad because you're just mitigating the bad dice roll, and you've got 2 of them, so you're effectively heavy 2d6 becomes heavy 6 minimum, plus you get to still roll, right? So if you were doing maximum number of shots because you're targeting a squad of 11 or more, that's 12 shots. That's pretty good. That's pretty tasty for something that's so strong, has such good AP and damage. But I think trying to find that like good target is the tricky thing.
Yeah, like I say, I'm fine with it. It is what it is. I just kind of feel like I just wanted something that felt a little bit more kind of, again, in line with sort of the because I'm totally cool with the changes to the move, and I'm totally cool with like the -1 damage versus the 6-up feel no pain that it used to have before. Like that's all fine. It's that thing where it's like either the points feel a bit off to me at the moment still, or the damage output just doesn't feel quite significant enough, or really just moreover it's sort of like it just doesn't feel like it fulfills the function that it used to fulfill, because it used to be that -2 leadership in the confines of 8th edition was devastating. That was the most devastating thing about it, whereas now it's like as I say, I would have preferred them to have given it like always count as being below half strength. As I say, I think that's one of those things that I would have liked to have seen, but whatever.
The like -1 to combat attrition and
combat attrition stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
like, that would have been something more like what I would have liked to have seen for it. But as it is, it's fine. It's like it's just a shame because I think again,
can you not do that via one of the psychic powers though? I'm sure that I thought there was something like that.
There's a -2 leadership, but there's nothing for.
There was something.
You could horrify.
Ignores.
So you could make with that. You could horrify and position it, and you can make someone -4 leadership, which admittedly could utilize mind war quite well, which was a psychic power we actually didn't talk about. But basically, you roll a d6 and add your leadership and subtract your opponent's d6 plus leadership result. So if you have -4 to their leadership, obviously it's more likely that you're going to do a lot of mortal wounds off the back of that. But yeah, it's quite circumstantial. But there you go. Anyway, that's my data sheets out of the way. Phil, you get the last one, mate, and then we'll just summarize.
I feel we should go for the webway gates.
Oh God!
I know we did talk about it a bit in the last episode, but
you want to talk webway gate?
Well, it's that or a Wraith Knight. Take your pick.
Webway Gate's got some fun conversational opportunities around it. So let's go Webway Gate.
So you can only include one of them in your army. Do you know how many points they are?
80.
Oh, that's not bad. It's the price of a chimera, basically. So it's got a few abilities. It's got no stat line or profile because you can't kill it, basically. Mysterious appearance during deployment. When you set up this unit, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 12 inches away from the enemy deployment zone and any enemy models. When this unit is set up on the battlefield, both of its Wraithbone archers must be set up within 3 inches of each other. No stipulation as to which direction or positioning they need to be in. I doesn't have to be as pictured. Once it has been set up, each Wraithbone Arch is treated as an obstacle terrain feature, which has the following terrain traits: light cover, heavy cover, unstable positioning, inspiring for keyword Aeldari, which I think is +1 leadership. It could be +2. Assume it's +1.
I think it might be +2 to be fair. Well, either way, it's plus leadership.
You've also got to bear in mind if you're doing this in a tournament, there's that new rule about putting down terrain. So if you want to put this down, you can actually get rid of another piece of terrain to fit it in, because it can't be within 3 inches, I think, of another terrain piece. Or was it 6? Might have been 6. So that will help you put this down on the table somewhere, and you can basically put it in the middle of the table. So it's got Webway Traveller. If your army includes this unit and you're using the strategic reserve rules, you can have you can halve the command point cost required to place Aeldari units into strategic reserve, rounding factions down. This ability is not cumulative with any similar abilities, i.e. the Prince of Corsairs. Lastly, we've got Webway Strike. So each time an Aeldari unit from your army arrives from strategic reserves, you can choose to set it up anywhere on the battlefield that is wholly within 6 inches of both the Wraithbone Arches of a friendly Webway Gate unit, which is a keyword. If you do so, the Aeldari unit can be set up within 9 inches of any enemy models, and it can be set up within engagement range of enemy models, a bit like when you can come on within, I think, 1 inch of your deployment zone. Which has never happened ever. If an Aeldari unit is set up within engagement range of any enemy models this way, it counts as having made a charge move this turn. Overwatch attacks cannot be made against that unit, and until the end of that turn, the unit can target any enemy models within engagement range of the melee attacks, even though it didn't declare a charge this turn. So basically it means you can pop out, you can end up automatically in combat, you count as having charged, and you count as having declared them as target of the charge for the purposes of targeting them when you actually go to actually attacking them in close combat.
Yeah. It, on the face of it, it's an absurdly strong piece of fortification. I think they've actually already been banned from some events. Because the community uproar against them was initially quite strong. Genuinely, and I know I'm going to sound like a lunatic when I say this to some people who subscribe to the various kind of internet ideals on this. Genuinely, I'm not into it because I think it forces you as a general, as a player, to build your army in a very specific way.
Oh yeah.
That being said, it's undeniable that this is an incredibly strong option for Harlequins. Harlequins, it's like, woof. Like, yeah, sure, why not? But, like, for Craftworlds, I'm not convinced. Because I think the problem is that for Craftworlds, you're going to basically need to invest in some punchy combat stuff.
Well, you've got your Wraith guys, Wraith Lords, which, as you said, are now much more slower moving. So you could
exactly
stick them in there.
Exactly. So that's the thing. Like, you can absolutely build around it, and you can be like, "Cool, I'm gonna." But this is the thing, right? Once those Wraith Guard have popped out and done something to things that are within that kind of area where the gate is, the movement 5, which admittedly still on the way the board is now, is not awful, but you know, it's you have to build very specific armies to complement the gate, and the gate kind of, in my opinion, makes you prioritize ways of playing which don't speak to the army's best sort of way of playing, I suppose. I think the thing is with Craftworlds, if you're going to do Craftworlds purely, I think you need to kind of dip into those different areas, but you need specialist units that perform specific functions, but do so to the benefit of the whole army. I think as soon as you start going really monochromatic with your build ideals, as soon as you just go, I'm all about combat, I don't think Craftworlds holds up the minute you go into one direction.
Well, I don't think you necessarily need to. Like, it's 80 points, and you probably only need, let's say, a quarter of your army tops techs for close combat that you're going to then put in reserves to be a real problem for your opponent. you've still got 3/4 of your army doing other stuff, right? You don't need.
Well, here's the other thing, then, mate. I've spent a lot of time writing army lists for this book since it came out. Before it came out, you'd be surprised how difficult it is to get what you want into these lists. The points are actually quite well balanced. It's
that
tough.
doesn't sound like something Jez would do. He wouldn't sign up on that.
I think they are potentially on the south side of the cheap line. I think they're about right, but I think they probably could use a 5% bump the other way.
Okay.
But I think they're okay. I think the thing is that, like I say, the problem with them, if there is a problem with them, is that, like, if you're playing them to try, as soon as you just add in things that negate problems. So, like, say for example, you're like, okay, cool, I've got a unit of Guardians. A unit of Guardians is 90 points, but no one wants a unit of Guardians on its own. Everyone goes, cool, well, I've got a unit of Guardians. I want to give them a weapon platform. Well, that's 20 points. I want that weapon platform to have a good weapon. Okay, well, that's at least another 5 points. That's 25 points plus the platform. And then you go, yeah, but really, in order to get the most out of them, I'm going to want that Wave Serpent because I want that durability. Okay, cool. Well, what's a Wave Serpent? 140. So at this point already, you're like, cool, that Guardian squad, to really actually make it worth having, has become 300 points there or thereabouts, because it became a Wave Serpent and a Guardian squad. And that stuff just kind of racks up with the army quite a lot. It becomes really, really easy to spend the points. And before you know it, you're like, oh, I've got an army list and I don't really know what it's doing yet. I've spent all my points or getting close to doing so. And I think that's the thing with the Craftworld book, is it's interesting when you actually try and build army lists with it. I think obviously we're going to start to see people spamming certain things, and people are going to come up with really amazing synergies that are going to be really quite terrifying. But I think in the initial instance, like you say, simply saying something like, oh, I'll just have a quarter of my army and just chuck it in a webway. It's like, it just feels super inefficient for Craftworlds. But for Harlequins, go nuts. Like, for Harlequins, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh, but also Drakari as well can take this.
Oh, yeah.
And that's an interesting one that I didn't realize, and they will probably benefit from it greatly as well.
Yeah,
because to me, the thing that comes across is like, cool, you can pretty much plonk this on an objective. I assume the webway gate doesn't control it in any way.
No, because
I don't think fortification. Yeah, I don't think fortifications can do that. But basically, you will own that objective, because any opponent trying to go near it is like, cool, I've got a thing in reserve. I'm just going to be in combat with you straight away. And as you say, if it's something that's half decent in combat, it's probably going to kill it. Like, your striking scorpions will have no problem with most things. If you were to do this and you were to put it on the center of the battlefield, and you're up against Space Marines, it's like every single Space Marine player takes, was it Honor of the Chapter, where they want to be in, is it Honor of the Chapter?
Oaths of Moment.
So Oaths of the Moment, where they want to be in the middle of the board. So all of a sudden, you're completely mucking up their game plan to get to the middle of the board, to be able to score their victory points for their secondaries. So you'll have a fun time against them quite easily, I think, because again, as soon as they have to go near it to score, and potentially also score an objective, which could also be there, so you're denying primary and secondary points. As soon as those models come out, it's kind of cool. I'm in combat already. Can't Overwatch. Can't really do anything. It's so big, and that 6-inch bubble is basically literally the middle section that those Space Marine players need to be in, or within aura range to be scoring on an objective, for example. So I can, especially when there are probably like weird shenanigans you could do with the placement of that webway gate to like maximize the size of where you can actually deploy straight into combat as well. So I can see why I could see more of the critics of it going, this could be used for shenanigans and could be very unfun to play against, more so than the advocates that are saying, yeah, this is really great and going to be a great way to play the game. Because it's like, yeah, it could be, but it's probably not going to be as bad as you say it is. But likewise, I could understand the fear mongering of people going, oh God, this wouldn't be fun to play against, like, at all.
Yeah, I don't think it. Well, anyway, I think the thing is that you can work around it. One of the interesting, almost shenanigansy thing about it that I was trying to work out is how obviously fortifications work now in terms of the fact that if you can't place it within the parameters that are set, which I believe is like 6 inches from other things.
I think it's 6 inches, but you can remove one object now. But if
Yeah.
you can't do it, then it gets destroyed.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So you can remove a thing. If you look at a lot of like fixed terrain setups that like they use at various like competitive events and so on.
They might be quite dense to the point where, because this is quite big, you might struggle to fit it in. But then potentially you could actually put the two arches like literally next to each other. So
you
they're taking up less space.
But you could use it in a way to basically position it to get. So you understand that when you see like most kind of like competitive tables, they've got two big central line of sight like blocking things. You could probably use this webway gate with those rules to get rid of your opponent's really, really useful, ruin.
Yeah, whether it's possible to play, because you can't be within 12 inches of your opponent's deployment zone.
So you have
basically to do it on the center edge, but you've got to do it so you're closer, so you're within 6 of their building line of sight blocking, but not your own, which I think would be the tricky thing, because that would be on your deployment zone. But it might be possible to do that. That would be quite clever.
Yeah, but that was literally the only thing I was looking at it for. I was like, I could use some shenanigans to get rid of a very useful pieces of terrain for my opponent. But I think that's the thing. I think, Drakari, Harlequins, no-brainer. Craftworlds, I just don't think Craftworlds play that way. I think Craftworlds really can't afford to have stuff lingering in a nebulous threat. I think you need to have more consistent output from Craftworlds, because I think the problem is the minute you drip feed Craftworlds, I think your most good players can manage them efficiently and just deal with them. I think you need to constantly ask questions and cause problems for your enemies. So, look, we've talked about it a lot. We've gotten through it. We've gone through the process. It's been an absolute delight. It's gotten quite late. My eyes are feeling quite heavy. It's been one of those processes. We've still got community questions about the decks to go through next, haven't we?
Well, we can do that next episode.
We'll do it now or whatever. I don't know. We'll think. Well, who knows? Not now, because now I'm going to bed. But by the time we get around to recording the outro, but let's just do some closing thoughts on this and get a vibe for it. I think we get where you're at with it, right, Phil? I think you're basically of the opinion that, oh God, this nonsense. Why have they done this to me?
No, Jez,
why must they punish me?
Well, here's the thing. Every time I play against them when they're good, they've been a nightmare to deal with, to the point where it's almost impossible. They're up there with Drakari in terms of whenever I've played against Drakari, like I've never won against them. I have won against Elder, which was the glory days of those 2 month window when 8th edition dropped and we had indexes. Guard was actually pretty good then, because Wraith Knights, which is what everyone had, were rubbish. And everyone still took Wraith Knights because they didn't quite realize that they were rubbish yet. So, that was fun. I actually won a game against Elder then, that one time ever.
Good skills.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a pretty good list, pretty good army, to be honest. We haven't even gone through Army or Harlequins yet, but overall, just looking at Craftworld stuff, like most of all, I know you're complaining about the Hemlocks, but everything seems pretty good. Like
I agree.
People talk about internal balance. Overall, it seems pretty good. I really, we didn't get to talk about them, but I really hope the War Walkers are good, because to me, they're like the most iconic Elder vehicle known to mankind, or elfkind even.
Yeah, they're not core, which is difficult because obviously a lot of the buffs and things you want to get core. But they're now full scouts. They're like the Invictus tactical war suit. They can just deploy in no man's land. They've got movement 10, so they've got healthy movement, and you can arm them up with some pretty decent weapons.
I've just noticed there's a weird misalignment of the stats for the War Walkers.
Oh, really?
So the strength, toughness, wounds, attacks are all like way off to the right. They're not in alignment.
The old graphic designer's eye there.
Yeah, get the editor and fire the graphic designer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, God, they are. They're all off to the right.
Very weird. Very weird.
But yeah, you can do some okay stuff with War Walkers. I think they're pretty reasonable. Oddly, I think the Hornet's still actually pretty ridiculous. But again, I don't know if they've FAQ'd. I mean, they must have FAQ'd Imperial Armor.
Yeah, well, I think the FAQ for that will come out in a week or two time when they do the main FAQ.
I can tell you they've updated the app, and on the app they've updated like the weapon profiles to reflect their current versions.
Oh, so they made them better.
Yeah. So in the app now the Bright Lance is exactly as it is now.
That would be because the Bright Lances in the Forge Worlds compendium will just say C profile X within Codex, so they would get updated. But if there was like a unique weapon that was, I don't know, Bright Lance type 2 or something, or twin linked Bright Lance that had its own unique profile specific to Forge World, then that one wouldn't have been updated yet until the FAQ comes, I would assume.
But what's funny is that they haven't updated some of the points things yet, right? So the Bright Lance on the Hornets is just like a 10-point upgrade, which feels light. So at the moment, like the Hornet has the advantage of the fact that it's like an 80-point base model, but you can put 2 Bright Lances on it, and that will come to 100 points.
How much are they in the Codex?
Well, on the War Walkers, they're 15 points.
Right, so they will get more expensive. Yeah,
I think so.
So I imagine that will come in the FAQ.
Yeah, you'd assume so. But anyway, so I think my vibe on Craftworlds is obviously I'm a massive fan of the army. I'm a massive fan of the faction. Whatever. It's a really rejuvenating release for me. It's the most significant 40k release in years for me because it's just absolutely, as I say, just completely reinstilled my like desire to learn and master this system and be more invested in the game. Again, I mean, it's crazy, as I say, just how much this release actually ended up meaning to me, in the sense that like I was legitimately surprised at how excited I was for it, and how much I continue to be excited about it. I'm constantly on the prowl now to be like, hey, anyone up for a game? Anyone up for a game? Going to be hopefully heading over to yours fairly soon. Or
I'm totally up for a game.
Yeah. So like, that's the thing. I'm just trying to get some games in with it, figure it out. I plan on taking them to RFW 2 in May. Me and Tom, or whoever ends up being my doubles partner at the Warhammer World doubles in June, will be accompanied by my elder. I'm enjoying painting them. The new models are fantastic. The Altark I painted recently, I've just loved painting it. It was just such a fantastic mini to just go to town on, and it's just fantastic. So genuinely very excited for it. And I think as a range of minis, they're amazing, but as a rule set, they're very strong. I would put them. The pecking order at the moment is clearly, in terms of the competitive space, is clearly Tau and Custodes at number 1, number 2. Drakari seems to reside in that kind of number 3 space, with Crusher Stampede kind of sprinkled in various places. Crusher Stampede feels very gatekeepery to me at the moment, although it's got some interesting builds to it. But Drakari sort of felt like it was number 3's Crusher Stampede there. I think Harlequins potentially outpace Drakari, so I think Harlequins have got an argument to be in that number 3 spot. We haven't talked about them yet, but that's what I'm kind of getting as a vibe. So I think Craftworlds exists in the upper echelons, but I think it now resides in a place similar to AdMech, in so much as it is good and it's going to bamboozle a lot of people, and in the hands of the right players, it's going to really surprise and upset people. But I don't think they've got the tools to be absolute top tier as of right now. But obviously, once Custodes and Tau are addressed with various nerfs or updates or changes, I think Aeldari will continue to rise. But then obviously they'll get knocked down as well. So hopefully we'll end up in a situation. I mean, again, it's a good place to be that we've actually potentially now got like 6 books or 6 armies that are actually interesting. And we know new NIDs are on the way as well. We saw those releases as well. So it's exciting, man. I think they're finding their feet with the edition, which always is the way. They just about figure it out in time to scrap it all and start again, right?
Oh well, that'll be a conversation for another day. But you're right. I think it is a solid book, and it is going to be up there in terms of the power level. A solid 2 smoking Jezzes for me.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to move on to whatever it is we decide to do next. Who knows? Transitional noise. And that's it, everyone. The end of episode 124. Although you know better than that, or at least I hope you do, or maybe you don't. It's that part of the show where me and Phil talk about more general topics. Not that we don't generally chat throughout the entirety of the show, shoehorning it in here and there where we can. But this is the moment where we kind of cut loose and talk more generally, still very much within the theme of Warhammer 40,000, though, right? We don't tend to stray too far, do we, Phil?
I mean, you verge off on your little tangents around, 1980s cartoons, sometimes wrestling, and other sort of weird assortments of your childhood.
I have to admit, I do kind of tone down the wrestling without Joe on the show now. I think Joe massively contributed to the opportunities to introduce wrestling into things. But unfortunately, that's not been quite as prevalent, I suppose, with your good self, mate.
I know, although I can make a wrestling reference.
Oh, please.
In terms of...
Are you going to talk about AEW Revolution and CM Punk's retro entrance to AFI?
I don't actually know what that means, so
okay.
No.
I think it was. I may have gotten the name of the pay-per-view wrong. I think it was Revolution. I don't know what I just said. Anyway, it's fine. I think I used those words.
No, what I was going to say is, so the new Arming of a Space Marine video. Actually came out. Hot topic today. When he's coming in at the beginning, all sort of buff, not quite butt naked, but scantily clad in a loincloth. He looks very reminiscent of the wrestler from Guardians of the Galaxy, whose name I can't actually remember.
Dave the Animal Bautista.
Yes, it looks very much like him in that one shot. I feel like that's who they've based it off of.
Well, best you don't, allow that to percolate too much, lest he come and, go after Games Workshop for their naughtiness. I'm sure he takes
of his identity. I think they've changed him enough, but you sort of look at the overall silhouette, it's similar. But that could just be they've not based it on Dave Bautista. It just looks like a Space Marine.
It's true.
He is a Space Marine in the living flesh.
Exactly. With a lot more tattoos, though, it's fair to say.
Well, other than a Space Wolf. I imagine a Space Wolf's got lots of tattoos.
That's true. And he does have one of the best entrances in wrestling as well, when he comes out and does the weird kind of effect where he goes pop, 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 and then all the explosions go around, Phil. There you go. Look at that. You give me an opportunity to talk wrestling. What a treat, eh?
Well, exactly. I thought I would, I'll let you have your chance.
Exactly. We won't go too
deep. And then
no
more for at least 10 episodes.
Yes, exactly. That's the full extent of what I get, as it were. I'm often intrigued by the fact that I'm still relatively entertained and or interested in the wrestling, I have to say. But
I thought I'd talk about that now.
No, I know. But I thought at some point I would have kind of grown out of it, but in a weird way, I suppose so many things have almost grown back into it.
Have you grown out of 40k?
No, never.
Exactly.
I mean, 40k I never left. It's stayed with me forever long. This video is interesting though. Isn't someone sent this to me today, and I was like, yeah, I've seen this before, haven't I? And then it turns out there was already a video that someone did that was this, but isn't this. I didn't realize at first. I was like, yeah, I've seen this before, right? This already existed. Why is everyone making a big to-do about something that's already out there?
Well, this one's Games Workshop official. There is another one on YouTube called The Raptor.
Yes, you were telling me, yeah. The Raptor, yeah. Which is amazing, by the way.
which I think that only came out last year, so it is very new.
Well, I
And
was
that is
thinking
very
maybe when,
similar.
yeah, I was thinking, oh, maybe that was a teaser that I saw before. Maybe that was what it was. Maybe I watched the teaser and this is the full thing. But obviously not the case. Obviously, the Raptor, its own separate thing that exists, and now this is Games Workshop's own version of a Space Marine having armor plates put on it, done in the style of StarCraft 2.
Well, apparently the Raptor one was based on that sequence from StarCraft, and then it feels like this one's been based on the Raptor one. Or, I mean, whether it's the same guy, or if you were to do a video along those lines, it would just happen to look like that.
Well, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, if you are going to armor up a dude in a big blue suit of armor, it's going to have parallels, I suppose.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting video. Obviously I like it. I liked the Raptor. I like this one. They're two versions of the same thing. I think the Raptor felt a little bit more, upon watching it again, it felt a little bit more kind of quick and breezy. There was a little less pomp and circumstance, a little bit more automation, whereas the Ultramarines got a lot more people anointing him in oils and things, which admittedly kind of matches the narrative. So I'm curious whether we could describe this as maybe just the chapter differences. The Raptors clearly, maybe favoring a more, speedy deployment system, whereas the Ultramarines are a little bit more on it, I suppose, with the
bit more, pomp and circumstance. It's a weird one because you would have thought if you're getting a whole company ready, so let's say you need 100 Space Marines all in battle armor. Are they all waiting in a line to go to this one room to get their armor on, or was there multiple chambers where it's happening?
I would assume there are infinite chambers. This is,
or is this just for the captain? Maybe this is just for him, and then everyone else has to, get bedecked up in a different way. It sort of feels like.
I strongly doubt it. I would imagine that they have got loads of these facilities, because you've got to remember as well, right? Like, this will be upon like one of those McCrag vessels that was probably made to house the entire Legion, or like, entire like large swathe of the Legion. So, a lot of these chapters are floating around in ships that are far too big,
true.
for their entire thing. So they've probably got loads of this stuff going on. This is where the fantasy element of 40k comes into effect. But although I would love the idea of it being like a weird queue system and literally this having to go on for like 4 days.
Calling number 44. Oh, I've got number 102.
Yeah. Each one of these ceremonies takes a fair old while. But I think it's lovely though, isn't it? Because in a way it kind of depicts how much work and effort goes into, creating a Space Marine, and obviously all of the artistry and technology that is symbiotic with their own kind of bioengineering, I suppose. The whole thing is quite amazing when you get to see the spectacle of what it is to, put together one of humanity's great defenders and send them out onto the front line. It's quite cool to see.
Exactly, because they always go about how armor's really precious, and that they, even the standards, tactical armor is effectively a relic in its own right. I guess even the Primera stuff technically is as well, even though it's new. And it all gets sort of praise and respect that the armor's due, because actually the technology behind it is really sacred and not very well understood. So they do all these weird things like putting, incense around the room, or putting the purity seals onto the armor and stuff like that.
But no, we hear a lot about the kind of ritualistic nature that goes into arming up a Space Marine. So it is quite nice to see. I mean, one of the things I often ask myself, though, when I see Games Workshop do these kind of things, and I don't get me wrong, I definitely look at it and go, that is cool. I'm glad that exists, because it is cool. But I am often curious why it exists. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, what's the deal with this? What's the message? What are we getting? Is this in service to, future releases? Is this to potentially support, upcoming product releases with with something, or is this just to distract us from the fact that today was the day that they raised the prices?
Well, they actually raised them Monday, so it's not
fine. Well, then
quite
they
far
raised the
off,
price this week.
but
They're trying to sort of like get some positive stuff out
similar.
there.
Well, I think they're doing a few things with it. I mean, let us put our tinfoil hats on to
Please.
speculate what it might be. I think they're sort of backtracking slightly on the whole kind of Astartes concept. So when they were doing Warhammer Plus,
Astartes concept, that's a statement.
What I mean by that
context,
is,
yes,
they basically took Astartes off YouTube.
Gotcha.
Where it was being watched for free by thousands upon thousands of non-Warhammer people,
millions,
millions even,
millions.
And it was being shared around. There were like react videos to it.
Yeah.
Otaku, like gamer channels would talk about it. And it would get lots of visibility, and that in itself is bringing new people into the hobby. So they took that away because they've hired him for Warhammer Plus. So it's now on Warhammer Plus, but weirdly it's also on Warhammer Community because they stuck it there before Warhammer Plus was live, and it still sits there as well. And I think they heard a lot of feedback from people within the community, not to say people like us, not that they would have listened to us personally, but we've been saying the exact same thing of, this is free advertising for you, why have you done this? So I think this is them changing tactics slightly, perhaps having listened to the community feedback about it and going, actually putting these cool videos for free out on YouTube is actually good for us because it's promoting the hobby, it's promoting the universe, Warhammer. It's even promoting Warhammer Plus because within the YouTube page there's a link to the community post which also features a video, and then within that they're saying, oh, there's going to be a video on Space Marine armor in Lore Masters coming soon. Check out Warhammer Plus.
Have you
check
watched
out this
Lore
trailer
Masters
for free
yet?
Yes, I've seen.
God, it's
not
awful,
all of them, but
isn't
a lot.
it?
What's wrong with it?
It's just it's literally like he reads the fluff from a codex at you. I listened to one episode of it and I was like, oh, okay, it's just like someone just tells me the things that are just in like the books, like, it's not like again, like when you listen to like the other lore channels that are on YouTube, they've got really interesting perspectives and bigger stories, and they talk about these really amazing events in the lore and flesh it out, whereas it just sort of feels like Wade just sort of goes through I listened to his one on Tau, and it was just, and that was the only one I've ever listened to, and maybe that was a bad episode, I need to go back and listen more, but he just sort of goes, Tau are this Tau is this Tau is this, they do this, Tau do this Tau is this. I was like, wow, this is rubbish.
They're very well, no, here's the thing, I actually like them, and I don't want to listen to a 3-hour video.
I love it.
Tau.
I love a good Luton video. Is it Luton? Luton's the lad? Is that the one?
Luton does one, a bunch of others have done it. I have to say, like, the thing I don't like about those ones, not to criticize anyone in particular.
Oh, hello, Phil. I mean, you might be on the wrong side of the fence here, Phil. Normally, if you throw a little bit of shade at Games Workshop, Warhammer Community, or Warhammer TV or whatever, Warhammer Plus, that's okay, Phil. But you got to be careful now. Don't be bad mouthing people like Luton.
No, but as you said, they flesh them out, and they do that by kind of making up stuff. So it's a mixture.
Not often.
The ones I've listened to tend to be a mixture of I'm
reading
the wiki.
Yeah.
I'm reading the wiki. I'm making up some interesting backstory about some stuff to create more events than actually exist for certain things. Like I've seen something about Krieg, and there's way more stuff in there that just isn't in the books because all you have is Siege of Vrax and Fall of Orpheus, basically. But they cover more stories than that.
Yeah, but
so I'm kind of convinced that they do create some filler stories as well.
Yeah, but those channels are like the theory channels, right? The ones that are coming up with like fiction, where and obviously I suppose the integer, but that's what's lovely about it. I love the whole collaboration of the community where we come together and help add and flesh out the lore, because that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just what Games Workshop come down and tell us. It's also what we contribute and the stories that we create, because that should inform the universe. We as a community should be able to pose questions or expand things and make things more personalized or mold the narrative in a way that
in a fan cut. I find it slightly problematic when they're sort of doing it like a definitive lore video, but then it's not either accurate or lore accurate in terms of the official canon, as opposed to throwing in their own stuff. But I will say, just going back to Wade's Lore Masters, what I like about it is actually it is short and it's just a comprehensive like overview primer. Yes, if you want to hear about Abaddon for 3 hours, you can go find a lore channel and listen to it, or read a wiki page, which is
But I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? And again, I need to listen to. Maybe I should watch a couple more episodes to gauge it. But if they're all like that, again, that's I think the problem is, I suppose, is that maybe it's just not for me. Maybe that's the thing, right? I know all this stuff. Like when they start saying there are types of Tau, Aircast, they're the pilots, Earthcast, they make the things, Firecast, they fight. It's like I knew that all already. So I suppose
exactly.
It's like
it's you could say it's well, to be fair, it's probably aimed at new people into the hobby that like, what's Tau? I've literally never heard of Tau before. Who's
what
Gilliman?
Are Tau?
Tell me about Gilliman. Who's he? Yes. And it gives you a quick synopsis of what they've done, enough to get a good understanding of them. But yeah, it's like I don't want a 3-hour video about that because I just don't have the time to listen to it. Whereas a nice 10-minute video, great. That's all I'm after.
I don't know. I went through a period of listening and watching the Luton videos on Primaris Marines like over and over again. Like it was a wonderful piece of storytelling to fall asleep to. Not that it made me fall asleep, but it was just a nice thing to listen to and kind of immerse myself in as I was trying to go to bed or something. Like I was over the course of like 3 months, because I would only manage maybe like 5-10 minutes before falling asleep. So I sort of kept going back and over the course of time. But anyway, that's probably, I mean, maybe people listen to us to fall asleep as well. I'm sure they do.
Quite likely. Just not while they're driving on their commute to work.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that certainly would add an element of risk to the whole situation. But no, that's the thing. I don't want to be sort of, well, I've already said it, haven't I? I've already basically come along and gone, those Lore Master videos are rubbish. I expected more. I thought, because the thing is with Wade, I've watched him on community feeds where he's been fueled with enthusiasm and pulled out some abstract piece of lore from like a white dwarf and talked about how such and such a thing was such and such a thing. And it's really sort of engaging and interesting. So just to sort of see him sit in front of a green screen and go, here is, some really basic insights on what the factions are, was a bit like, oh, okay. And again, is Warhammer Plus, Phil, the place for that entry level kind of content?
Well,
because you would argue it's a fan area. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you could. Well, here's the thing: you could say that basically there needs to be like a Lore Master's deep dive where he does do the obscure facts, and it is like half an hour long and goes into a lot more depth on a certain topic. So you have your basic beginner's guides, and then you have the all-encompassing. This is everything with all the obscure footnotes thrown in for good measure. And then that would satisfy both areas. Potentially, and we've said this before, like Warhammer Plus would be much better served being for free on YouTube. And those lore videos, again, would be better served as a way of bringing new people into the hobby by being for free on YouTube. Because as you say, someone could watch that How to Armor a Space Marine and be like, oh, cool, right, what's a Space Marine? And then all of a sudden you end up going on, a bunch of lore videos created by some random people on the topic, or you could have an official 10-minute primer by Wade on the Warhammer community YouTube channel, which would be a lot more useful to Games Workshop to sell their product basically and get people to buy into it.
Or they could listen to this podcast, Phil. Hey.
Well, they could do that as well. They're more than welcome to sit through a 4-hour episode about something.
Exactly. So what we're basically saying is, Phil, because bear in mind we also make up a lot of stuff, not on purpose but by accident. We're basically campaigning against ourselves now, is what you're saying. It's like I can't stand 4-hour long things where nothing really gets resolved and they make everything up.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's not for me personally.
Oh, I see.
However, if you want to listen to it, we are for you. In fact, I would listen to me talk for 4 hours.
Well, exactly. I mean, you actually do, don't you? I mean, I do too. We actually do go back and listen to podcasts.
Sometimes, yeah. When I'm feeling on a Saturday when I'm hobbying in the shed and I'm feeling a bit lonely, I'll just put us on and have a little listen.
It's quite nice, yeah. It's sort of weird in a way. I know I've probably said this many, many times before, and it sounds a bit self-indulgent to say it again, but I will do. It's weird in a way because I try listening to a lot of other podcasts and I struggle to get into them. But I find it really easy to listen to our podcast, and I do think to myself, I really wish someone else was doing this, so as I could just enjoy it, rather than being the one that was making it every week.
Yeah, but is it though that you want to listen to a podcast of not intimately familiar, of friends that you are familiar with, so therefore you've got the rapport with them immediately, or is it more the style of podcast that you prefer?
I don't know, and maybe that's a fun thing that we can throw out there. Please, recommend us some other podcasts. We need to expand our horizons, listen to some more things. I do quite systematically, though, go through and listen to the other podcasts just to see what's going on in the space. And it's interesting the amount of variation there is out there. I mean, I think obviously there's a lot of people really quite extensively focused on the competitive scene. And a lot of that's obviously in the US, where it's all like, here's the latest news from the ITCs and here's how so-and-so did at so-and-so event and so on and so forth. And that's all great, man. I mean, I enjoy listening to those things. And obviously you got the specialism podcasts where people are just like, oh, we only talk about Eldar or Drakari, like Real Space Raiders. We'll give them a plug. Why not? But yeah, like it's interesting how much stuff is out there. And obviously as well, the fun thing with like 40K podcasts I've found anyway in the 4 years we've been doing this, Phil, is the people that appear and disappear, like, where you're like, oh, that looks interesting, and then it's sort of gone before it gets going, which is a shame, because I think that's one of the things. Is like the one thing I would campaign for anyone who's interested in doing podcasting is always to be prepared to just keep on doing it. You can't sort of let yourself stop, can you? Otherwise it will never get anywhere.
Well, true. Yeah, I mean, it is hard work and commitment to do on a consistent basis. So I can understand fully why people disappear. It's like, even with my own YouTube channel, it's like there's definitely been times where I just haven't done a video for like 6 months because I just don't have the time. Although at the moment I've been pretty consistent, twice a week. No, not twice, once a fortnight. That's more accurate. I've been doing videos this year, which is pretty good. Although it doesn't mean I've got to put out another video next week.
No.
Not started editing a new one yet.
Oh well, mate, you'll get it done, pal. I mean, we've done this one. We got it done. We talked about Craftworlds, which is really exciting. Again, very, very happy that this book is now in the game. It has rejuvenated it for me. I'm curious if everyone's going to lose faith in 40K with the release of this book, because I think the power creep has been pretty strong, and I think there is potentially mounting kind of concern for how powerful certain things have become in the game. And I know that Horus Heresy is waiting round the corner, right? Like, they got to announce it one day soon. So yes, I'm curious whether we're going to see that 7th edition.
Oh, like Horus Heresy to Horus Heresy, possibly. Here's the thing: I think the more codexes that come out that are on a similar power level to, I guess now Tau, but originally Drakari and Admech, it actually kind of balances the game, because actually there's less of a power creep, but the bar is set very high. But then it's more noticeable for the 9th edition codexes that aren't in that realm, like the Space Marines, the Death Guard. It's like they're going to struggle to compete to that level, and hopefully the balanced data slate will just bump those up or tone down the more powerful ones. It's but if everyone's on that, if the majority of codexes are on that really powerful, top tier, then actually the game's kind of balanced. But it's just a much more brutal game, which then has its own problems of, if everyone's getting tabled turn 1 or turn 2, is it a fun game? What do you do to resolve it?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've started trying to come up with like army lists and things or ideas for these this doubles that we've been able to get tickets for, and it's actually interesting now because you talk about things and you're going, well, what do I do to what do I do to tackle tail railguns? What do I do about that? I need a strategy for dealing with tail railguns.
Is the answer don't take anything with an invuln save?
Well, and that's the thing that's really interesting, though, because it is actually now sort of developing to that point that, because there's so much stuff that is powerful, like you've just said, it creates a sort of pseudo balance in a way. So there you go. It's interesting. I think the thing is, genuinely, I don't think Craftworlds are likely to consistently feature in the number one spot. I think a lot of great players will be able to take them to the top. I think the problem is with Craftworlds is they came out at the same time as Harlequins, and as we'll discover next week when we dive into the Harlequins book, they're quite a lot more obviously strong than Craftworlds. You need a lot less finesse to make the Quins work. They're a little bit more plug and play, I feel.
I guess that's because they have so few units in the game. They kind of only have one play style, don't they? Like they've got kind of one build. It's bodies in bikes or boats, whatever you want to call them. Chuck them forwards, get into close combat or fusion pistol range, because that's kind of all they can do. That's all they've got in terms of the models in their army. It's not that they've got a ton of different types of vehicles that allow them to do different builds, or they don't have very durable units. They don't have really any long range shooting units. It's like they've just got a couple of close combat units and transports, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. But yeah, they've definitely sprinkled a lot of really interesting elements on top of those guys. They've got some mad stuff, which is great. But yeah, I think genuinely, Tau Custodes probably will still reside for the majority of instances at the top of the mountain, and I think Harlequins will probably come in at that number 3 spot, depending on how they match into Crusher Stampede and Drakari specifically.
I was going to say, what will be interesting is if Crusher Stampede is already great, right? How much better is it going to be when the new Codex comes? Or will it just mean Crusher Stampede is still good, but actually there's better viable options within the general Tyranids Codex? Like, why limit yourself to just big monsters to get that invuln save when so many other things are actually way better or better points optimized? So actually that list, while still good, is just a bit redundant.
I've heard the damage output of some of the big bugs in Nids is going a bit crazy, though, in the sense that they've got a lot of attacks, from what I understand.
Yeah, well, so I've seen a few previews about the flesh borers on the termagants, because they've basically released the new packaging, which has the new stats in it. Yeah, and apparently it's like strength 5 -1, like 1 damage, which is apparently a lot better than it used to be, and that's pretty good. Like strength 5 on and then think about like how many of those you get in that new combat patrol. It's a lot of shots.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is like, I think, Nids are gonna potentially be a real problem. Not that they're not already with Crusher Stampede. I think but they could become a real problem. Which is what you want, though. You want them to be oppressive. You want them to make their presence felt. You want to be like, oh Lord, Nids are coming, and it's going to be a rough night.
Well, that
'cause-
should be very thematic, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think Games Workshop have done a really good job with the Nids to a point, in the sense that up till now, in the sense that they're not quite as oppressive as they once were. It used to be with Nids that they really, really forced you into one kind of methodology of play, in so much as your army just essentially had to kind of try and be defensive and take them out before they got into your ranks, because they were so efficient in combat that there was so little you could do about it.
Yeah, you would always just but that, in part, I think that was just due to the mechanics of 6th and 7th edition, like how strong combat was, or winning combat, where you could win combat and it's like, cool, your whole unit's now dead because you lost combat and you failed a leadership test, and then they rolled more than you on the sweeping advance test. So that's why combat for them could be so deadly.
I think the as I say, I think the thing with that is definitely Nids to me have not really belonged properly, even though they've had the rare like moments of having good builds. I think they've been in a weird place since 5th edition. As much as I praise 5th edition, I think the 5th edition Codex was really weak for the Nids. It might have even been a 4th edition. No, it was a 5th edition Codex, and I think they've just always sort of been in a weird place ever since. So I'd like to see them come back to something a bit more, I'd like them to feel scary again.
It's weird. It's like, so recently you've got the Crusher Stampede is like the only way, not to play them, but the only way to competitively win with them, let's say. Before that was, was it 8th edition, when it was the flying circus of the 8 winged hive tyrants with twin link devourers. That was the last time where there was like a competitive like loadout, which was completely broken because it was so spammy, and that was literally the thing that forced the rule of 3 to appear in the like match play 8th edition. And then prior to that, I can't actually remember what was good about Tyranids in 6th and 7th edition. So you're right, I think they have been in a weird spot. And they've also sort of shifted more to a shooty army than a close combat army, which sort of feels very counterintuitive for how you imagine Tyranids to actually play.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that statement. I think the Nids have definitely become a really interesting army at the moment, and I think they definitely emphasize shooting over other mechanics, which you would assume were more, their bread and butter, I suppose, which obviously is the kind of combat element. I mean, that's still there now, but it's different, right? It's like, but I think Crusher Stampede has done a really good job of giving them something, as well as obviously the oppressive shooting that they've got thanks to their Hive Guard, which are very, very strong. But yeah, I'm really, really interested to see what Nids become. It's cool that they're not too far away now, because I think it's going to be a really interesting time for the game when Nids come back with a vengeance. I think the only thing is now is really that we need to start to see that timeline concerning when the Guard will finally get their moment in the sun, because it feels like certainly them and the Chaos Space Marines are just lingering in this weird place. They were the first books of 8th edition after Marines. Of course, you obviously have to respect Marines, but it was literally it was well, in the span of 8th edition, because wasn't Death Guard in the Chaos Space Marine book before?
Before they were always part of the Chaos Space Marine Codex. Then
was that the case in 8th?
No, because Death Guard were their own faction in 8th editions. That's when they released them, and they got their own codex. So I think it was Space Marines. I presume Death Guard came out at the same time.
Yes,
unless Death Guard did come out later. Then it was Guard, and then I think Chaos Space Marines just after.
Marines, yeah. So obviously they've done Space Marines, as they will multiple times. They've done Death Guard. So yeah, really, it's those two armies now. And the Nids, to be fair, but obviously now we know they're going to get some attention. So
it's weird. I think even with like Necromunda, but definitely with Age of Sigma, they released like a bit of a timeline, which is what occasionally they did, and they did it last year with a timeline when they were like, orcs are going to be this quarter, Black Templars, then Mystery Codex of Xenos and Imperium, which was to no one's surprise, Custodians and Gene Sealer Cult. And they did that then, and they haven't done it since, which is a bit of a shame, because I think it would actually be quite helpful to be like, okay, cool, when are these codexes coming? When are Chaos getting their 2 wounds? Probably a year overdue, because they sort of announced it was happening last year, and it didn't happen at all last year. And obviously supply chain issues and what have you. But yeah, I just wish they would be a bit more transparent in the timelines of stuff. I think that'd be quite helpful for people.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're way more transparent than they used to be. So we can chalk that up to good news. But anyway, look, there you go. The Aeldari Codex is a thing, and it's cool, and it's great that it has been treated as well as it has. I now frantically need to paint 1750 points of it in preparation for RFW2. Oh, fun fact, Phil, we got Eldritch Storm wrong.
What was that? A psychic power?
No, that was a stratagem. We just fobbed it off, going, "Oh, that's an orbital bombard strat." It is, except it is triggered in your command phase and then goes off in your corresponding shooting phase. So it's not like other orbital bombards where you place it and then wait an entire turn for it to go off. It goes off the same turn.
Okay.
And as a result,
so you have to power it up with your psychers though for it to do more damage.
Correct, yeah. So, but you get that psychic phase. So in your command phase, so the way it works is a Farseer can do the stratagem, or rather, the stratagem can be done, and then you measure 24 from a Farseer unit. And that's in the command phase before you've moved. So obviously it stops you from exploiting any kind of early game moves or whatever. So, your actual movement phase. So you can't just be like really oppressive turn 1 with it because it's a command phase.
Well, I guess you could. Is there not a way of doing a pre-game move?
Not that I'm aware of with Farseers. But once you've placed it, then you can charge it with multiple Farseers, and so there is potential there that you could do some really, really reasonable damage with it, because obviously if you position it well and then you manage to charge it a bit, so say you've got 2 Farseers, even then for free CP to be doing D3 plus 3 on a 2+ to everything within 6, knowing that you're going to hit what you set out to hit, because you're not waiting to see where things go. So like if someone's bunched up a load of stuff, you can be like, well, I'll have a go, see what happens. So, yeah, quite transformative in terms of the viability of that strat. I think it's actually quite terrifying, potentially.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of it just going off, because they've kind of removed that mechanic from the game with the orbital bombardment. I mean, very few, except like the old Astra Militarum one, pretty much. It's probably one of the few that is left in the game where it happens your turn. The sheer amount of mortal wounds that you can put out if you kind of teched into it could be quite oppressive, which is, again,
there's quite a heavy cost to it though, right? Because here's the thing, I would argue in almost all instances, not almost all instances, but in a great many instances, it's probably still more valuable that you use your Farseers to be doing their Farseer psychic powers. The fact that you can only do this with Farseers, and Farseers have access to some of the most useful psychic powers, basically means that there is a bit of a trade-off here, right?
Yes.
Like you can't just chuck this any old thing. You are losing out on Guide, Doom, Executioner, Mind War, Fortune, all these really powerful powers in favor of potentially doing some additional mortal wounds. I think when the circumstances are just right, you're going to definitely see some, explosive results from this, but you are hoping for very, very specific scenarios,
Yeah, that's the thing. I could, so if as long as it's not being used every single turn by your opponent,
well, it's once per game.
Oh, okay. I was going to say if it's only being used once per game, then that's pretty okay, I think. But yeah, it could just be a bit unfun, I think, for
absolutely.
the receiver if they've used enough farces to sort of make it worth their while, because they could just do that turn one, do an awful lot of damage, kill a
It'd be
character
very,
or a
very
few
difficult
key
to do it turn one.
units. Well,
It'd
let's
be
say
very difficult.
let's say you do it turn two, like quite early doors.
Yeah,
and then
turn two is entirely viable.
let's say you kill like their warlord and another unit, like a key unit, and then it's like cool. The rest of the game, they're actually gonna do the rest of their powers that you need them to. So that one turn trade off maybe wasn't such a bad deal. It is free CPs as well, right? So it's
free CP, and a bunch of psychic actions, which can be denied.
Yes, that's another handy thing. If it was a popular thing, make sure you've got.
I think it will be
denying it.
I think it will be popular, and I think the thing is, I actually don't think. I think initially, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who've gotten their heads around it already, but I think you need to be on the lookout for it because yeah, if you just bundle a bunch of stuff together, like a lot of people do quite often, it's completely indiscriminate. It's a 24-inch or 18-inch, 24-inch range from a Farseer. You just place it, and then it just goes off. And the thing is, even the D3 in isolation, the fact that you know exactly where it's going to be is still pretty meaningful. But the fact you can potentially boost it. So, like the way I'm looking at the moment, I'm thinking, if I have 2 Farseers in my army, then it's at least going to be D3 plus 2, hopefully, which is mad, right? Because that's still 5 mortal wounds, like potentially 5 mortal wounds, 3 to 5. So certainly against like Tau armies that are going to be rocking a lot of drones, that's really terrifying.
And is it that flat 6-inch aura? As well?
The 6 is always a 6. Yeah, so it's a 6-inch aura from the center point. Yeah. So a 12-inch circumference. I can't remember. The point is
that's a pretty it's a big area. It's pretty. It could be really good. I think. What you want to do in a doubles list is take a Space Marine army with an Inquisitor, so you can do the Inquisition orbital strike and the Space Marine orbital strike all in the same turn. Just stick them down, cover that board in barrage, and
exactly take the Imperial Fists. They've got one as well, haven't they?
Have they got their own one?
Yeah, Imperial Fists have got like Master of the Fleet or whatever it's called.
Well, everyone has Master of the Fleet, but I think that's a Crusade specific rule.
No, I think there's an Imperial Fist specific warlord trait that lets them do an orbital bombard.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Or it might be it allows them to do the same one, but for free or reduced cost. I think so. It's like 1 TP instead of 2 or 3.
Well, I don't know. I can't remember. I think there are multiple sort of weird little orbital bombard things in there. I've used orbital bombards with Inquisitors on occasion and actually gotten some hilarious results out of them. Because when it's right, it's so wrong, you know.
That's the thing. You've just got to roll well, which is a problem for some people.
Yeah. But if it works out, it's pretty funny. But there you go, guys. That's episode 124. We hope you enjoyed it. I'm sure you did. How could you not? Greatest podcast on earth, I hear. Probably not. Almost certainly not. But, potentially at least a bit good when in relation to 40k stuff. Right, Phil?
Well, let's hope so.
Indeed. But there you go, guys. That was that. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. We'll see you again. Are we doing this again next week for Quinn?
Well, I was just gonna ask that. Like, for the next episode, are we going to stick to our fortnightly schedule, or should we cram in the Harlequins episode into next week's?
Let's see what the next couple of days brings, and then we'll make a judgment call Monday next week. Yeah, well,
we like to see what the Sunday previews are going to bring us.
Yes,
to talk about.
That's it. One of these days, though, Phil, I tell you the thing we do kind of actually need to get around to doing. We do.
Can I guess?
Yeah, go on.
Kill Team.
Yes, absolutely. We need to at some point.
We've had a few requests lately, I think by Instagram and Patreon, to talk about Kill Team. So I'm up for a game at some point. Whenever you're free, one weekend I'll come over.
No, likewise, mate. Likewise. I will. We'll get it done. We will we will do Corsairs versus Krieg. They're two actual kill teams, aren't they?
That's true, and neither of us have those models, so we proxy it.
Haha. Well, yeah, I'm definitely not buying that box. I mean, not for, what is it, 120 quid or something now?
Oh, go on somewhere like Troll Trader or Bits and Kits where they split the box and you can just buy the unit on its own for probably, I don't know, like 20 or quid or whatever.
I doubt it'll only be 20 quid. I imagine it'll be a horrifically inflated price.
No, fair enough.
But yeah, it's fine. The thing is, like, I think I said it in the episode already, the problem is with that Corsairs unit is it's not good enough to justify spending silly money on it. At least in the game of 40k.
Especially when you need to ideally buy 2 boxes to run them as the troops choice and the elite's choice.
Yes, yeah. It's they've got to be releasing some other well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Who would know? Anyway, goodbye everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.